The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 I Dawn in number 039, T-Hit Women. Guo Pinming led people to look for vehicles while fighting. As long as there are suitable vehicles, they must be taken away. It is estimated that there are more than 20,000 survivors in the city. If these people are not taken away, they will definitely die. Among the millions of corpses, if you want to take away so many people, you will definitely need a vehicle. Guo Pinming preferred to choose a big car. After all, the big car can take away more people. But when he came to a large company, he unexpectedly found that the company's courtyard was full of dead people. Moreover, on the body of these zombies, basically there is an arrow. This is the first time Guo Pinming has seen this thing as a weapon. However, at this time, a soldier pointed to the cold arrow on the ground and said, "When we found many prohibited items, we also found bows and crossbows. Except for the poor accuracy, the lethality is still good." Guo Pinming looked at the more than 100 zombies around, frowned and said, "So many zombies were killed by arrows, it's not impossible to do it with precision." There are 2 cars in the courtyard, both are buses, the kind that can seat 40 people at a time. Guo Pinming walked over quickly, made the key, opened the door and started it, and found that the car was in good condition. Indeed it can be used, so Guo Pinming got out of the car and said, "2 people who can drive, take the car away." However, at this moment, a group of people rushed out of the company's building, led by a woman holding a recurved bow, who looked about 30 years old, and said directly, "What are you doing? Why are you stealing my car?" Guo Pinming looked at the woman in charge, and explained, "We are here to rescue you. A large number of zombies will come to Xiangan City in a few days, so now everyone has to evacuate. Please be considerate. As for these, we are going to borrow the car." "That won't work. I am the boss of this company, and these 2 cars belong to me. I don't allow you to drive the cars away. You are not wearing military uniforms. You don't know where the thieves came from. I advise you get out of here quickly. Otherwise, as you can see, I killed all these zombies on the ground, so don't provoke me." The leading woman said loudly. Guo Pinming said helplessly to the other party's reaction, "We said, this is borrowing your car, please understand, and we can take you guys with us. Please don't worry about your safety." "Safe? I think it's the safest thing to be with you guys. Don't try to take my car away." The woman persisted and continued, "These cars are mine, and I will take them away by myself. If you dare to do it, I will not be polite." Guo Pinming really had no choice. He didn't have time to entangle here any longer. Then he pouted at Lu Qiang and said, "Do it, Lu." Qiang also felt that the woman in front of him simply had no brains, and the people on his side were all holding guns. If they really started to fight, there would be more than 30 people in this group. That is, a shuttle. Things, he dared to mess around here, and now, Lu Qiang was going to give the other party a little color. After hearing Guo Pinming's instructions, Lu Qiang pointed his gun at the woman opposite without saying a word. The woman was not afraid at this time. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "Shoot, shoot if you have the ability." In fact, this woman is not a fool. Of course she knew that the people opposite had guns in their hands, but she also recognized them. The guns in the hands of these people opposite were standard rifles. How could ordinary people have these guns? So most of these people on the opposite side are soldiers, at least related to the army. Then these people would never dare to kill people. With such an idea, the woman was aggressive and prepared to save her 2 cars. The corner of Lu Qiang's mouth hooked up, and a shot was fired. Bang! The bullet was shot out of the gun in an instant. The woman's smile froze in an instant. Just a moment ago, the bullet whizzed past her ear, and then, the bullet instantly shattered the glass behind her. And at this time Lu Qiang continued to hold the rifle, and the black muzzle continued to point at her. This woman, Lu Qiang used actions as an illustration that he could really shoot. Lu Qiang continued, "If you think your bow and arrow can be compared to bullets, then keep trying." Lu Qiang doesn't like this woman. Although she looks very strong and good looking, but now she is delaying everyone's progress. The most important thing is that there are only more than 30 people on her side, but she wants to occupy 2 cars. That would be too greedy. You know, if it wasn't for the people on her side who killed most of the zombies, She wouldn't even have the chance to get out of the company. Guo Pinming pointed to the direction not far away, and said, "Go to the square over there together. After we have collected enough vehicles, we will take you away. As for the future, it is not up to me to decide." Something happened. After Guo Pinming's voice fell, he turned around and left. The two soldiers hurried to drive. The most important thing now is to transfer. No one wants to face millions of zombies at this time, so leaving early is the best choice. The woman holding the bow and arrow is named Hong Yehu, and she is already the general manager of the company at a young age. Although the main reason is that her father is the chairman, her ability to become the general manager is also because her ability has been recognized. There is a relationship, and it may not be able to reach the current point. She likes to exercise in normal time, and her favorite sport is archery, but her physical strength is average, so she can only use a recurved bow. But after the outbreak of zombies, this sport helped her. When Hong Yehu used a bow and arrow to shoot a zombie for the first time, he was very excited. Even if he killed a zombie, it was still a humanoid animal. This made Hong Yehu feel guilty, but when the guilt was over later, she discovered that the survivors in the company were more afraid of herself. The reason why they were afraid of herself before was because she was the one who controlled their wages, but now, Hong Yehu found that the people below were afraid of her own strength. "I have the power to kill myself." Hong Yehu relies on bows and arrows to protect the people in the company. Of course, she also relies on such strength. She is still the boss among the survivors. She was the general manager before, and now she is the leading big sister. Hong Yehu believed that even if the end came, she would still be able to survive well and stand on top of others. However, the moment Lu Kaiang fired the gun just now, Hong Yehu's previous arrogance disappeared, and the bullet whizzed past her ears, telling her one thing, that is the ability she was proud of before, in fact really nothing. Hong Yehu also became more and more angry at this time. Didn't he just have a gun? Do you want to surpass me just because of this thing? No, absolutely not. Hong Yehu led people to the square, where she saw all kinds of people. These people were basically rescued, and the young and strong boys were organized by Yurinshu to carry food. A lot of food has been moved on Zhang truck, but when there is always not enough food, Yurinshu is still organizing people to carry food. At this time Chu Chaoan took a group of middle-aged women to carry the corpses outside the city and cut down trees and burn them. There are many pine trees on the surrounding mountains. This kind of tree is the easiest to burn because it contains a lot of pine oil. In autumn and winter, pine forests are the easiest places to catch fire. Hong Yehu saw a lot of dejected people. At this time, she suddenly found that although these people were strong, they didn't choose to work, but just sat on the side in a daze, and the whole person lost their energy. And the clothes of these people are all glamorous. Obviously, these people were also called successful people before, basically white-collar workers, who don't like to work, but sit in the office and point fingers. At this moment, Hong Yehu already has a solution. These people were the so-called successful people before, but now they have fallen into the field of leaving their hometowns. They must have 10,000 unwillingness in their hearts. I can take advantage of this. Mobilize the emotions of these people, then you have a lot of power. Shen Feng walked around the city, but found no dangerous zombies or animals. The previous battles had already scared away all the mutated cats and dogs in the city. After the mutation, the body is huge, but even if it becomes a tiger or lion, it cannot block a shot. After Shen Feng returned to the square, he saw Yu Rinshu organizing people to carry food, so he walked over with a smile and asked, "Doctor, how is it? Is everything going well?" Yu Rinshu saw Shen Feng's appearance, and said casually, "It's okay, it's really smooth, but there is very little drinking water. After going to Ye Town, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink mineral water. Just boil water to drink." Shen Feng nodded and said, "Just boil the water. Anyway, there is a small river over there, and the water source is no problem. Speaking of which, can you tell me what kind of moves you have learned after the 3rd level?" Shen Feng had only seen Yu Rinshu use the so-called water flooding the Golden Mountain before. At that time, the water in the Yangtze River channel was directly reduced by half. Those who are capable must have learned more moves, so Shen Feng is also curious, will Yu Rinshu have more novel moves? After hearing Shen Feng's question, Yu Rinshu smiled, and then said, "Let's talk about it when we have a chance." Yu Rinshu wanted to preserve a sense of mystery. Ability is something that very few people would get, and her ability was transferred from Hao Wangxi. If she exposed her ability, wouldn't it be easy to be targeted? Therefore, even if Shen Feng was asking, Yuren-shu didn't want to show it. However, at this moment, Hong Yehu came towards Shen Feng with a group of people. She asked everyone and found out that Shen Feng was the leader. She doesn't care about the 2 cars, what she cares about is whether she can be the leader in the eyes of others. Shen Feng saw the people surrounding him not far away, with a mocking look on his face. These people seem to think that there are too many people, and they can take advantage of it by uniting. But they don't know that the times have changed, and it is impossible for ordinary people to fight against evolutionaries, let alone supernatural beings. It seems that your chance to show off your newly learned moves has come. Shen Feng said to Yuren-shu while looking at the group of people who came to find fault. Yuren-shu shrugged and said to Shen Feng, "They are here to look for you, not me." Hong Yehu led more than 100 people to Shen Feng. She didn't see a rifle on Shen Feng's body. He only had 2 long swords on his body. At this moment, she felt relieved. It was impossible for the other party to threaten him with a rifle. In this way, with the backing of more than 100 people behind her, she believes that she can force the other party to retreat. As long as she can do it, then she will establish a prestige in the hearts of these people below. How can we easily build prestige? It's very simple, that is to defeat the strong person that everyone thinks, then others will recognize you more. At this time, in the eyes of everyone, Shen Feng is completely the commander of the army, and is naturally a strong man through and through. Therefore, as long as Hong Yehu can make Shen Feng retreat, then even if she wins, she will naturally win the respect of others. We want to protest. These people under your command have robbed our cars and food that originally belonged to us, and forcibly deprived us of our property. Your actions are bandits, even worse than bandits. We want to protest your behavior. Hong Yehu leading more than 100 people to shout at Shen Feng, and surrounded Shen Feng and Yuren-shu. By the way, this behavior instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the square, and everyone looked this way. Faced with a protesting crowd, Shen Feng was not angry, but explained, "Your vehicles have been requisitioned. Because there are more people evacuated from this city, you must ensure that there are enough vehicles. As for food, has always been a unified deployment. If you have any opinions, please wait until later. Go back, it's not fair." Hong Yehu accused Shen Feng loudly, "We bought our cars and food through hard work before, but now you have robbed us of our things with a single sentence. The resources that belonged to us have now been transferred to others. Someone else has a car? What you are doing is no different from robbing a house. Fair." Shen Feng felt ridiculous when he heard this word, and then asked, "Did I consider fairness when I killed zombies to save you? Also, why don't you people work? Is it because you are born noble? To be fair to me now is to waste my time." Seeing that Shen Feng was still like this, Hong Yehu decided to give him a little wink. Anyway, there were no soldiers around, and the group of people in the distance were just sitting blankly, posing no threat at all. So now, as long as a little bit of aggression can make Shen Feng take a step back. He's just a young man. He probably was still in school before. How can he have any scheming? Therefore, Hong Yehu continued, "In this world, the weak eat the strong, and the survival of the fittest. We are more capable, so we should get more. Now you robbed us and helped the weak. This is going against the sky." After saying this, Hong Yehu winked at a few subordinates from the previous company, and then these people rolled up their sleeves around Shen Feng. Rolling up the sleeves is very simple, that is to show off your muscles, which also includes demonstrations. The meaning of however, Shen Feng didn't panic when he was surrounded. Instead, he punched a few times at a very fast speed. In an instant, the 4 of them flew out. After hitting the people around them, they fell to the ground in an instant. In the eyes of everyone, Shen Feng did not see any movement at all, and then the 4 people around were sent flying, but Shen Feng still stood there, completely motionless. Hong Yehu didn't see Shen Feng's movements clearly, but when she saw the appearance of the 4 subordinates being beaten into the air, her complexion changed drastically. She didn't expect that Shen Feng, a young boy, could subdue 4 big men in an instant. It can't be his opponent. What should we do now? Shen Feng turned to look at Yuren-shu, and said with a smile, "Doctor, I don't hit women, understood?" Yuren-shu nodded and walked towards Hong Yehu, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Yuren-shu opened the bottle cap to let the water flow out, but the water flowed in the air and did not fall on the ground. In the end, the mineral water turned into a water ball, which instantly wrapped Hong Yehu's entire head. Hong Yehu suddenly had difficulty breathing, and his hands scratched in the air, his face turned purple, and his whole body was in pain. Those who still want to make trouble, go ahead and see if the longsword in my hand is still sharp. Shen Feng also drew out the longsword on his body at this time, and more than 100 people saw the horrible scene just now, and hurriedly backed away, and then left here one after another. Even Hong Yehu's more than 30 subordinates left in despair at this time. Chapter 127 Gradually Falling Hearts. After all, Yuren-shu didn't use the newly learned tricks, but simply manipulated the ability, which directly made Hong Yehu unable to breathe. Hong Yehu's face turned red. At this moment, she felt that the ghost controlled her breathing. She didn't understand why the water surrounded her, and why didn't she fall according to Newton's mechanics. The development of the matter was completely beyond Hong Yehu's imagination. Before that, she always felt that as long as she got the support of many people, she would have the power on her side. Yes, that's why she chose to demonstrate. Protest is secondary, and demonstration is the most important. Yuren-shu didn't even think about killing people. After all, she was just a demonstrator. You can learn a lesson. If you kill people, it would be too much. Seeing that the situation was almost the same, Yuren-shu stopped immediately, and the water flow lost control in an instant. Hong Yehu's upper body clothes were wet. How is it? It's cold, it's uncomfortable. Do you still dare to protest? Yuren-shu walked to Hong Yehu's side. At this time, Hong Yehu fell to the ground and gasped heavily. There was no chance to answer Yuren-shu's question, and Yuren-shu on the other hand, he forcibly picked Hong Yehu's head with a finger, as if she didn't get an answer. Yuren-shu would not give up regarding this. Hong Yehu could only murmur, "Don't dare." Hong Yehu has now seen clearly that no matter how many people he gathers, he will not be the opponent's opponent, because these people seem to have a strange power in their hands. Either they are extremely fast, or they can control the water flow. With the existence of these strange powers, it is completely impossible for her to demonstrate. Yuren-shu saw that the other party gave in, then shrugged lightly, turned to Shen Feng and said, "It seems that I have no chance to use the new moves I have learned." Shen Feng shook his head indifferently, and replied with a smile, "It's okay, there will always be a chance to see you perform new moves. Anyway, we will be together in the future, there will be battles in a few days, there will always be opportunities to perform them." After a whole day of collecting vehicles and food, in the evening, Shen Feng can finally set off. After the rescue, there are still more than 20,000 survivors left. There were 3 or 4 in the city here. With a population of 100,000, after the outbreak of zombies, a large number of people turned into zombies. Half of the survivors died under the pursuit of zombies, and some died of starvation or thirst. Shen Feng is very helpless in this situation. He knows that ordinary people are very helpless in the face of zombies. Without the protection of others, it is not easy to survive. One thing Shen Feng can be sure of is that when the zombies first appeared, they were the easiest to deal with. At that time, the zombies couldn't even control their own bodies. That's why Shen Feng was able to escape the street with his seniors in the rain, and the mobility of the zombies now is almost the same as that of humans, which shows that the zombie virus has already seriously attacked the nervous system, so the mobility of today's zombies has been greatly enhanced. Shen Feng originally planned to rest for one night before setting off, but considering the danger in Rongcheng, he must arrive in Rongcheng as soon as possible. After all, before the battle, he also needs to arrange tactics on his side. There are millions of zombies, but there are so few people in Rongcheng that they need to help themselves. If there are enough security forces there, they definitely don't need themselves. The specific situation will not be known until they go to Rongcheng. Shen Feng spent one night here, and finally arrived at Ye Town in the north. Although it is more than 30 kilometers away, there are too many car accidents on the road. If you want to move forward, you can only clean it up. Vehicles on the road are fine, and the survivors all chose to set off with Shen Feng without exception. No one wants to face millions of zombies. They have been tortured by zombies in the past 2 months. In the early morning, Shen Feng and his group came to Ye Town. There are more than 30,000 zombies here. Although it is only a small town, there are still a lot of zombies. It took a whole morning to bring people back to the city, and finally wiped out the zombies in the town. In the end, I saw more than 100 survivors in a department store. According to the survivors, the others either fled its gun, or it will be eaten by zombies. The soldiers didn't sleep all night and were very tired at this time. After finding the living area, they began to sleep. Shen Feng still arranged some people to patrol, so as not to be attacked by zombies or other mutant animals. As for himself, sitting in the co-pilot position of Yuan Shu's car, he had already slept for a while, so he stood on the floor of a hotel top, looking at the scenery to the south. In the days before, although Shen Feng agreed to the decision to go to Rongcheng, he was still very worried about the situation in the direction of Luzhou at this time. You must know that all the soldiers in Luzhou were brought out by him, and the senior sister was facing 300,000 troops. Zombies, if you don't worry about them, they are heartless. Shen Feng is very worried about whether the senior sister can hold Luzhou, and if she can't, will she be able to successfully break through? Shen Feng also learned some news about Yuzhou from the headquarters, that is, the zombies who ran out of Yuzhou. In fact, there are plagues spreading among these zombies. It is said that many zombies in Yuzhou died because of the plague. At this time, Yuzhou was completely a dead city, and the streets were full of corpses. Whether it was human corpses or zombie corpses, they all fell on the streets. So many corpses, on the contrary, fed many rats in the city, and the mutated rats were particularly capable of giving birth to a litter in a month, and the rats in Yuzhou city suddenly flourished. What Shen Feng is most worried about is whether the plague will spread in Luzhou. Today Luzhou lacks medicines. If the plague spreads, it may cause huge casualties. The water plant in Luzhou has already started operation, and the water source cannot be threatened, otherwise people in the urban area will have no way to drink water. When Shen Feng was sitting on the roof of the hotel and thinking wildly, he suddenly saw a group of people running out from the residential area not far away. The guys are all soldiers recruited after the recovery of Luzhou. Shen Feng didn't know why these people ran out. It was obviously the time to rest. Wouldn't these 5 people be tired? Afterwards, Shen Feng quietly jumped downstairs from the back of the hotel, and after landing lightly, he walked towards the direction of the 5 people without a sound, all the way forward in the field of vision. It was not discovered by these 5 people, and at this time, the 5 people were looking around at this time. Zhou Wei was whispering to the others, "Be careful, don't be seen by the patrolling soldiers. If you see it, you won't be able to explain it clearly." The rest of the people quickly said, "Don't worry, the patrol team is patrolling outside the town. They must not be able to see our movements." Zhou Wei nodded in satisfaction, and said in a low voice, "It would be best if we don't get discovered. After we leave here, we'll build a base by ourselves. Peace will be restored, and this is our chance." Shen Feng, who was hiding in the dark, frowned when he heard this sentence. He thought that the sneaky actions of these 5 soldiers were just to find out if there was anything good left in the town. Recovering, there may be some different things left in it, but at this time Shen Feng discovered that these 5 people wanted to break away from the army and seemed to want to form a new base, which is really amazing. At this time, a person asked in a low voice, "But is it dangerous outside? If we leave, we won't be able to return to Luzhou. If we encounter danger in the future, won't there be no place to hide?" When Zhou Wei heard this, he immediately became angry, and scolded in a low voice, "What danger is there? Isn't it just zombies and mutant beasts? What kind of animal can block bullets? We carry these weapons, even if we encounter zombies also have the ability to protect themselves. Besides, you don't want to think about how good your life will be after you build a base. What life is there?" The man said helplessly, "Isn't it just to continue killing zombies, and then farming to survive, waiting for peace to be restored in the future? That's wrong." Seeing that the people around him were all holding such a mentality, Zhou Wei said directly and seriously, "Wrong. As long as there is power in the doomsday, everything will be there. We are all evolution now. All of them have power that others do not have. In addition, we still have rifles on our bodies, so we can fight even if we are confronted with supernatural beings, so we have already mastered the life and death of others, and we already have such strong power. We certainly deserve more." For example, the others asked quickly. Zhou Wei whispered, "It's like gold, silver and jewelry. Of course, these things are worthless now, but what about when peace comes in more than 10 years? We will be rich by then. Moreover, as long as we have guns, go grabbing food, just grab women. I heard that many people have openly found 4 or 5 women, just because they are evolutionaries. Others can do it, why can't we do it, really?" Hearing this description, the rest of the people immediately became excited. Indeed, in this world, wine, sex and wealth are inevitable. Wouldn't it be better if they could be obtained in this way? It's They're still a fake. Zhou Wei continued to describe, when the time comes, we will find a remote village, grab a group of women, and build a tall wall. Don't care about the chaos outside the wall, we can just enjoy ourselves inside the wall. Rich clothes and fine food, a house full of gold and silver, and beauties. Don't you want it? After Shen Feng heard such a description, let alone other people, even he himself was moved. Who wouldn't want such a life? But Shen Feng is just thinking about it, because he knows that if he really wants to obtain these things, he must squeeze others to do so, otherwise these scenarios will not happen. Shen Feng was able to control himself, but after hearing such a description, the others couldn't help themselves, and they all said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I must find 7 women, and change one every day. Women, this way, I'm going to sleep with a different woman every week. TCH, what are you doing? I want a big house. I sleep in a different room every day. I don't live in the same room for a month. This is called enjoyment, don't talk about it. I'm going to arrest 50 people to serve me. From the moment I wake up, I don't need to do anything myself. I want to be the master that no one else dares to resist. After that, the 5 people came to the location where the vehicles were stored. After seeing that there was no one around, they quickly found the keys on their bodies, opened a car and drove quickly. At this time, Shen Feng also understood what these people were thinking, and couldn't help shaking his head. There is always someone who wants to be a master. However, the old saying has also been said that one can become a master when one endures hardships. So in traditional culture, what is the purpose of suffering? Isn't it just to be able to become a master? In peaceful times, these people dare not have other ideas, because the rich seem to be superior, but after all they dare not do these things openly, otherwise they will be investigated. But now is the troubled times, these people's thoughts are uncontrollable like wild horses, and they are ready to bite. The 5 people rushed out of the town quickly, and when they passed the intersection, they happened to meet a group of soldiers on patrol, but they didn't care about it, they just drove away, and one of them stuck his head out of the car window, shouted loudly, "Goodbye, brothers, go and enjoy life." After finishing speaking, the van drove away. Seeing this situation, everyone in the patrol team looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't know what to do at this time. Should they rush over? Why are these people fleeing? They don't know what it means to enjoy life. It's the end of the day, so what kind of life is there to enjoy? At this moment, Shen Feng quickly passed by the patrol team, like a black shadow, passing by the crowd in just a moment, leaving a sentence, "Continue to patrol." A soldier didn't react, only felt a gust of wind blowing past, and asked quickly, "What passed?" The captain calmed down and ordered directly, "Continue to patrol." The only person who can have such a fast speed must be the city lord. I am an evolutionary and I didn't see it clearly. It must be him. As for those people just now, the city lord, it will definitely be dealt with. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly continued to patrol. In fact, all the zombies in the town were killed. Now that it is in broad daylight, what kind of danger can there be? Although there are wild giant pandas in Sichuan province, they are in the Qinling Mountains in the north. It is impossible for wild giant pandas to appear here, right? Someone broke the news on the underground website that a mutated giant panda has appeared in the Qinling Mountains, with a height of 5 or 6 meters. This size is completely unrivaled in the Qinling Mountains. Of course, in the plains, pandas will not appear. Pandas generally live in the mountains. Chapter 128, Zombie Siege. In fact, Zhou Wei had no idea of running away before. After all, he could live in Luzhou safely, so why did he have to go out and work hard by himself? But when he knew that he was going to face 1,000,000 zombies, he was already scared. He knew what 1,000,000 zombies was like, that is, even if he had all the bullets on his side, it would be impossible. Kill all the zombies, and this is a corpse wave commanded by the Corpse King. He doesn't want to die, so he must leave now. When Zhou Wei joined the combat team, he actually wanted to have a better life, because the combat team could live in a big house, get more food, and besides training, there was nothing to do. The big deal is to maintain law and order. Who would not want to do this kind of thing? After all, if other people in Luzhou want to get food, they can only work honestly. However, after Zhou Wei found out that he became a soldier, he had to fight the zombies. At this time, he was taken outside to regain the county. Even if he wanted to run, he didn't know where to go. His life was not on danger for the time being, so he stayed. Period. Now, Life safety is threatened. Zhou Wei can't stay here any longer, so he must leave. So as not to die in the final battle with zombies, Zhou Wei drove his car on the highway. This road is the road that his people came over last night, leading to Xiangan City. Although the threat of zombies is likely to be encountered there, the most dangerous place is the safest place, so Zhou Wei decided to be more courageous. As long as he returned to Xiangan City, he could move in other directions. As long as he avoided the zombies in Yazhou, he could build a new base. However, at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the roof of the car. Boom! Zhou Wei felt very strange. How could there be a sound coming from the roof of the car? While he was thinking about it, a person's face suddenly came down from the roof of the car and appeared right in front of Zhou Wei, which startled Zhou Wei immediately, and when he took a closer look at the face of the person in front of him, at that time, he was stunned. The person who appeared in front of him was none other than Shen Feng, City Lord. Zhou Wei called out. He didn't expect Shen Feng to catch up at this time. Moreover, the current speed is 120 yards. At such a fast speed, Shen Feng can catch up. He really is a human. Zhou Wei was particularly afraid. As a result, the car passed a turning point at this time and forgot to control the steering wheel. As a result, the car broke through the fence and entered the farmland. Coincidentally, half of the car fell into the ditch. The tires hung in the air and could no longer move forward. Zhou Wei had also reacted at this time, and quickly shouted at the people around him, "What are you waiting for? If you are caught, you will all die. Why don't you shoot?" The other 4 people also realized that if they were caught, they would definitely die, so they all started shooting with their rifles. This time, instead of saving bullets, they started shooting directly at the front glass. However, just when everyone raised their guns, Shen Feng's figure disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Shen Feng disappeared, everyone felt even more terrified, and then began to shoot wildly at the roof and sides of the car. As a result, the car was turned into a hornet's nest in an instant, and even the fuel tank was hit by stray bullets. Gasoline trickled out of the tank. In fact, Shen Feng quickly left the car when several people were about to shoot, and then ran to the side to get more. Because he was worried about being hit by stray bullets, Shen Feng especially squatted in the ditch. It is autumn now. In the ditch there is no water, so it is not particularly dirty. When all 5 of them emptied a magazine, Shen Feng patted the dirt on his body and stood up from the ditch. At this moment, he felt that he was still so chic. Anyway, the scene where he was hiding in the ditch just now was empty. See, the opponent's magazine is now empty, so it should be fine. Shen Feng slowly walked to the side of the van that had turned into a hornet's nest, grabbed the door, and directly removed the broken door, and then he said slowly, "Why? Why did you run away? Why did you shoot?" After Shen Feng removed the car door, 5 people appeared in his field of vision. In fact, the 5 people only used 1 magazine. After each battle, Shen Feng would collect all the bullets except 1 magazine. Therefore, he knew that after the bullets were fired, it was impossible for these 5 people to threaten him for the time being. Zhou Wei still didn't give up his resistance at this time. He knew that there would be no good end to betraying Shen Feng. He had a friend who was recruited by the city lord's mansion before and went to the prison for management. The friend also told him one thing, that is, the prison inside was a person who betrayed Shen Feng. Now he was caught and cut off his hands. He cut his knife every day. He had the attitude of wanting to kill him, so he knew very well that he was already a traitor when he left. And Shen Feng will not be polite to the traitor at all, so, Zhou Wei loudly shouted to the people around him, "Let's go together, only by killing him will we have a chance to survive." All 5 of them were evolutionaries, so they immediately drew out their knives and slashed at Shen Feng. Shen Feng just shrugged his shoulders and said, "It seems that I won't get an answer from you." Shen Feng still knew these 5 people. When the mutated dogs came to Luzhou to attack, these 5 people rewarded some mutated dog meat because they were braver in battle, so they became transformed after eating the meat. Evolutionary. Now, these 5 people started to fight against Shen Feng, which made Shen Feng a little helpless. They were friends who fought side by side, but now they insist on fighting each other at this time. It's enough. Shen Feng quickly used a company like the wind to accelerate, and he was out of the attack range of the 5 people in an instant. At the same time, he slowly pulled out his long sword. In fact, due to the long-term battle, the long sword was already worn out, but killing people can still be done. Kill it. Zhou Wei rushed forward immediately, and now he is desperately trying to survive. It's a pity that Zhou Wei's desperation was useless. because after Shen Feng dodged the slash sideways, a sword pierced his heart, and blood gushed out like a spring. Individuals are killed one by one. When it was the last person's turn, Shen Feng asked, "Do you want to build a new base just to enslave others, just to enjoy yourself, otherwise? You have nothing to do under your command. The food you eat every day is only so little, and the house is only 100 square meters. Even if we want to find a woman to be happy, it's meaningless under your command. So, we have to pursue my life goal." The remaining one shouted loudly. Even now, he has no intention of repenting, which makes Shen Feng feel helpless. For this kind of unrepentant person, he really doesn't know what to do. What to say. Shen Feng stabbed the last person to death with a sword, and said flatly, "In the troubled times, having food and shelter is enough. Many people are still in dire straits." Afterwards, Shen Feng took down the 5 rifles and left in the direction of the town. Guns are still very important. If these people really stole the guns, it would be a great loss. After all, Shen Feng, it is impossible to produce automatic rifles, and even the production of bullets is difficult. That is, if one is stolen, it is basically impossible to replenish it. Of course, it needs to be carefully kept. Outside the urban area of Luzhou, a city wall has already stood outside. This is a hexagonal city wall, which has delineated the largest area with the least amount of materials. The city wall is 15 meters high, and the city gate is 10 meters high. It is impossible for ordinary people to climb over the city wall and enter. The city gate is made of steel, but it is hollow. The inside of the city gate is only connected with steel bars. After all, if it is made of pure steel, the weight must be very heavy. It's an exaggeration. Even transporting it will be impossible. At that time, Chang Jianyi stood on the city wall, and on the surrounding walls were a group of people with rifles. Their faces were full of fear. These people had never touched a gun before, let alone combat experience. Now suddenly, after receiving the guidance for a day, they need to defend the city wall. Everyone is already stunned, but at least they have a rifle in their hands to protect themselves, which makes people feel more at ease. Chang Jianyi frowned and looked at the zombies under the city wall, and began to think about how to solve the crisis in Luzhou. At present, 300,000 zombies have surrounded Luzhou, and the attack has not yet started, but the pressure brought is already very strong. Huge. She looked at the densely packed zombies under the city wall and felt powerless for a while. Although Chang Jianyi received 5,000 rifles as support, except for the 300 direct subordinates on his side, the others have no combat effectiveness at all. Even if they recruited a new group of people as soldiers, they haven't even experienced training, so letting these people fight is simply a joke. It took 2 days for the zombies to come to Luzhou from Yazhou, and they carried a large number of zombies along the way, so the number rose directly from 200,000 to 300,000. However, the gate of Luzhou was closed early, and the zombies tentatively, he began to climb the city wall, but he couldn't climb it at all, so he had to spread around until he surrounded the entire Luzhou. Although there is no attack yet, the threat posed by these zombies is already very serious. Vicious crimes in the city have been soaring. It seems that many people want to take advantage of the fire. Chang Jianyi didn't dare to let her brother go out at will, because she was worried that his brother might be in danger outside, so she specially let him stay at home, and then sent 2 people to guard outside. Now Chang Haoji is her only one. The relatives of the family can't let him get hurt, so they must be closely protected. Many of the zombies under the city wall are in a crumbling state, and as long as these zombies fall to the ground, the rest of the zombies will jump up and bite. In the tide of corpses, as long as they are weak, they are not qualified to live. Go down at this time. Tu Zuhui also walked up to Chang Jianyi's side, and said with a smile, "Vice City Master, I was still wondering before. The soldiers and horses went before the food and grass were moved, and I was still thinking about what the zombies were eating. Now I understand. Now, these have already brought dry food. If you can fight, then you are fighting. If you cannot fight, then you are food, looking." At the zombies under the city wall, Chang Jianyi frowned and asked, "Are you not worried at all? If these zombies break through the city wall, then our entire army is likely to be wiped out, not to mention that there are already plagues among these zombies. Spread it, too." Zuhui shrugged and said, "Of course I am scared. My wife and children are also scared, but there is no way. The zombies will attack sooner or later. As long as they can stop them, then they can say anything. If they can't, then everyone." After playing together, I just saw the situation clearly. Chang Jianyi heard this, nodded helplessly, and said, "The zombies will attack sooner or later, and I don't know if they can defend it. It would be great if we can find the Corpse King, but the Corpse King is very well hidden today, too." Zuhui looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he said in a low voice, "Deputy City Lord, under special circumstances, I heard that you still have a group of people in your hand. Why not set up a special supervisor team? Otherwise, once the zombies start to attack, there may be deserters." Hearing this, Chang Jianyi nodded and said, "I've already formed a supervisory team. Once the zombies start attacking the city, they will appear. Don't worry about that." After Zuhui heard this, he looked at Chang Jianyi in surprise. He didn't expect that Chang Jianyi looked very gentle, but he was already prepared to supervise the battle team. This kind of cruel and merciless approach, Chang Jianyi did it. It seems that there is no psychological burden at all. Chang Jianyi looked at the zombies under the city wall, and said with some rejoicing, "Fortunately, these zombies are not very intelligent, and they don't even have siege equipment. It's impossible to rush to the city wall, right?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. The Mountain Rain is Coming. After Shen Feng rested in Ye Town for a day, he decided to go to Rongcheng, and it was impossible for Shen Feng to take these people to dangerous places with a rescue 20,000 people, so he thought about it for a while and let these people go by themselves. Protect yourself, and after the tide of corpses passes, you can go to a safe place to seek shelter, such as Luzhou, such as Rongcheng. As for the candidates to manage this place, Shen Feng saw Hong Yehu in the crowd, pointed at her and said, "Don't you always think that you are great? Then these people will be managed by you, and I hope you can bring them to survive here. Go down, and when I come back, I will take you with me." By the way, hearing such an assignment, Hong Yehu quickly said, "Then why don't you leave some people to protect us? We are unarmed, it is impossible to stop the zombies." Shen Feng shrugged, and said to Yang Chang, "You asked someone to leave 200 knives, and we continue to set off." When Hong Yehu heard this, he couldn't help but said, "What's the use of cold weapons? Can't you keep some guns? In this case, we have the means to attack zombies." Shen Feng pointed to the recurved bow carried by Hong Yehu, and said, "Didn't you use bows and arrows to kill more than 100 zombies? You already have long-range attack means, you don't need a gun anymore." Hong Yehu shook his head quickly, and said, No. It takes a long time to learn the bow and arrow. It is impossible for me alone to stop so many zombies. What's more, I have almost used up my arrows and I can't stop them. There are many zombies." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "Maybe this is life." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng turned around and left with the people. In fact, Shen Feng had left enough food for these people for a month. If these people were smart, even with cold weapons, they could temporarily fight against zombies. After all, Shen Feng led a group of people to take back a skull using steel bars, and he didn't have guns at that time. In the end, Shen Feng didn't intend to give these people weapons. After all, his own combat power couldn't be guaranteed, so why bother with other people's affairs? Hong Yehu looked at Shen Feng going away, gritted her teeth, and helplessly led a group of people with cold weapons to deploy the town's defense. She wanted Shen Feng to know that even if she didn't have a gun, she could still protect herself. Maybe he can look at it with admiration at that time. I heard that Shen Feng's base is in Luzhou. Maybe I can find a way to go there. Hong Yehu thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng took less than 3,000 people to Rongcheng. Yesterday, Shen Feng killed 5 deserters. Afterwards, he announced the incident. After hearing this incident, many people didn't do. If you dare to run away, you must know that even if you drive a car, you will be overtaken. Even if you want to run, you will not be able to escape. It is better to go to Rongcheng honestly. Besides, even if it is a fight, you may not die, but may be in danger. I can't run anymore. It seems that I can only do my best. Shen Feng ruthlessly cut off the retreat in everyone's hearts. After studying for several days, Shen Feng finally learned how to drive, so he sat in the driver's seat, let Yu Renshu sit in the co-pilot, and drove towards Rongcheng. On the way, Shen Feng saw a lot of mutated animals, including mutated mice and mutated birds, all of which grew in size and enhanced their ability to survive. It seems that the zombie virus has strengthened these animals, but humans have been severely injured. 9/10 of the population turned into zombies within a day, and the people who were born had no choice but to fight against the zombies in the sunny weather. Chu Chaoyan, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't help sticking his head out of the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, feeling that the air was much fresher, probably because of the end of the world, so human production activities weakened. Animals and plants can grow freely, so the air will become so good, right? At this time, Chu Chaoyan saw an eagle flying in the sky, so he couldn't help but take pictures, and said while taking pictures, "Why didn't I find an eagle in the sky before? Does it mean that we are a blessing in disguise, and the current environment has changed for the better?" Gone. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help laughing, and said while laughing, "It doesn't mean the environment has improved. You can't say that the environment has improved just because there are eagles. What if these eagles are from outside, you?" Rinshu also stretched out her head and looked up to the sky. She is now a third-order supernatural being, so her eyesight has been strengthened and she has become very strong. She saw clearly what the eagle in the sky was, so she shook her head helplessly and said, "The vultures are flying in the sky, eating the carcasses of animals. Perhaps these vultures are here to find food." When Chu Qiaoan heard this, she immediately felt that the beautiful mood before had been destroyed. Just now, she could still see the blue sky and white clouds, and she was imagining the majestic eagle flying in the sky, but at this moment, what she heard was it was not eagles that flew in the sky, but vultures that ate corpses, and suddenly there was no such good mood, although the vulture is also a kind of eagle, but the food it eats is corpses, so it looks very cold, because this is not going to attack openly, but eating fallen corpses. This kind of behavior is extremely wretched, and it is not a hero. Yurinshu also saw a lot of mutated animals, but these animals did not dare to attack the convoy, and avoided the vehicles after spotting them from a distance. Yurinshu was a little worried about this. There are more and more mutated animals. I don't know why it will not threaten our living space in the future, but it would be great if we can figure out why these animals mutate on a large scale, Shen Feng said while driving. No matter how mutated an animal is, it must have a limit. Even if it grows as big as a dinosaur, it won't be able to hold a shell. Rinshu also smiled and said, "You're right, I ignored the influence of the environment. After all, mutant animals have limits." Shen Feng still knew some biological knowledge, so he continued, "It seems that the temperature in the time of the dinosaurs is very different from the present, so as long as the temperature does not change too much, it is impossible for dinosaurs to appear. No, it is oxygen that restricts the size of animals." Yurinshu pointed out Shen Feng's mistake mercilessly. The oxygen content of the Earth during the dinosaur period was much higher than it is now. For modern people, if they travel to the dinosaur period, they will be poisoned by oxygen on the spot. Therefore, as long as the oxygen concentration of the Earth does not increase, it is impossible for dinosaurs to appear. Chu Chaoyan found that she couldn't get in the conversation, because she didn't understand the content of the two conversations. Although she could understand, she couldn't follow the train of thought, so she picked up a book. I started watching it and fell asleep watching it after 2 days of rushing. Shen Feng and his group finally arrived near Rongcheng. Before seeing the shadow of the urban area, he saw the towering watchtower in the distance, and there were many people working around the watchtower. There are young people and old people among the workers, but most of them are women, and there seem to be very few men. Shen Feng and his team drove 50 cars to the bottom of the watchtower, and found that the people under the watchtower were digging trenches and building low walls at this time. In addition to the vicinity of the road, they also laid a lot of wooden piles. It was covered with barbed wire. There is also a row of refusal horses on the road, in order to intercept the vehicles passing by on the road, so if you want to go to Rongcheng, you must pass through here. Where did you come from? What do you do? The soldier guarding the intersection asked immediately. He was still holding a rifle in his hand, and the safety switch had already been turned on. It seemed that he was also very worried that the visitors from Shen Feng's side were not good. Shen Feng opened the car door, got out of the car, and said, "I'm Shen Feng, I came from Lezhao, and the headquarters sent me to help." The two soldiers heard what Shen Feng said. One of them continued to stand in front with a gun in his hand, and did not intend to give way, and the other began to speak with a walkie-talkie. This is the first line of defense in the east. The reinforcements have arrived. Do you want to let them go? Let them wait a moment, I'll come right over. A loud voice came from the intercom. Shen Feng is helpless. This is someone else's territory, so he can only wait here. While waiting, Shen Feng is observing the defense line here, and a large number of people are called here to build fortifications, all for the purpose of resisting zombies. Prepare, and there are indeed not many young men among these people. It seems that many men in Rongcheng have been sent to other provinces to fight soon. A military vehicle came to the line of defense, and a middle-aged man in his 40s got off the co-pilot. He was very intimidating just by standing on the sidelines. For this, Shen Feng always felt a little uncomfortable. He knew, this is the feeling of guilt unconsciously produced when facing the superior. The middle-aged man quickly walked over from behind the defense line, and said heartily as he walked, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Shen Feng. I have long wanted to see the person who killed the corpse king from the army by himself. Now the opportunity has come. I didn't expect you to be a young hero. The middle-aged man walked up to Shen Feng and stretched out his generous palm. Shen Feng could only reach out and shake each other's hands, and asked at the same time, hello, what's your name? The middle-aged man was also wearing a military uniform, but he didn't have any decorations on his body, so Shen Feng couldn't judge the other party's military rank. At this time, he had to ask the other party Shen Feng, but Shen Feng always felt that this person was unusual, and his whole body revealed give a sense of self-confidence. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My name is Wei Lakeson, and I am currently in charge of the recovery of Sichuan province. You can call me General Wei, or Old Wei. General Wei is too modest. Shen Feng didn't expect that such a person would come to greet him. This was something he hadn't expected at all, because strictly speaking, such an important person as General Wei is obviously a role like a feudal official. After all, he was in charge of the restoration work of the entire Sichuan province. It would be too embarrassing for such a top leader to come to greet him. General Wei patted Shen Feng's arm, then turned around and said to a young man behind him, this is Shen Feng, a third-level supernatural being. He brought people back to Luzhou with cold weapons. Let's get to know each other. Hearing such an introduction, the young man stretched out his hand with a cold face, and said lightly, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jin Ziju. Shen Feng also stretched out his hand and shook it politely, but he didn't expect that the moment he grasped it, a current flowed from his arm to his whole body in an instant. Where the current passed, his body was extremely numb and his muscles lost strength. Suddenly, Shen Feng surprised, he quickly let go and backed away. On the other hand, Jin Ziju showed a trace of sarcasm, and said, I'm really sorry, I can't control my ability now, and accidentally hurt you. Please forgive me, Jin Ziju said so, but there was no sign of remorse on his face. It was obvious that he did it on purpose just now, and Shen Feng was not easy to get angry in public at this time, so he just said lightly, it's okay, this current can't hurt me. Shen Feng was also very angry at this moment. What do you mean? I ran all the way here to help you people resist the zombies, but people came to test me, because there were a lot of people around. It was not easy for Shen Feng to get angry at this time, so he could only pretend that nothing had happened, but his mood had already been affected, and he thought it was good before, but now he was annoyed by the young man in front of him at this moment. General Wei became angry when he saw this appearance, and said to Jin Ziju, can you stop messing around? This is the person who came to help us resist the zombies. How can you do this? After you go back, you will be locked up. Jin Ziju also pretended to regret it this time, bowed his head and said, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Seeing that Jin Ziju finally admitted his mistake, General Wei gave up, and said to Shen Feng, don't be surprised, this is the person sent by the country to protect me, and he is also a third-level supernatural person. He is not like this usually. Yes, today I may see a strong man and want to compete. We and you should shake hands and make peace. Shen Feng nodded with a smile, and said, of course, I don't care, let's go in. Chu Chaoyan and Yu Rinshu were right behind Shen Feng. Seeing such a scene, their faces were a little unhappy, especially Yu Rinshu. If it weren't for the many people watching around, she would have wanted to plot against him with supernatural powers. The guy on the other side, she already likes Shen Feng, but at this moment, the person she likes is plotted against by others. She can't stand it anymore. It's a pity that there are too many people around, otherwise she has to reason no among them. Chu Chaoyan said in a low voice, the ability to sing oboe is pretty good, Chu Chaoyan is very clear. How could a bodyguard make such an arrogant test? Even when Kei Yiming was not so arrogant back then, Kei Yiming just flinched, and this Jin Zijo actually made a direct test. She did not believe that she had been instructed. That's obvious. This is just a play directed and acted by General Wei himself. A group of people set off in the direction of Rongcheng, but the mood of the people on Shen Feng's side became not very good, just because of the appearance of the probing incident just now. It was clear that these people were crowding out themselves. If it wasn't because of the order from the headquarters, Shen Feng wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 130 Reunion is already after longing. General Wei took Shen Feng and his party to an area on the outskirts of the city, and designated several buildings for Shen Feng, explaining that this is where Shen Feng will be stationed in the future. Before the battle begins, he cannot walk around at will. Of course, Shen Feng himself except, because his parents are from Rongcheng, it is still possible to visit relatives. General Wei smiled and said to Shen Feng, before the battle starts, you stay here. If there is something missing, just tell the people below, and they will prepare it for you, except for the bullets. Wait until the battle starts. The bullets have already ensured sufficient supply. Shen Feng nodded and said with a smile, thank you then, I will definitely restrain the people below not to leave this area, General. Wei left after chatting with Shen Feng for a while, and Shen Feng could only lean against the wall and said helplessly, who made me not a regular army? We guarded it, worried that we would make trouble. Chu Chaoyan nodded, deeply convinced, and said, obviously, they don't give us normal treatment, and they want us to fight together. It's really abominable for them to take all the benefits. Shen Feng thought for a while, called Guo Pinming and Yang Chang over, and asked them to restrain the soldiers below. As for him, he was going home to visit his parents. Although he hadn't seen each other for a few months, after the outbreak of zombies, there are not many opportunities to make phone calls, and Shen Feng also misses his family very much, so he wants to go home and see Guo Pinming. And Yang Chang immediately agreed to let Shen Feng leave with peace of mind. The two of them will take care of the soldiers under their command afterwards. Shen Feng was about to leave, but Yu Renshu followed up at this time, and said with a smile, I will go with you to see. I don't know what uncle and aunt look like. Will they welcome me? Shen Feng said with a face of reluctance, you'd better not go. You and I are not related. It would be bad if my parents misunderstood, so you should stay here. Yu Renshu shook her head lightly, and said to Shen Feng, that's not possible. I also want to observe the situation in Rongcheng. By the way, I can't let this opportunity go. With me by your side, I promise to give you suitable advice. Shen Feng had no choice but to nod in agreement with this matter, although he was unwilling to let Yu Renshu go home with him from the bottom of his heart. After all, he didn't even bring his senior sister home to show to his parents, and now he brought Yu Renshu home instead. If the senior sister finds out about this, I'm afraid she will be angry again. Maybe she will kick her off the bed while she is sleeping, but Shen Feng really wants to know how the situation in Rongcheng is. If the living conditions are good, then it's good for the parents to stay here, but if the situation is not good, they can only take them to Luzhou. At least in Luzhou can save them, and their lives can be improved. When Chu Chaoyan heard that Yu Renshu was going to Shen Feng's house, she rolled her eyes and offered to go with her. Shen Feng became even more unhappy, and said, why are you joining in the fun? I'm already a little bit home with the doctor. It's not suitable. If you follow me, don't be misunderstood by my parents, saying that I am half-hearted. Chu Chaoyan also took out his trump card, and said directly, if you don't let me go, I will tell you that you and Yu Renshu have an ulterior secret when I return to Luzhou, and I won't be allowed to follow. I want to see it. Does Chang Jianyi believe your words? Hearing this, Shen Feng pointed at Chu Chaoyan helplessly, and was speechless for a long time. He was worried that his senior would misunderstand this matter, but now Chu Chaoyan was going to go back to add fuel, which was even more serious. Now, if the senior sister's misunderstanding deepens, there will be no good fruit for him, so Shen Feng can only shake his head helplessly and say, then let's go together. Yu Renshu glanced at Chu Chaoyan, and thought, this guy also likes Shen Feng, right? Then I'll find a chance to try it out. Shen Feng then set off with Yu Renshu and Chu Chaoyan. Shen Feng naturally had nothing to bring. After all, he was returning to his own home. Could it be that he still needs to bring some presents? But Yu Renshu and Chu Chaoyan were different. They found some canned food from the truck and took them with them. Chu Qiaoan also took off the diamond necklace around his neck and put it in a box. Give it as a gift not to be outdone. Shu took off the jade bracelet from her hand and prepared to give it away as a gift. Shen Feng pretended not to see them, and then the three of them set off together. When walking on the street, they didn't see too many pedestrians, but as long as they looked carefully, they could find that many people on the street were working, and hurry. After walking for a while, you can still see a job recruitment notice on the street, and the settlement wages are food, either rice or noodles, and some even vegetables while walking. Shu analyzed. It seems that Rongchang's currency system has not been restored, so even the settlement of wages is carried out through grain. In this way, grain must be under control. Chu Qiaoan also began to analyze and said, the location of Rongchang is too special. In peacetime, here is the most developed center, but in wartime, it can also become the rear area. Moreover, Rongchang already has a large population. So you can export a variety of products. Shen Feng has nothing to say, because the order here has been restored very well, because the law and order on the street is still very good, but there are relatively few cars, and there is no chance to take a taxi home, because there are no taxis on the street. Even if there are taxis, the supply of fuel may have been restricted. Rongchang is very busy, which proves that the recovery here is very good. As long as there is no problem with the food supply, then this place can indeed exist as a rear area. Shen Feng thinks that it is impossible for Luzhou to be comparable to Rongcheng. In addition to good things, no matter what other aspects it can compare with Rongcheng. Just when Shen Feng passed a relatively remote road, a charming voice suddenly came from the alley. Brother, do you want some fast food? Shen Feng turned his head, but saw a scantily clad woman leaning on the wall of an alley. It's late autumn, but she didn't seem to feel the cold. She was wearing a strapless halter top, revealing her lower abdomen. The lower body is wearing a short skirt, and under the skirt are black stockings. This kind of dress, if you are not afraid of the cold, it is completely impossible. Shen Feng thought about what the woman said just now, and instantly understood what it meant. However, before Shen Feng could reply, Shu came up and took Shen Feng's arm, and said to the woman in the alley, go away. Don't make a pose here. I don't go to work, I just want to lie flat, make money. Shameless. The scantily clad woman was not angry when she heard Shu's words, and said with a smile, why stand up to make money when you can make money lying down? Isn't it tired? Besides, the money is useless now. It's all food, otherwise why would you fight me for work? At this moment, Shu's face turned red in an instant. She didn't expect that she would be misunderstood as a receptionist, so she said directly, shameless. This is my boyfriend, who stole the job from you? People like you are mud, can't support a wall. Saying that, Shu dragged Shen Feng away forcibly, cursing as he walked. The world is getting worse, and there are such people appearing in broad daylight. Can't the relevant departments take care of it? Really, I don't know. Shame. Chu Qiaoan followed behind, and quietly took out a pen to record. Shu said today that she is Shen Feng's boyfriend, and she is not embarrassed. Sima Zhao's heart is clearly revealed. Shen Feng was really angry when he saw Shu, and smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that Shu, who was so calm, would become so angry after a few words at this time. He couldn't help feeling funny, and then the three continued to go. Walking forward, Shu did not let go of the hands holding Shen Feng's arm, as if she had forgotten, and continued to walk ahead with a cold face. After walking for 2 hours, Shen Feng finally arrived at the downstairs of his house. Unfortunately, he didn't bring the house key, so he had to wait downstairs until someone came out of the building before he took the opportunity to enter the building. It's useless in normal times, but it's too useful to stop people who don't have keys. Shen Feng also pushed away Shu's arm holding him at this time, and said solemnly, please respect yourself. Afterwards, Shen Feng came to the door of the house and knocked on the door gently. Not long after, the door opened with a squeak. At this time, Shen Feng also saw his mother appearing in front of him, and said quickly, Mom, I came back. Liping thought she was from the neighborhood committee before opening the door, but when she opened the door, she found that the son she had been thinking about turned out to be in front of her. Immediately, she couldn't help crying. Holding Shen Feng in his arms, he said, you are finally back. I have been outside for so long, and I worry about you every day. Shen Feng hurriedly comforted his mother, and diverted his attention by the way, I'm fine, I'm fine. I haven't seen you for a few months, so it can't be like this. By the way, where are my dad and my sister? He Liping cried for 2 minutes, finally stopped crying, and explained, your father can only come back once a month. As for your sister, she hasn't got off work yet, come in quickly. While talking, he Liping saw the two women standing behind Shen Feng, and couldn't help asking, Feng, who are they? Shen Feng quickly introduced, these two are my friends. This is Yu Rinshu. She has a PhD. She is absolutely highly educated. In addition, this is Chu Chaoyan. She studies literature. Yu Rinshu and Chu Chaoyan nodded quickly and said, hi auntie, we are Shen Feng's friends. Oh, come in quickly, don't just stand there. He Liping quickly wiped away the tears on her face. She shed a lot of tears when she saw her son just now, and now she found that there was an outsider present at this time, so she quickly paid attention. After wiping away the tears, he hurriedly called the two of them, and after Shen Feng walked into the house, he found that there was no significant change in the house, but after a closer look, there was not much rice in the kitchen, so he frowned. He Liping quickly explained, the food and other things have been managed uniformly, but it's okay. At night, your sister will come back with rice and vegetables, which is enough for entertaining guests. Yu Rinshu quickly took the plastic bag in her hand and said, auntie, here is something to eat, please accept it if you don't mind it. Yu Rinshu was very glad that she had prepared gifts when she came here. Although what she brought was some worthless food, but now the food in Rongcheng is under control, so the worthless food has become more precious instead, and Chu Chaoyan seeing this scene, he quickly delivered the canned food in his hand. He Liping accepted the presents with a smile, and was ready to start cooking. Ever since the outbreak of zombies, He Liping has always been missing her son, wondering if his son will be in danger outside. Will he be bitten by zombies? Will he be deceived by bad guys? So she often wakes up in a dream, because she always dreams that her son is being bullied in other places. When the zombies broke out, she didn't have time to call to inquire, but the person who answered the phone was Shen Feng's senior sister, and she didn't know if her son could be taken care of afterwards. Shen Feng managed to contact her, and she finally felt relieved, thinking that her son's safety was finally guaranteed. But the distance between the two places was hundreds of miles, and Li Liping still missed her son very much, but she could only wait until the end of the world. We can only meet each other in typing, and now Shen Feng suddenly appeared, finally reassuring her, and at this time Shen Feng also seems to have grown taller and more handsome, and besides, there are two beautiful girls beside him. After Shen Feng arrived in Rongcheng, his mobile phone already had a signal. He wanted to call his senior sister, but he learned something from his mother, that is, there are only 2 hours at noon and 6 o'clock in the evening. You can make calls during certain hours, but you cannot get through the rest of the time. If there is something particularly urgent, you can only go to the official telephone office and spend half a caddy of rice to make a 10-minute call. There is no other way. This is too sloppy. Shen Feng couldn't help complaining when he heard this. He didn't expect that even calls would be charged. It's obvious that the financial system has collapsed, and now the money can only be used for food. I came to settle the bill, but in the end, I have to charge the phone bill for the phone call. Isn't this too harsh? He Liping was also very helpless, and said, this is a regulation that was only promulgated in the last 2 weeks, and we can't do anything about it. The main reason is that there are too many people calling recently, and the situation of sinal occupation is particularly serious, so we can only issue this regulation. The worst policy. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, should there be restrictions on electricity and water usage? You know this. There is indeed a limit. There are regulations on how much electricity or water each household uses, and it's the same for everyone. He Liping explained. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. He had already decided in his heart that he must take his parents away. Although Rongcheng is safe, life here is really too hard. Food is limited, so communication, water and electricity are also restricted. This is too much? In Luzhou, with the existence of a power station, electricity consumption is very indifferent. As long as the lights are turned off on time, no one has ever cut electricity. Communication and other services are not provided except at night, and can be used during the day. In such a comparison, Shen Feng still thinks that it is the best choice to take the family away. It's just that his father is joining the army and his elder sister works in the government department. It seems that it is not a simple matter to take them away. Chapter 131 I am the bandit leader. Shen Feng took Yuren and Chu Chaoyan to sit in the living room, chatting nonchalantly, and Li Liping kept asking. She really wanted to know how Shen Feng was doing outside, but Shen Feng downplayed it. He said, "It's nothing, just led a group of people to fight, killed a bunch of zombies, and then recovered Luz Hao." Liping shook her head helplessly, and said, "It's not that simple, you just don't tell the truth." Shen Feng smiled and said, "I'm really not lying, I'm really relaxed outside, you're just worrying, I'm such a big person, of course I can take care of myself." However, Chu Chaoyan started to disrupt the situation. She walked slowly to Shen Feng's side and sat down, then quickly lifted up Shen Feng's clothes, and said, "Auntie, look, the scars on Shen Feng's body are proof. It was dangerous twice and almost died." Shen Feng didn't expect Chu Chaoyan to do such a thing, and the clothes on his body were lifted off by surprise. Shen Feng panicked, so he quickly pressed Chu Chaoyan's hand and explained to his mother, "She talking nonsense, I will take her to talk alone." Afterwards, Shen Feng grabbed Chu Chaoyan and went back to his room, cursing in a low voice, "Can you stop making trouble? I didn't want my family to worry about it, it's good for you, let me shake it all out. If you wait later, if you talk nonsense again, I will beat you." "Didn't you say you don't beat women?" Chu Chaoyan said weakly, "I don't hit people in front of others, but if you push me too hard, I will." Shen Feng said seriously. Chu Chaoyan quickly said, "I know you don't want your parents to worry, but you also need to know that if you don't tell the truth, they may be more worried. Parents don't wait for their parents. In the apocalypse, accidents may happen anytime and anywhere, so, for parents, you should tell the truth or tell the truth." Hearing this explanation, Shen Feng had to shake his head and sigh, and said, "Many people think this is the end, I don't believe it. As long as all the zombies are killed, the world will basically be peaceful, and even mutated animals cannot threaten them. Human beings, therefore, are not as dangerous as you think, and sometimes, parents cannot be worried." Chu Chaoyan pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but she felt that Shen Feng really treated his parents as outsiders by doing this, and he didn't even want to talk about his bitter experiences outside. Isn't it a bit too much? Chu Chaoyan himself was unable to contact his parents because of the outbreak of zombies, and he probably died outside. That's why she found out the feeling of losing her parents. It was completely rootless duckweed, and she couldn't find the speed at all. Now that she saw Shen Feng not telling the truth, she couldn't help but push him, but she didn't expect Shen Feng also has his own explanation. Seeing that Chu Chaoyan stopped talking, Shen Feng thought that his threat had worked, so Shen Feng walked out of his room, ready to continue talking with his mother. However, the moment Shen Feng walked out of the room, he was surprised to find that Yuren Shu was sitting beside his mother. At the same time, she lifted off the clothes on her body, pointed to the wound on her abdomen and said, "At that time, the sword pierced through my body, and then Shen Feng also pierced through. Fortunately, there were doctors at the base to help us sew up the wound, otherwise we would die." Shen Feng looked at Yuren Shu helplessly, and said, "Why are you making trouble too, you?" Yuren Shu hadn't opened her mouth yet, but Li Liping raised her head and accused Shen Feng, "What are you talking about? After going through such a dangerous thing, you still pretended nothing happened? Do you still think of me as your mother?" After finishing speaking, Li Liping still gently stroked the scars on Yuren Shu's body. Although the scars on Yuren Shu's body had become very light during the evolution, it seemed that Li Liping could still feel her son's scars when she was stroking her. The pain of being pierced by a long sword, speaking of it, is heartbreaking. Who would have thought that the two life-threatening situations Shen Feng encountered were all from humans, but the zombies did not bring Shen Feng any pain. What a threat at this time. Yuren Shu raised his head and raised his eyebrows at Shen Feng, as if provocative. Shen Feng had no choice but to sit aside, then turned on his mobile phone, and began to search for useful information on underground websites. He himself didn't want his parents to worry, so he brought Yuren Shu and Chu Chaoyan with him. These two women kept breaking the news. "It's really enough, if I knew it, I wouldn't bring them here." Chu Chaoyan found a large stack of comics in Shen Feng's room. She was just bored, so she took a few comics and walked out of the room to start watching. She unexpectedly discovered that comics are also quite interesting, and they are more intuitive than reading books. There are a lot of things, but comics also have shortcomings. There are many things that can be expressed in words that cannot be expressed in comics. In the evening, there was a knock on the door, and Shen Feng hurriedly got up to open the door. He guessed that it was his sister Shen Yu who had returned. Shen Feng gently opened the door, and then saw her elder sister outside the door. At this time, Shen Yu never thought that the person who opened the door for her was not her mother, but her younger brother Shen Feng. She was still holding a bag in her hand. Bag of rice and a few cabbages and tomatoes. When Shen Yu saw Shen Feng, she was taken aback at that time, then put down the injured thing, stretched out her hand to touch Shen Feng's face, and asked quickly, "When did you come back? Why not? Say, Shen." Yu touched Shen Feng's ears and said angrily, "You didn't listen to the first time I told you not to go to school in other places, but you can only go home now. Now you know you're wrong, don't you?" Shen Feng quickly said, "Sister, don't be like this, there are guests at home, you can save me a little face, besides, haven't I come back?" When Shen Feng decided to go to school in other places, his family was actually reluctant. After all, the whole family is in Rongcheng. The reason why he went to Luzhou was to get away from home, because in Shen Feng's view, staying at home seemed out of breath, so he chose to change to a new place to go to school and experience a new life. However, Shen Feng doesn't plan to care about the past anymore. After all, if he hadn't gone to Luzhou, he definitely wouldn't have seen his senior, and what he would have missed would be a perfect love. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Shen Feng feels that his current situation is not bad, at least he can make decisions about his own life. Shen Feng picked up the rice and vegetables on the ground, and brought his sister back home. At this time, Shen Yu also saw two strange girls sitting in his home. Immediately, Shen Yu began to guess that these two women, which one is the sibling? I heard that the younger brother likes the senior sister, which means that the younger brother must be a slightly older girl. Yuren Shu and Chu Qiaoan also quickly looked at Shen Yu at the door, only to see a woman with shawl and long hair walking in from the door. She looked a little like Shen Feng in appearance. She was wearing a round neck sweater and her lower body was leggings. The figure is perfectly outlined. It seems that this is Shen Feng's sister. Both Yuren Shu and Chu Qiaoan couldn't help observing carefully, as if they wanted to remember Shen Yu's appearance after that. He Liping was going to cook. Yuren Shu and Chu Qiaoan hurried to help in the kitchen, while Shen Yu sat beside Shen Feng and talked. What Shen Yu was most curious about was who the younger siblings were, so he quickly asked, "Those two girls, who is your senior sister? Is it the woman with the big breasts?" Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Then you guess, Shen." Yu pointed at Yuren Shu, and said softly, "Then I guess it's her, she looks older." Shen Feng shook his head, "It's not her, she is my friend, a doctor, Shen." Yu suddenly realized, pointing to Chu Qiaoan in the kitchen, said, "It seems that the younger sister is her, it seems that she is about the same age as you." Shen Feng was still shaking his head, and said, "She is also my friend, the granddaughter of a professor, and she knows something about literature and history, Shen." Yu frowned, stretched out her hand to pinch Shen Feng's ear, and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that your senior sister didn't come? You kept me guessing for a long time. Why didn't you bring your daughter-in-law back home? Instead, you brought two friends. Do you want to be a big carrot?" Shen Feng quickly explained, "Don't pinch my ears. If you pinch my ears again, I will be soft. I came to Rongcheng this time to fight a war. After the war, I will go back to Luzhou. My senior sister is still guarding Luzhou. So I couldn't bring her back, Shen." Yu also suddenly remembered at this time. It seems that as mentioned above, there will be a battle with zombies after a while. Then Shen Yu thought of Shen Feng's current identity, frowned, and said, "I thought you returned Rongcheng is for the sake of abandoning the dark and turning to the bright. I didn't expect that you just came to fight. I am really disappointed." As she said that, Shen Yu also had an unhappy look on her face. In fact, she thought that her younger brother would stay after returning to Rongcheng, but she didn't expect that Shen Feng would only come here for a short time, so it was obvious that she would go back. However, after hearing what my sister said, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "Sister, you said that you thought I was turning from darkness to light. What do you mean? When did I become dark?" At this time, Shen Yu also realized that what he just said was wrong, so he explained in a low voice, "I tell you, you must not go out and talk nonsense. In fact, you civil organizations are considered by the people above to be rebellious officials. Thieves, because you seem to have regained the city, but you have retained a particularly strong autonomy, so it is difficult to command. You are all careerists, and now the higher authorities are not planning to attack you because the enemy is a zombie." When Shen Feng heard this, He couldn't help frowning immediately, and said, I'm a traitor. I really don't understand. Obviously I didn't get any support, and I led people to recover the city, but the above in people's eyes, he is actually a traitor. Shen Yu quickly said, you just need to know about this matter, don't talk nonsense when you go out. Besides, I advise you to bring your daughter-in-law back to Rongcheng as soon as possible after you return to Luzhou, and stand firmly with us in the future. Absolutely nothing wrong. When Shen Feng heard this, a mocking look appeared on his face, and he said, standing with you? Just like you, water and electricity are limited every day, communication is limited, and you still have to work all day? If so, I will not come to Rongcheng. When Shen Yu heard what his younger brother said, he immediately became angry. He stared at Shen Feng and said, don't you understand? You non-governmental organizations are like bandits. If you don't obey the orders from above, you will be wiped out sooner or later. It's not too late to turn back. I think, sister, you have been brainwashed. Looking at her angry face, Shen Feng said calmly, in your opinion, groups that don't accept knowledge are bandits, but have you ever thought about those people at the bottom? The weak at the bottom are all waiting for rescue, but the rescue has not arrived. And the group that regained the city, the original wish was to save themselves, and now you call it a bandit. Do you think your condescending attitude is appropriate? Self-help is of course no problem, but if you form a government yourself and don't accept command, then it is definitely a rebellion. Is this a bandit or something? Shen Yu did not back down, but continued, the country will not give up on anyone. No one will be abandoned, and it will take time to recover every city. As long as you believe in the country will eventually rescue. A sneer appeared on Shen Feng's face, and then he asked, then tell me, why did you recover the cities first? Instead of the countryside first? Why did you recover the eastern region first instead of the western region? Why did you recover the plains first, and not the countryside? Not a mountain? What do you think, Shen? You didn't expect her younger brother to ask this question. She really didn't expect it, so she could only perfunctorily say, that must come first. First come first, you can't force. Enough. Shen Feng said in a deep voice, if you don't know why, let me tell you, because people also have classes. The resources available in rural areas are destined to be inferior to those in cities, and the West is naturally inferior in the East. The poor are always inferior to the rich. Now that you have a job, you think I am a bandit, but have you ever thought that the world itself is unfair, so you have no right to ask others to do something? I will not return to Rongcheng in the future, I will go to Luzhou, and I will lead a group of people to pursue the life I want. Speak brightly, in fact, you folk groups can do anything. Shen Yu was also angry, her voice gradually increased, and she pointed to Shen Feng's nose and said, I have read a lot of materials, many so-called the survivor base is just exploiting the bottom-level people. Some supernatural beings are not satisfied with having 3 wives and 4 concubines, and they are still arresting beautiful women as maids everywhere. Some people casually kill the weak, and some people they are spreading cults and bewitching others to bury their lives. These are all things done by non-government groups. Shen Feng sneered, it's just a generalization. At least in Luzhou, I protected the elderly and children. I built a city wall to protect people from the threat of zombies. I saved people everywhere just to save people from suffering. No one starved to death. No one died. One is turned away. I do good things, the result is bandits in your mouth. Don't see where you live? The resources are not enough. Young men are sent to other provinces to fight. Now met crisis, call me over to fight together, and even the camp will be monitored. Is this what you call a good place? That's better than your so-called non-governmental organizations. Shen Yu said unconvinced, the position I am standing in is absolutely correct. No matter how resourceless Rongcheng is, it is also to save more people. Rongcheng has already saved thousands of people. Thousands of people. Young men go out of the province to rescue others, but it is a non-governmental organization like you that does not make much contribution, but often asks for resources, which is completely causing trouble for the country. In the living room, Shen Yu and Shen Feng began to argue, while in the kitchen, He Liping was still cooking slowly. Yu Renshu couldn't help asking, should I go and persuade them? Why is the family still arguing? He Liping smiled and said, their siblings have been like this since they were young. Don't worry about it. As long as they don't fight, it's fine. They will return to normal after dinner. Hearing this, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but said, the relationship between the two siblings is really good. Of course He Liping knows her daughter and son best, so no matter what these two people are talking about, she doesn't care. Anyway, these two guys will always fight. When they were young, they would fight when they were watching TV, and they will recover soon in the previous situation. I will not be angry forever. Chapter 132 Differentiation Means. When it was time for dinner, the knock on the door rang again. Shen Feng quickly went to open the door. He opened the door and found a man in military uniform standing outside the door. Looking carefully, it turned out that his father was here, so quickly asked, Dad, don't you only take a break once a month? Why did you come back today? Hearing this, Shen Xin showed a smile on his tanned face, and then said, it was the chief who asked me to come back. He said you came to Rongcheng, so he asked me to come back for a reunion for one night. I still have to return to the team tomorrow morning. Of hearing such an answer, Shen Feng finally solved the doubts in his heart, and immediately took his father home, and said with a smile, it seems that this time we are father and son soldiers. I didn't expect to be together now. Opportunity to fight. You. Rinshu and Chu Qiaoyan greeted Shen Feng's father quickly when they saw Shen Feng's father, but when Shen Xin knew that these two girls were not daughter-in-law, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment on his face. He still wanted to see Shen Feng. When it came to the daughter-in-law, I urged the two children to raise the next generation as soon as possible, but it was a pity that I couldn't see it. The whole family sat at the dinner table happily, and Rinshu and Chu Qiaoyan were warmly received. He Liping and Shen Xin kept serving food for the two girls, which made them feel very embarrassed, because they always felt that they were in Sangfin. Shen Feng himself didn't feel any difference. When he returned home, he felt comfortable. It is impossible for Shen Xin to drink alcohol in the military camp, so after he returned home, it was rare for him to be able to drink alcohol, and wine is one bottle less. Now it is a troubled time, and the food problem is particularly serious. Now the food is brewed, it is already not allowed, and the wineries have been closed, so it is not easy to drink in the future while drinking, Shen Xin said with emotion. Who would have thought that there would be a strange virus infecting humans? Now most of the people have turned into zombies, and we can only kill these zombies. What a crime. I am in my 40s. There are almost 50 people, and they have to go to the battlefield. Shen Feng asked, could it be that young people have already gone to the battlefield? Who will do the farming in the future? Shen Xin nodded and said, young men are all going to the battlefield to kill zombies. There are too many cities in the eastern region, and there are not enough soldiers. Young people can only go to the battlefield, but not all of them go to the battlefield. There are still some young men people have to work. As for farming, it is said that mechanized farming will be used. Shen Feng nodded and asked, then how many evolutionaries are there in your army? Will evolution potions be mass-produced? When Shen Xin heard his son's question, he suddenly stopped drinking, looked at Shen Feng carefully, and asked with a frown, are you kidding me? Don't think that I will tell you everything. As long as it is confidential, I will tell you everything. Nothing will be said. Shen Feng didn't expect his father to misunderstand himself. He actually just wanted to ask about this matter, so he quickly explained, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say, if you are not evolutionists, I will give you the evolution potion. I am not going to inquire about the situation of the army. As he spoke, Shen Feng quickly took out 3 small bottles from his body in order to prove that he was not lying. These 3 small bottles were sealed with rubber stoppers to ensure the isolation of the air, and the medicine in the bottles was pink. Only then did Shen Xin realize that he had misunderstood. Shen Xin quickly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. In fact, the content about the evolution has always been kept secret. Except for the high-level and research institute personnel, no one can spread the content of the evolution. I didn't expect you to have the evolution potion. Shen Feng quickly said, it's okay, you can drink the evolution potion after dinner. It's best to keep this matter a secret, don't tell anyone. Shen Feng originally planned to drink the supernatural potion for his family, but when he left Luzhou, Shen Feng didn't expect that he would rush to Rongcheng, so he didn't bring the supernatural potion, and now he can only give the evolution potion to family members. Anyway, the supernatural potion can be given out later. Both He Liping and Shen Yu nodded and agreed, while Shen Xin hesitated for a while before nodding in agreement. Shen Xin's identity is already different. He is not only a father, but also a soldier, and he has to obey orders most of the time. At this time, Rinshu also took the opportunity to give away a pair of bracelets of her own. Not to be outdone, Chu Chaoyan presented a diamond necklace. He Liping and Shen Yu's mother and daughter were very happy to see these two gifts, although it is now a troubled time. Emeralds and diamonds are worthless, but this is a gift from Shen Feng's friends, and they still like it very much. In fact, at this time, even the value of gold has become lower, because the currency system has long since collapsed, and today's hard currency is food, and if it is still counted, it is cloth. Apart from these two things, none of them can be regarded as currency. Paper money is waste paper and can be used to burn fire. Electronic currency is directly abolished, and it cannot even be used to burn fire. While Shen Feng was eating at home, General Wei and Jin Zijia were staying alone in the room. This room was not airtight, but as long as the door was closed, no one else could get in. It is impossible for others to hear the content of the conversation, and there are special people guarding outside the door. General Wei first asked, "I let you test Shen Feng today, what do you think?" Jin Zijia was sitting upright at this time, and quickly replied, "Shen Feng must be very strong. At that time, my electric current was enough to paralyze a second-level supernatural user, but Shen Feng can break free in an instant and then retreat. If there's a fight, I may not be able to catch him. If I don't catch him, my ability won't be too effective." Jin Zijia's ability is to manipulate electric current, but his ability is also limited. Now he is a third-level ability user. Although he can let the current flow out of his body, the power will inevitably weaken, so Jin Zijia has always been the way of fighting is to catch the enemy. As long as he can catch the enemy, he can use the electric current to paralyze the opponent in an instant. If the opponent's physique is not good, he can even be electrocuted to death on the spot. Hearing such an answer, General Wei couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional, and said, "There are too many large and small non-governmental organizations today, but many of these non-governmental organizations occupy cities, such as Shen Feng, who can't help but occupy cities. The city by the Yangtze River is still a powerful supernatural being, so it must be difficult to command in the future." Jin Zijia suggested, "I don't think you need to worry. No matter how strong a supernatural person is, they won't be able to hold a cannonball." "God, General." Wei frowned and shook his head when he heard such an answer, and said, "Even if these supernatural beings can't hold the missiles, as long as we can't lock their positions, we can't deal an effective blow, so it's best not to use force. It wouldn't be good if these supernatural beings are pushed into a hurry and they all start assassination." Jin Zijia frowned. If it was a direct confrontation, the supernatural beings would certainly not be able to withstand the attack of the army, and they didn't even need to dispatch the army, just let the missiles aim at the target. It would be bad for those with abilities to start assassinating them. Although Jin Zijia was General Wei's bodyguard, he had no choice but to deal with the assassination. After all, he was inexperienced, and if he accidentally protected him, it would be dangerous. However, at this time, General Wei picked up the information on the table. The information was about Luzhou City Lord's mansion, and the information of the main personnel could be seen here. Not only Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, but even Chu Yangbian, Yuren Shu, and even Tu Zuhui's information are all in here. It seems that it can only be divided and disintegrated. General Wei said, looking at the information. Jin Zijia was a little puzzled, looked at the general and asked, "Is there a chance, General?" Wei nodded and said, "You can give it a try. For example, Yuren Shu is from Yanjing. She came to Luzhou by chance. Her family members are all in Yanjing, so we can contact Yanjing. If people in this area can find Yuren Shu's family, then the problem can be solved." When Jin Zijia heard this, he nodded quickly and said, "I understand. I'll send someone to investigate later and try to find Yuren Shu's parents. If they can't find them, then there's nothing I can do, General." Wei looked at Shen Feng on the information, shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's a pity that such an outstanding young man is not a soldier. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness of the army will definitely increase. It's a pity that he is a so-called non-governmental organization. Leaders, we can only find ways to weaken them." Jin Zijia also understands why General Wei sighed, because people with supernatural powers are rare in the first place. There are more than 500 people with supernatural abilities discovered in the world, and many of them have useless abilities. It is to let the hair grow continuously. These abilities are not helpful for the battle at all. And third-tier supernatural beings are even rarer. There are many supernatural beings in the country, and a few third-tier supernatural beings have been sent out to protect important personnel. The rest of the supernatural beings are basically most of them are scattered among the people, and most of these people with supernatural powers have chosen to establish their own bases, which is completely a separatist attitude. General Wei put down the information in his hand, and sighed. Now the world is in chaos. Under the rampant zombies, there are always ambitious people appearing. For example, in North America, there are people who have learned to be invisible to assassinate army officials, and the army I can't catch it all the time. I can only install infrared surveillance, and all commanders have to hide in the secret room to avoid assassination. Jin Ziju quickly comforted, General, don't worry. Don't look at the large number of zombies, but these zombies basically have no intelligence. Even with the command of the Corpse King, it is impossible to defeat humans. Just wait a few years. Time, kill all the zombies, then the world will be peaceful. At that time, we will eradicate the careerists one by one, and that will be enough. General Wei sighed, I hope so. After quarreling with his sister, Shen Feng finally realized that he was just a bandit in the eyes of the officials. It is possible to change the mind of my sister, but it is also impossible to change the mind of others. As long as you have the autonomy, you will not obey orders late at night. Shen Feng's parents and sister drank the evolution potion and returned to the room, but Shen Feng's own room was occupied by Yu Renshu and Chu Chaoyan, so Shen Feng had to sleep on the sofa. Fortunately, he is already a third-level supernatural user, and his physique is no longer what it used to be. So even if the temperature is relatively low, Shen Feng does not feel cold. When Shen Feng was lying on the bed, she was always worried about her senior sister who was far away in Luxiao. She didn't know how she was facing 300,000 zombies. Although she had a satellite phone, she hadn't received a call yet. It means that Luxiao is safe, but Shen Feng is more or less worried about whether there will be that strange mutation among the zombies. If the city wall breaks through, wouldn't the people inside be particularly dangerous? Shen Feng thought a lot, and finally fell into deep sleep in the dead of night. Shen Feng didn't know that a big net had been quietly opened against him. If he didn't deal with it carefully, he would be caught by this net, and he wouldn't be able to run away even if he wanted to. Chapter 133 The Olive Branch of the Research Institute. On the second day, before Shen Feng woke up, the house became noisy, because Shen Feng's family members had all become evolutionaries, and their speed and strength had risen to a new level at this time, so they just woke up just yelling, happy for the power I can get. Among them, Shen Yu was the most surprised, and said with a sigh, I have heard that there are evolutionaries in the army, and I always thought it was no big deal. Now I am also an evolutionary, and I want to fight 10. Shen Feng opened his eyes helplessly, and saw the whole family chattering in the living room discussing speed and power. He couldn't help shaking his head, thinking silently, it seems that I won't be able to sleep in the future. It seems that after returning to the camp, need to catch up on sleep. Yu Renshu and Chu Qiaoan also started to get up and wash up. Shen Feng picked up his mobile phone to watch, and found the message sent by his senior sister, which read, Don't worry, everything is fine in Luxiao, please be careful outside. Shen Feng saw the text message, and finally felt relieved in his heart. Now Luxiao is not in danger, and his side is ready to fight. Li Ping made the noodles very quickly. Although there was no seasoning and only a little sugar was added, everyone ate them with great taste. After that, everyone went out one after another. Shen Feng was going to take Yu Renshu and Chu Chaoyan back to the camp. Shen Yu and Li Ping were going to work, and Shen Xin was going back to the barracks to continue preparing for the battle. Shen Feng bid farewell to his family, and planned to wait until after the battle was over, and everyone would gather for dinner again. Yu Renshu and Chu Qiaoan also expressed that they would come again in the future. When Shen Feng came to the camp with his two daughters, he found that there were people sneaking around not far away. It seemed that there was nothing unusual, but these people walked around the camp and did not leave. This is very obvious, these people are specially monitoring. Shen Feng saw through the purpose of these people, but did not stop them, just monitor them. After the war, he took his family and left. Time will never come back. Although the safety of Rongcheng can be guaranteed, it is very tiring to survive. Everyone needs to work, and if they don't work, they will have nothing to eat. They didn't want to do idle work, but chose to stand on the side of the street. Their bodies are the most basic capital. Just like what the woman said yesterday, they can make money while lying down. Why do they need to make money while standing? Don't you feel tired? Shen Feng does not want his family to live in such a tiring place, so he is going to take his family with him when he leaves, not to mention that he is not allowed to resign for less than a year. In this chaotic period, The only way to bring his family is by his side, only then can it be well protected. This is what Shen Feng thinks. After returning to the camp, Shen Feng found a place to sleep. He was worried about the safety of Luzhao last night, so he didn't sleep well. However, in the morning, Shen Feng's parents and sister were making noise. He just woke up, and now Shen Feng just wants to find a quiet place to catch up on sleep. As for Yu Rinshu, a man in a formal suit came to the door, and he said something like this: "Hello, DRU, we contacted your mother in Yanjing. She is still alive. If it is convenient for you, you can follow me. Let's go together. I can help you contact your mother right away." Yu Rinshu couldn't help frowning when she heard this, and asked, "Who are you? Why should I believe your words?" When Yu Rinshu heard the news about her mother, she was still very excited, but she didn't lose her mind. Now that she doesn't know the specific situation of her parents, she can't leave just because of a stranger's one-sided words. Besides, if it's a liar, wouldn't it be dangerous? The man didn't lie either, because he immediately found the photo in the folder he carried with him, and the middle-aged woman in the photo was actually Yu Rinshu's mother. It's wet. She hasn't seen her mother for a long time. She was always worried about the safety of her home, but she couldn't get in touch on the phone, so Yu Rinshu was almost desperate, thinking that her parents died on the day the zombies broke out. But he didn't expect that he could hear the news from his mother at this time. The man continued to introduce, "My name is Zhang Guangyao, and I am a member of the intelligence department. I heard that you are a doctor who studies microbes. Then I invite you to join on behalf of the Rongcheng Research Institute. I hope you can contribute your strength in the research institute." Yu Rinshu heard this at this time, and immediately reacted, and asked, "Could it be that if I don't enter the research institute, you won't help me contact my mother? Is that so?" "Of course not." Zhang Guangyao quickly explained, "We will never use this matter to threaten you. We just think that talents like you can only display their true talents in the research institute. If possible, I can bring you. I want you to contact your mother now." Yu Rinshu hesitated for a moment, thinking that this matter seemed not easy. Why was there no one to help her contact her mother before? But now that she has come to Rongcheng, there is someone dedicated to contact her? And the other party is still inviting me to enter the research institute. If I agree, won't I have to leave Shen Feng's side? However, at this time, Yu Rinshu also understood that if he wanted to successfully contact his mother, he could only go through the intelligence department. So, Yu Rinshu asked Zhang Guangyao to wait at the same place, and then she was going to discuss with Shen Feng, and Shen Feng was sleeping in a separate room at this time. The gatekeeper stopped Yu Rinshu. Yu Rinshu could only let him tell, "If I have something to do, I have to leave the camp first, and I will probably come back at night." After asking the gatekeeper to tell this sentence, Yu Rinshu couldn't wait to follow Zhang Guangyao and left the camp. She knew that she was already a third-level supernatural user, and ordinary people could not hurt herself at all, so now she has someone who can contact her. If you get a chance to be a mother, you must seize it. Yu Rinshu quickly followed Zhang Guangyao out of the camp, and then went to an office building, where many people were sitting in front of the computer, as if they were collecting information. Then, Yu Rinshu successfully contacted her mother by phone, and Yu Rinshu couldn't wait to ask her father's whereabouts, but her mother was silent for a while, and then said, "Your father turned into a zombie, and after that, he was beaten to death." When Yu Rinshu heard such an answer, she couldn't help but started to cry. On the other end of the phone, her mother was also crying. The family finally got in touch, but the family was already broken. Yu Rinshu cried for a while, thought of something, and quickly said, "Mom, you wait in Yanjing first. I will definitely go back, don't worry." However, Zhang Guangyao said at this time, "Don't bother, doctor. As long as you agree to join the research institute, we will send a special plane to pick up your mother, and then your mother and daughter will be reunited. Wouldn't it be better? Besides, you don't have to go to the battlefield anymore." Yu Rinshu didn't talk to Zhang Guangyao, but comforted her mother and hung up the phone. Yu Rinshu knew that once she joined the research institute, she would have nothing to do with Shen Feng. Since then, Yu Rinshu was not reconciled. She obviously liked it. The only one is Shen Feng. Why should we separate? If possible, Yu Rinshu would like to take her mother to live in Luzhao, but this is impossible. Luzhao does not have a special plane to pick up her mother. Only Rongcheng can send her mother to her side. However, after joining the research institute, that is a clean break with Shen Feng, Yu Rinshu started to change the subject and asked, "Can I visit the research institute?" Zhang Guangyao nodded and said seriously, Of course, I can take you to the research institute right now, but you can't enter the laboratory, you can only watch from a distance outside, and you have no right to view the materials in the laboratory. Of course, Yurin-Shu doesn't want to know where she will work in the future, and she doesn't want to know what the job content is. What she wants to do is to delay the time. She is very conflicted now, with Shen Feng on one side and her mother on the other. She didn't want to give up. Shen Feng was her lifesaver, who reached out to help her when she needed it the most, and her mother worked hard to bring her up. Both sides are hard to break people. Yurin-Shu's heart is particularly entangled. I don't know how to choose soon. Yurin-Shu followed Zhang Guangyao to the research institute, and the vice president of the research institute personally led Yurin-Shu to visit many of the laboratories. In these laboratories, some are specialized in researching zombie viruses, some are researching zombies, some are researching mutant beasts, some of them are even specialized in researching mutant plants. It seems that they want to use mutant plants to cultivate new types of food crops. Finally, the vice president brought Yurin-Shu to a laboratory like an assembly line, pointed to the bottles and jars and said, "This is the place where evolution medicine is produced. If you join us, you will also work here in the future. Research and make better evolution potions." When Yurin-Shu heard this, she was startled and asked, "Do you know that I made the evolution potion?" Xiao has been producing evolution potions on a small scale, but this matter has always been kept secret. Shen Feng also strictly forbids the people below to tell about evolution potions, so there are very few people who know that Xiao can produce evolution potions. And even fewer people know that the evolution potion was made by Yurin-Shu. At this time, Yurin-Shu discovered that the matter of the evolution potion seemed to have been known long ago, and she immediately guessed in her heart, could it be possible that there are traitors in Xiao? Otherwise, how could this matter be known to others? Zhang Guangyao smiled and said, "It's not a secret, because we knew about it a long time ago, so it's impossible for you to hide it." Shen Feng thinks that the secrecy measures are good, but in fact what we want to know, it only takes one day to know the content. Yurin-Shu was silent. She didn't expect that a lot of information about Xiao had already been collected, and it was collected a long time ago. The most important point is that Shen Feng hadn't noticed it before. Doesn't this mean that Xiao there is no secret at all? Perhaps even the trade between Xiao and Steel City has long been paid attention to, but Shen Feng thought it was a secret. "Doctor, how are you? Are you considering joining the research institute? We believe that only in the research institute can your talents be brought into full play." Zhang Guangyao said with a smile. At this time, the vice president also took advantage of the opportunity to invite Yurin-Shu to join. To this, Yurin-Shu could only reply, "Please give me a little time, I want to think about it." Of course there is no problem. Please consider patiently. I believe that the research institute is your final destination. Zhang Guangyao said confidently. Zhang Guangyao knows that Yurin-Shu will definitely agree to join in the end. Yurin-Shu has already seen the scale of the research institute, so if Yurin-Shu wants to have a better development prospect, she must work in the research institute. Knowing that Xiao's strength is not good, why do you want to stay in a place that is doomed to have no future? Rongcheng is obviously a better place, whether it is security or treatment. As long as you enter the research institute, you will have everything you expect. And when Yurin-Shu saw the scale of the research institute, she thought of her mother in the eyes. It is said that her mother had to go to work in the factory every day. She was a white-collar worker before, and she couldn't lift her shoulders or hands. Now she can only work in the factory. Said that life must be very hard. If she can be received in Rongcheng, then she will be safer, and the salary of the researcher is enough to support her mother. Suddenly, Yurin-Shu became entangled. She didn't know how she left the research institute. She returned to the camp in a daze. It was already dusk, and her heart was also very heavy. She always felt that no matter how she chose, there was no perfect answer. Period. Shen Feng was chatting and laughing with Chu Qiaoan on the rooftop at this time. It was rare for him to live in peace now. He didn't need to fight zombies, and he didn't need to work, so the two of them chatted and laughed on the rooftop when they had nothing to do. Shen Feng's literary quality is really not very good, so it is impossible to discuss the content of literature with Chu Qiaoan, but to make colorful jokes one after another. Usually, Chu Qiaoan can't react in a short time, and wait until the reaction. "It's been a while since I came here, smelly. Shameless guy." Chu Qiaoan was very angry at this. "The jokes you know are really vulgar, so can't you tell something serious, you?" Speak very elegantly, but it's not funny at all. You always talk about homonyms, and I can't find a laugh. Shen Feng said with a smile. Chu Chaoyan said unhappily, what kind of jokes are you talking about? They're either pooping or pissing off or playing around with flirting. It's really vulgar, just like you. You don't understand this. If it's not vulgar, human beings can't even reproduce. Then so and so, it seems that Confucius is still saying the one who eats sex is also sex. Shen Feng found strong evidence at a critical moment, so I immediately said it as evidence. You see, even saints are supporting my point of view. Why don't you support it? Are you disconnecting from the crowd? Chu Chaoyan blushed and didn't want to explain these things, then turned her head to look at the scenery, only to find Yuan Shu, who walked in from the outside in a daze, and couldn't help saying, aren't you going to comfort the doctor? She is in a bad mood now, and she doesn't know what happened. What? Chapter 134 Luzhou Defensive Battle. Under the city of Luzhou, the zombies have already begun to attack. 300,000 zombies surrounded the city walls of Luzhou like iron barrels. It is impossible to leave Luzhou except by flying a plane, and the zombies started quickly. After the attack, tens of thousands of zombies started to attack the city wall. The wave of corpses slammed into the city wall fiercely, and immediately spread out like a tide hitting a stone. The city wall was safe and sound, but the zombies were bloodied after that. The zombies began to climb up at the root of the city wall, but all this was in vain. It is difficult for ordinary people to climb the city wall even if they have tools. Now how can these zombies climb from the bottom of the wall to the wall with their bare hands? So the zombies keep sliding down. However, the zombies did not give up either. They used the unique method of zombies and started stacking arhats one by one. The zombies in the back stepped on the zombies in front and moved forward, and the zombies in the back continued to move forward. The zombies are still climbing at this time. The soldiers on the city wall also started to attack. These soldiers were recruited temporarily. They just learned how to shoot and went to the battlefield. What they faced were 300,000 zombies. At this time, the soldiers, they were all extremely terrified in their hearts, but in order to save their own lives, they could only keep attacking, shooting and killing the zombies. The bullets fell like rain, and if the zombies wanted to continue climbing, they had to be killed, and there were too many corpses of the dead zombies. These corpses were piled up under the city wall, and once again became the stairs for the zombies to climb behind. The soldiers were also very afraid of this, for fear that one day the corpses of the dead zombies would pile up into a slope, and the zombies would climb up along these slopes too. Zuhui was not worried about this. He roughly calculated the number of these zombies and the perimeter of the city wall, and said confidently, don't worry, even if all these zombies die, they can't pile up on a slope. What I'm most worried about right now is the city gate. Chang Jianyi nodded. Wearing smart clothes and holding a rifle in both hands, she said slowly, as long as these soldiers can hold on, it is impossible for zombies to enter through the city wall. As for the city gate, people have already blocked the doorway with ruins. The zombies attack from all directions, that is, they attack the city wall from 6 directions together. There is no so-called main attack point at all. In this way, the attacking force of the zombies is also dispersed, because the zombies attacking from 6 directions are not scattered. Without causing danger to the soldiers, it is impossible for these zombies to climb to the top of the city wall and be killed by bullets. In fact, Josiah Oxio also made a suggestion, that is to burn the golden juice on the city wall. The people who defended the city in ancient times did this. Scooping a spoonful of hot golden juice and pouring it down, even if the attacking people would not be burned, death will also be infected to death. After all, the golden juice is a biochemical weapon. However, this suggestion was rejected by Chang Jianyi. It wasn't that the suggestion was bad, but that it was unnecessary. The plague was already spreading among the 300,000 zombies. What kind of infection is more terrifying than the plague? So, even the plague failed to kill these zombies below. Why use golden juice? Besides, with 5,000 rifles and millions of bullets, it is not easy to defend Luzhou. Why use the ancient method to defend the city? Chang Jianyi specially formed a 500-man supervising team, all standing behind with rifles. Their mission is not to kill zombies, but to kill those who want to escape, because once the front line collapses and no one is defending the city, then the zombies will be piled up. Those who can enter the city wall, Chang Jianyi must ensure that the soldiers stay on the city wall, and at the moment when the zombies attacked the city, some soldiers did start to flee, and there were quite a few soldiers who fled. The 30 or so soldiers seemed to have negotiated, and they all started to turn around and run away, but the supervisory team led by Yin Li didn't care about these things. Directly took the rifle and started shooting, and the 30 people who fled were killed on the spot. Immediately, the others no longer dared to run away, for fear of being killed by the supervising team behind them. If it really became like this, it would be too wrong. A middle-aged man in his 40s complained in a low voice, "No wonder people in ancient times would rather pretend to be dead than run away." It turns out that there is a team of supervisors. The soldier next to him hurriedly asked, "Then shall we also pretend to be dead?" When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help frowning, and scolded, "Are you stupid? Playing dead in front of zombies? Do you think it's hard for zombies to eat, and you still have to send them to your door? Zombies, even their kind, eat. If you pretend to be dead, the zombies will just eat some fresh meat." The young soldier also reacted when he heard this, and finally he could only say helplessly, "It seems that there is no other possibility except fighting." The middle-aged man also said, "Be careful when fighting. The most dangerous ones are the speed zombies. This kind of zombie is not easy to aim at. You can only shoot them. If you are lucky, you can shoot them to death. If you are not lucky, you will die." "Is you?" the young soldier asked in a low voice. "Isn't it forbidden to shoot from above?" The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, slapped the young soldier on the head, and said, "Are you stupid? You still care about this at a critical moment of life and death? If you don't kill the zombies, you will be the one who dies. How many bullets are consumed? What's the matter at 1 o'clock? At most, the top will starve you. If you don't shoot, you will be the one who died." "Oh, so that's the case. What's your name, for uncle?" The young soldier finally understood, so he hurriedly asked him for advice. The middle-aged man curled his lips and said, "You can just call me Lao Zhou. As for the name, it's just a code name, don't worry about it." Such a sentence from Lao Zhou immediately aroused the admiration of the young soldiers. "I only felt that what Lao Zhou said was too meaningful, so I made up my mind to follow Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou must be a well-informed person. Maybe he is still the kind of hermit who came to fight on the city wall only when he was forced to. At this time, Chang Jianyi happened to bring people to patrol here." Lao Zhou quickly dipped in the blood of the zombies and wiped 2 handfuls on his face. After that, he concentrated on killing the zombies. Chang Jianyi didn't notice Lao Zhou's movements. When the city wall is not on danger, go to the next city wall and start patrolling. According to the current situation, it is impossible for zombies to rush in, and the siege outside Luzhou is the most important thing. How can we solve these siege zombies outside? Zhou Changqin caught a glimpse of Chang Jianyi going away from the corner of his eye, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought that Chang Jianyi would become the deputy city lord of Luzhou, so he was worried that his identity would be discovered, so he could only hide it, even if he was caught. When guarding the city, he didn't dare to say his real name, but casually said a false name, which was how he got away with it. More than 2 months have passed since the zombie outbreak. Chang Jianyi has become an evolutionary and has become more beautiful. Both her skin and body seem to have become better. So Zhou Changqin could tell at a glance, isn't this woman the one who was with Shen Feng back then? At that time, he was also broken by Shen Feng because he plotted against Chang Jianyi on the night when he escaped from Luzhou. Zhou Changqin took advantage of the darkness to run away quietly. At that time, he glanced into the trunk of the pickup truck, and only when Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, who had confirmed the location of the pickup truck, had fallen asleep, did he quietly escape. To escape, he heard that Shen Feng was going to Rongcheng, so in order to avoid Shen Feng, he picked Luzhou and went back. Zhou Changqin knew that Shen Feng was a vicious kid, and he almost sent himself to death at the beginning, so he had no choice but to run away in order to save his life. Believing that the most dangerous place is the safest place, Zhou Changqin returned to Luzhou, thinking that he could finally stay away from Shen Feng, but he did not expect that after Luzhou was recovered, Shen Feng turned out to be the city lord of Luzhou, while Chang Jianyi was the city lord of Luzhou. The deputy city lord, Zhou Changqin's mentality collapsed immediately. Didn't he say he was going to Rongcheng? You two liars. So for a long time afterwards, Zhou Changqin avoided revealing his identity. If Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi saw it, he might kill him easily. He made up his mind to wait until the siege of Luzhou was lifted. You must leave immediately, and you cannot appear in front of Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi again. In fact, Chang Jianyi didn't expect that one of the group of people who were taken away in the logistics center back then returned to Luzhou, and he was still the most hateful person. The battle started at noon and ended in the evening. The tide of corpses dropped 50,000 corpses under the city wall, and then they had no choice but to retreat, and the zombies couldn't even climb the city wall. Of course, the 15-meter the city wall is not so easy to climb. Looking at the corpses under the city wall, Chang Jianyi was a little worried about the spread of the plague, so he had an idea and asked someone to sprinkle melon seeds from the city wall. These were raw melon seeds. A sunflower grew under the city wall, and the corpses of the zombies on the ground became the sunflower's fertilizer. Seeing such a scene, Yang Yi immediately revealed an envious look on his face, and said, "The supernatural beings are so convenient, they can solve the problem of zombie corpses so easily. It's a pity that these melon seeds, if they can be picked enough." However, besides melon seeds, there are other things growing under the city wall, because Chang Jianyi cannot give birth to the designated plants, so a lot of grass grows under the city wall. A lot of green grass and trees have also grown. Just like spring, Chang Jianyi came to the tower directly above the city gate. From here, you can see the scene below. At this time, a huge gap has been exposed in the steel city gate inside the gate opening. If the interior is not blocked by ruins, I am afraid that the zombies can enter through the big hole in the city gate. During the battle during the day, I didn't notice that 2 second-order spray zombies came at the city gate. These 2 spray zombies have been spraying acid at the gate made of steel, so the corrosion the city gate. However, the zombies surrounded Luzhou very quickly, and the city gate had just been installed and had not been painted, so the spray zombies successfully corroded the city gate, not only the east gate, but also the other 5 gates. Corroded Chang Jianyi was very grateful for her previous decision. If the city gate hadn't been blocked, the zombies would have rushed in long ago, but there was also a problem. With the city walls and guns in Luzhou, it was impossible for the zombies to break through. However, the zombies surrounded outside all the time. This is a headache. After all, these temporarily recruited soldiers are already very reluctant to defend the city. It is obviously impossible to take these people out of the city to fight. Therefore, Chang Jianyi found that it is impossible to break through the siege of zombies outside in a short time. Could it be possible to wait until Feng comes back to save me? Chang Jianyi suddenly had such a question in her heart. In fact, she also knew that when Shen Feng went to Rongcheng, he had to face millions of zombies. It's more dangerous than here, and I don't know how long it will take until Shen Feng comes back to rescue, so I still have to find a way. If I can solve the siege of zombies by myself, then Shen Feng and Rongcheng can rest assured in the end. Chang Jianyi asked Zhang Xiaoqiang to lead people to guard the city wall. The searchlight had already been placed on the city wall, and the strong light was shining towards the bottom of the city wall. With the searchlight, it was impossible for the zombies to attack at night. Soldiers who have been fighting all day can finally rest. The place where the soldiers rested was not anywhere else, but on the city wall. 2 people set up a tent to rest. Fortunately, the city wall was wide enough, 3 meters wide, so tents could be set up on the city wall. Once the zombies were about to attack the city wall, then soldiers can react quickly. When he returned home, Chang Jianyi saw his younger brother watching TV at home. Although the TV could no longer receive a signal, Chang Haoji found an old antique, which was a DVD player. After connecting to the TV, it happened to be able to play CDs at this time. Chang Jianyi suddenly had an idea, so he walked to Chang Haoji's side and asked, "Xiaoji, do you want to help your sister and brother-in-law?" Chang Haoji nodded quickly, and said seriously, "Yes." Hearing this answer, Chang Jianyi finally felt a little bit of comfort. After all, his family is reliable, so Chang Jianyi quickly said, "Then listen carefully, I will give you a potion next. You, after drinking it, stay quietly in the room, and after 5 or 6 days, you will be able to obtain the supernatural power, and then you will be able to help your sister, understand?" Hearing what his sister said, Chang Haoji nodded quickly, and said seriously, "I know. I already know how to use supernatural powers to help my sister." After that, Chang Jianyi quickly found the only 2 green test tubes in the basement. In the refrigerator in the basement, these 2 medicines have been kept. Originally, Shen Feng left them for his family, but now the situation is critical, so he can only use it first. Therefore, Chang Jianyi planned to make his younger brother a supernatural being, although it is uncertain what kind of power everyone will get. Chang Jianyi is ready to take a gamble. If the younger brother can get a useful power, it will be great, and the crisis in Lezhou can be lifted immediately, and I can still get help from someone, although my younger brother is only a 10-year-old child, but the current danger, even a child has to stand up. Chapter 135 Betray or Escape. When Shen Feng saw Yu Renshu returning dejectedly, he was also very curious why the always confident doctor became like this. Could it be that someone made her angry when she was going out? Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately went downstairs to ask Yu Renshu if she was being bullied outside. But Yu Renshu just smiled reluctantly, and then said a few words casually to prevaricate. Shen Feng couldn't do anything about it, the doctor didn't want to say it, so he couldn't keep asking, right? When Shen Feng stayed in the camp, no one came to inform Shen Feng to hold a meeting. Regarding the upcoming million zombies, in Shen Feng's opinion, at least a meeting should be held to determine the tactics, right? However, Shen Feng has not been notified about the meeting, so it is easy to explain. Shen Feng is not yet qualified to participate in the meeting. Regarding this, Shen Feng was speechless. He thought he was here to help Rong Chang defend, but he didn't expect that this is how he was treated. He didn't even care about the most basic food. We'll go hungry, and in the eyes of others, I seem to be more of a bandit. The reason is very simple, that is, others can't control me. Shen Feng doesn't care about the current situation. As long as the war is over, he will take his family to Lezhou, and he will be more comfortable then, instead of being treated differently by others. Shen Feng speculates that the zombies will not come to Rongcheng for more than a week. After all, zombies don't know how to drive, so they can only use the 11th road to come all the way, and the speed must be very slow. Speaking of which, I don't know how the zombies found Rongcheng. If the zombies' goal was not Rongcheng, I would have made my trip in vain. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. It was getting late at night, and Shen Feng was going to bed under the moonlight. On the road in the wild, densely packed zombies are advancing towards the distance. These zombies can't see the edge at all, and the zombies are advancing along the road, and they have been lined up for more than 20 kilometers. At night, the zombies are also advancing. It seems that these zombies don't know how to get tired. No matter it is day or night, they are always on their way during the period. Some zombies were exhausted and fell to the ground, and immediately the surrounding zombies stepped forward and began to bite. In the tide of corpses, the weak have no right to live. Once a zombie falls to the ground, he will instantly become dry food for other zombies, so millions of zombies don't have to worry about food and grass at all. They have already brought their own food and grass. In the center of the group of zombies, a zombie with a big head was walking unhurriedly, holding a map while walking and looking at it. The moonlight is bright tonight, and he can clearly see the various roads indicated on the map. And many of the roads point to one place, that is Rongcheng. This big-headed zombie is the king of corpses. If Shen Feng saw this scene here, he would be extremely surprised, because the zombies can actually read maps, which has surpassed many animals. In addition to humans, there are many intelligent animals. Some people think that dolphins are smart, some people think that dogs are smarter, and some people say that elephants are the smartest because of their large brains. In addition, monkeys and orangutans are the smartest. However, even big orangutans can't understand maps. After all, if you want to understand maps, you first need to understand what the various lines on the map mean. Elementary school students can understand the content that other animals cannot understand, but at this time, the Corpse King was watching with a map, which meant that he was capable of understanding the content on the map at this time. The Corpse King whispered while looking at the map, "Rongcheng, there is food in Rongcheng. There are too many zombies on the road, and they are all advancing along the road. Even the various vehicles stuck on the road can't stop the mighty tide of corpses, because even heavy trucks will have hundreds of them." Thousands of zombies overturned under the impact. As for the car, they could only be overturned by the zombies. There are still survivors in some villages near the road. After seeing this scene, they can only hide at home and tremble. When a zombie passed by a rock, it accidentally tripped over it and fell to the ground. The surrounding zombies saw this scene and immediately rushed up to bite. The fallen zombie was still alive. Very strong, but because of being tripped, he immediately fell into crisis. The stumbled zombie roared quickly, as if trying to explain that he still had strength and could live on, but the zombies around don't care about this. They only know one thing, that is, people who fell down are not qualified to live, so they all rushed to bite, and it didn't take long before there were only blood-red bones left on the ground. Such a strong zombie, But after 2 minutes, the flesh and blood on his body was eaten clean, and the zombie who was full continued to move forward, and the zombie who was not full could only move forward helplessly. I don't know what, sometimes you will collapse from starvation. In fact, the movement of the Corpse King in Yazhou has been monitored by satellites. According to the satellite images, the largest corpse tide in Yazhou now has a scale of 1.5 million. When leaving Yazhou, the number of zombies was only 8, about 100,000, but the unstoppable corpse tide will engulf ordinary zombies, and the trapped zombies can only leave with a corpse tide in a daze, so every time the corpse tide arrives, it will take away zombies from a place, and finally formed the current situation. Such a scale, 1.5 million, the ability to coerce the tide of corpses was also discovered by the army. The headquarters estimated that when the tide of corpses reaches Rongcheng, it may have a scale of 3 million. If so many zombies cannot be stopped, the entire city of Rongcheng will be destroyed. Annexation. Shen Feng doesn't know this, because he is sleeping now. Since the outbreak of zombies, he rarely has time to rest. When he was in Luzhou, he was either fighting or dealing with government affairs. My sister doesn't even have time to go shopping, and now I have a rest time before the battle, so of course I should hurry up and rest. However, when Shen Feng was sleeping soundly, the window of the room he was in suddenly opened, and then Yurinshu came in quietly. Under the moonlight, Yurinshu showed a sad look on her face. She actually liked Shen Feng very much. However, in the end he had to choose to leave at this time. Shen Feng suddenly felt something, as if the wind was moving, so he quickly opened his eyes, thinking, could it be an enemy attack? However, the moment Shen Feng opened his eyes, he finally felt relieved. It turned out that it was not an enemy attack but a night attack. However, Shen Feng still hurriedly said, "Doctor, what are you doing? If you have something to do, can you say it during the day? Now everyone, how did you come in through the window at night?" A smile appeared on Yurinshu's face. She closed the window with her backhand, then drew the curtains, and said, "In order not to let others find out, I'm thinking about it for you. You don't want Chang Jianyi to know about the things between us, then I am satisfied with you." At this time, Yurinshu was wearing a jacket with a beige sweater under the jacket and trousers on her lower body. Her hair was loose on her shoulders. It seems that there is nothing wrong with her clothes, but what she said at this time is intriguing. At this time, a faint light came in from the window. Yurinshu took off his jacket, then crossed his arms, and even started to take off the sweater on his body. Shen Feng swallowed his saliva. He was still a young man of 19 years old. He was just at the age of youthful vigor. Where had he experienced such exciting things? I saw it on my mobile phone, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen to me, and I didn't know if I was having an affair by doing so. Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately hesitated. "Doctor, please don't do this. I am a person who cannot stand the test." Shen Feng said quickly. At this time he closed his eyes, as if he didn't see anything. When Shen Feng closed his eyes, he could still hear the sound of rustling. He knew that this was Yurinshu taking off his clothes. Under the stimulation of this sound, Shen Feng only felt itchy, but in order to maintain his respect for his senior sister loyalty, Shen Feng did not open his eyes. A Western philosopher once said, "If the mountain cannot come up, I will go over it." Shen Feng didn't take any specific actions, but just lay on the bed silently, closing his eyes tightly, as if he didn't know anything, and only hoped that Yurinshu would stop torturing himself. But at this moment, Shen Feng was wrapped around a pair of jade arms. Afterwards, a sweet fragrance came to his nostrils. After such stimulation, Shen Feng's whole body froze immediately, and he didn't dare to move. Yurinshu moved closer to Shen Feng's ear, and murmured, "I've already done this, why don't you remain indifferent?" Shen Feng restrained himself and said, "No, I can't betray my senior sister. She is devoted to me and considers everything for me. She even saved me when I was in the most difficult time. If I can't control myself, then I'm sorry. Senior sister, don't worry, this matter is a secret between the two of us. I won't talk nonsense after I go out. You can take it as my repayment. I won't pester you in the future," Yurinshu said in a low voice. Hearing these words, Shen Feng immediately abandoned his previous worries, and stretched out his arms to hug Yurinshu. The evil fire in his belly had been aroused. At this moment, he didn't want to leave any regrets. "I can't bear it, it's either Liu Xiaohu or Wei Huangxin, and Shen Feng thinks he's not a legendary Liu Xiaohu, and Yuren Shuming said that he won't go out and talk nonsense, then Shen Feng's last sanity has disappeared. so he started right away. Clouds and rain. Yuranshu is also constantly cooperating. A young man and a woman are already in a state of dry sticks and fire, but now they are in a state of instant conflict. They can't help it, so they taste the forbidden fruit just like Adam and Eve. At the same time, Chang Jianyi, who was far away in Luzhou, was still thinking about how to find the Corpse King and how to solve the crisis in Luzhou. Luzhou was surrounded by 300,000 zombies in Yuzhou. These zombies would rush into the city at any time and start a massacre. Moreover, there was a plague among the zombies. If the zombies could be defended, then the plague would be completely impossible to stop. Hold on, once the water source is polluted, once the plague appears among the crowd, it will be completely over. In the early morning of the next day, sunlight came in from the window. The room was facing south, so the sunlight directly passed through the window and shone on the bed. Shen Feng was awakened by the glare of the sun. He couldn't help but opened his eyes and looked around, only to find that there was no one beside the pillow, and the madness of last night seemed to be just a dream. However, Shen Feng still believes that what happened last night is real, because people's imagination is limited, so it is always impossible to have a clear memory when having sex dreams, but Shen Feng can still recall it at this time thinking of all the previous things, so it is impossible for such a clear memory to come out of thin air. Shen Feng looked at the open windows and the curtains that were constantly being blown by the breeze, knowing that Yuranshu had already left early. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly slapped himself, and cursed in a low voice, "You can't hold it." However, Shen Feng said to himself afterwards, "Don't make an example, don't make an example." Shen Feng got up and took a shower. In addition, the sheets also needed to be washed. Shen Feng didn't want others to find out, so he prepared to wash the sheets by himself. However, when Shen Feng picked up the pillow, he suddenly found a note pressed underneath. Shen Feng quickly picked it up to read, but found that the content on it was Yuranshu's farewell words. "Shen Feng, goodbye. I'm going to work in the research institute. As for the conversation between us, it's better to break it off. I won't pester you anymore. As for you, don't come to me. As for what happened last night, just take it as my repayment. After all, I have nothing else. Also, be careful of the people around you. There may be 2 or 5 youngsters." Shen Feng looked at the contents of the letter, and at this time he was very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Yuranshu chose such a way to say goodbye to himself. Not even a formal farewell. Shen Feng suddenly felt betrayed. He was doing well before, but now he suddenly said that he was going to the research institute. Even the farewell was so hasty. This kind of leaving without saying goodbye, what else can it be if it is not betrayal? Then, Shen Feng looked at the last sentence left by Yuranshu. The meaning of 2-5 boys is very simple, that is, the traitors who hide in their own camp. It was originally a slang term, but it gradually became more formal later. Maybe there's an undercover agent by my side. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Zombies Learn to Snowball. Shen Feng put this note in his pocket, then walked out the door, and suddenly found out that Yuranshu had left. He felt bad. It turned out that what happened last night was just to repay a favor, so forget it, but he ran away so hastily, seems too much like fleeing. Shen Feng then sat on the roof and began to look into the distance. The survivors living in Rongcheng are working hard at this time, and their wages are also paid on a daily basis. It's just a bowl of porridge, and a bowl of porridge is about half a bowl of rice, and the rest is water. This kind of food can only guarantee that people will not starve to death. And Shen Feng looked at the outskirts of the city in the distance. Many middle-aged women went there with tools such as hoes. In the outskirts of the city, they need to build fortifications outside the city to face the coming tide of corpses. I heard that Rongcheng has prepared 7 lines of defense, which are specially used to fight zombies, and the watchtower has been built long ago. At this time, a military vehicle stopped outside the camp, and a man walked into the camp, and after explaining the situation to the soldiers standing guard, the soldiers immediately found Shen Feng and said, "The military department invites the city master to attend the meeting. The car is here to pick you up." Shen Feng frowned. Although he was in a bad mood right now, he still had to attend the meeting that he was supposed to attend. Shen Feng can guess that the reason why Yuan Shu left in such a haste is probably that the people in Rongcheng were poaching the wall. The people here took a fancy to Yuan Shu's ability, so they tried to threaten her, which eventually led to Yuan Shu left. Although Shen Feng didn't know the specific situation, it was conceivable. If there were no conditions, how could Yuan Shu act like this? Shen Feng also suddenly remembered that Yuan Shu went out yesterday, but when she came back at night, her face was obviously not good looking. When she asked her what happened, she didn't answer, so it was obvious that she asked Yuan Shu yesterday. Shu's guy has a problem. Shen Feng walked into the military vehicle, and someone drove away immediately. Shen Feng set off alone. He didn't like the people in Rongcheng at this time, because Yuan Shu left. And Shen Feng also understands that at this moment, he is still in someone else's territory, so he must not turn his face. Restrained. Shen Feng said these two words silently in his heart, although Shen Feng wanted to find out what happened, but now was obviously not the right time. He came to Rongcheng to fight, not to quarrel, and he planned to leave after the war. People, even if they want to force a conflict, they won't care about it then. When Shen Feng came to the barracks, he was first taken to a building where he commanded operations. After Shen Feng walked into the command room, he found that the people present were very silent, and all of these people had among those wearing military uniform, only Shen Feng was wearing ordinary uniform. He didn't carry a weapon, so he just scanned it with a metal detector and went in. Shen Feng felt that he was redundant. In front of these people, he was completely an outsider. Seeing Shen Feng's appearance, General Wei rubbed his head and said, "Shen Feng is here? Find a place to sit down, and the assistant will give him a document." Shen Feng found a place to sit down, and his appearance also attracted the attention of many people. In the eyes of others, this kid actually wanted to lead his men to fight side by side with him, and he couldn't help feeling contemptuous. I guess it's just for cheering, it's not particularly helpful to deal with the zombies. Shen Feng picked up the information given by his assistant and began to watch it, frowning immediately, because this information shows that the Corpse King in Yuzhou will engulf zombies as he advances, and the tide of corpses is advancing through the road. So the tide of corpses before coming to Rongcheng, they will pass through at least 5 cities. At that time, the zombies in these cities will be swept in by the tide of corpses. When they arrive in Rongcheng, the number will skyrocket. Maybe the number of zombies will exceed 3 million. 3 million zombies. Shen Feng also understood. No wonder these people here have such a headache. They thought there would be 1 million zombies. When they arrive in Rongcheng, the number will reach 3 million. There are so many zombies, how to deal with them? It is okay if there is no zombie king among the zombies, because after all, it is not a climate, and can be gradually eliminated, but it is different if there is a corpse king. The zombies will gather together to act, and they will be very regular when attacking. It is completely impossible to use low-level traps to eliminate zombies. From the information in Shen Feng's hands, you can still see some photos, and beside the photos, you can also write the content of the photos thoughtfully. It turns out that in these photos, all the zombies on the ground were taken. At this time, you can see that the zombies, the mountains and plains are advancing towards Rongcheng. Although the zombies generally advance along the road, there are still many zombies spreading towards both sides of the road. Where the zombies pass, all the food that can be eaten is eaten by the zombies. When Shen Feng was looking at the information, General Wei said, "I'm afraid we can't wait for the rabbit right now. We must take the initiative to attack, and we must weaken them before the tide of corpses advances. Otherwise, wait for the arrival of 3 million zombies, and then defend. The ability will be even worse." While speaking, everyone looked at Shen Feng, and Shen Feng immediately understood that this meeting really did not happen for no reason, otherwise they would not be looking for themselves at this time, so they needed to attack. Only then did I find myself. Shen Feng sat firmly on his seat, not saying anything. General Wei continued, "Originally our plan was to wait for the defense line in Rongcheng and wait for work to fight the defensive battle, but now it seems that before the zombies arrive, we must take the initiative to weaken them, otherwise, there will be too many zombies attacking Rongcheng. Once a zombie breaks through the front line of defense, Rongcheng will be in danger." Shen Feng continued to look at the file, but didn't make any movements, just pretending that he didn't hear it. General Wei continued, "Shen Feng, I will dispatch the artillery battalion here, but the artillery actually needs to be protected, and everyone else is inseparable. Therefore, I hope you can take your men to protect the artillery. Hearing this, Shen Feng shrugged helplessly and said, "Wait a minute, wait until I finish reading these materials. I have only been in Rongcheng for 3 days, and I can't finish reading these materials in a hurry. My fault, I've been in Rongcheng for 3 days, and I've been reading materials all the time." As soon as this remark came out, the command room fell silent, and everyone could hear it. Why didn't Shen Feng read the materials? Obviously he was throwing a temper tantrum. How could he not finish reading a thin document? But it was because he hadn't called him to a meeting 2 days ago, so he was looking for an excuse now. When Wei Leixin heard Shen Feng say this, he couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect Shen Feng to answer like this at this time, and he couldn't command it all. This is the so-called civil society. When he needs to stand up, he just finds an excuse to shirk. It's disgusting. In fact, before that, Shen Feng was still willing to focus on the overall situation and first target the zombies, but after digging the wall, Shen Feng was in a bad mood at this time. Could it be that he is the only one who can protect the artillery? It's not because he sees that he is an external force, so he wants to use his fingers to direct himself. So Shen Feng made up his mind not to be fooled by others to instruct him in the past. General Wei continued, "Shen Feng, I sympathized with your hard work the past 2 days, so I didn't disturb your rest, but now it has been 3 days, and you have almost rested, right? Please put the overall situation first, even if it is for Rongcheng, you must work hard." Shen Feng put down the information in his hand, and said helplessly, "Of course it is no problem to protect the artillery, but the soldiers under my command now lack clothes to keep out the cold. It is already late autumn, and they are still wearing single clothes and lack ammunition." Everyone at the scene understood what Shen Feng meant. It wasn't difficult to explain it clearly. It was obviously a scam. Knowing that he was very important now, they started asking for supplies. General Wei was very angry when he heard Shen Feng's words. If it wasn't for the fact that the troops have their own tasks, how could this kid be allowed to cheat here? However, he did not invite Shen Feng to attend the meeting before, which made Shen Feng unhappy. This is also a problem that General Wei has to face. If you are short of winter clothes, I will give you 3,000 collar cotton coats. I will also provide you with ammunition. However, I don't want any strange problems to arise during the battle. General Wei can only compromise in the end. It was still necessary for Shen Feng to lead people to fight, so he had to agree to Shen Feng's conditions. After hearing such an answer, Shen Feng finally stood up and said seriously, "In that case, I'll go down and inform the soldiers. As for the specific tasks, please inform me at any time, General." Wei nodded and asked Shen Feng to leave with a blank expression. Shen Feng asked for a sum of supplies, and the unhappiness in his heart finally eased a lot. Although Yu Rinshu left him, it was a reminder to him, don't really imagine others too well. Maybe, in other people's eyes, in his eyes, he is just a dispensable tool. When Shen Feng left, General Wei shook his head helplessly and said, "This kind of guy who doesn't obey orders must be cleaned up one by one after the zombies are calmed down, otherwise it will definitely become a serious problem in the future." Other important personnel also nodded quickly, and they all agreed with what General Wei said. Of course, the reason why this kind of thing happened today is all because zombies will snowball. Every time they arrive in a city, they will eat up all the food that can be found in a city, and then continue to grow. Expansion, but this is something that no one has encountered before. Who would have thought that the corpse tide that left the city would still have such fierce strength? In fact, the military wants to directly bomb the tide of corpses. As long as they can kill the corpse king by chance, the crisis will be solved. There are more than 1 million zombies, and the area they occupy is dozens of kilometers in radius. Who knows where the corpse king is with such a large area of zombies? Apart from nuclear bombs, there is no solution to the tide of corpses in this range. The nuclear bomb is the last weapon of mankind. Once it is used on a large scale, it will definitely cause irreversible consequences. First of all, let alone pollute the land. You must know that the radiation left after the nuclear bomb may cause mutations. If the zombies that survived by luck happen, wouldn't it make it more difficult for humans to deal with the more unpredictable mutations? Therefore, nuclear bombs must be launched only as a last resort. Of course, North America is different. It is said that North America has already begun to use nuclear bombs to clean up zombies. It is said that the effect is not bad. After Shen Feng returned to the camp, he notified the soldiers below of the news of the upcoming expedition. However, he did not make the soldiers too nervous, because this time the task was to protect the artillery, not directly fight the zombies, so safety could still be guaranteed. The ones who got the guarantee were just to run along. If there was any problem that the artillery could not handle, Shen Feng would have to do it, and Shen Feng is also very envious of this kind of fighting method, because the human side is already ready before the zombies approach, and in the process of advancing, the human shells are already ready. Kilometers away, shells or missiles can launch an attack. Unfortunately, the artillery doesn't belong to me. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Chu Qiaoan noticed something was wrong. It seemed that something was missing around Shen Feng. After thinking carefully for a while, she finally remembered, and quickly asked, "By the way, where's Yu Rinshu? Why didn't you see her appear?" Chu Qiaoan hadn't seen Yu Rinshu all morning. She thought she had followed Shen Feng to the meeting, but now it seems that Yu Rinshu seemed to have disappeared. Shen Feng replied flatly, "She's gone, and she won't come back in the future. How could this happen?" Chu Qiaoan never expected such a result. Even if Yu Rinshu wanted to leave, she wouldn't be so hasty, would she? Why didn't you even say goodbye? Chapter 137. No trace in the deep mountain maze. General Wei quickly sent ammunition and cotton coats to Shen Feng's camp, and then urged Shen Feng to leave. He also gave Shen Feng a walkie-talkie and asked Shen Feng to use the walkie-talkie to communicate at any time. Shen Feng had nothing to do with it. Opinion: if you have a walkie-talkie, you can directly contact the headquarters in Rongcheng afterwards. Shen Feng set off with his people, and the destination was Yuang Mountain, which was located between Zombie and Rongcheng. The cannon fired here could cover a large area, and the strike effect was particularly good. A group of more than 50 vehicles arrived at the destination, but found that there were only 300 people here, and there were quite a lot of vehicles, more than 80 vehicles. Among them, there were not many artillery vehicles, and most of them were vehicles for transporting shells. Regarding this, Shen Feng asked, very puzzled, "Can these people really cause effective damage?" When Shen Feng asked such a question, the battalion commander of the artillery battalion was not happy, and said directly, "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. We people have undergone long-term training and are qualified for this mission. As long as we can arrive safely, Yuang Mountain, within a range of more than 20 miles, is covered by my shells, and the zombies will definitely not be able to escape." Shen Feng quickly explained, "It's not that I look down on you, I just think it seems a bit overkill to let 3,000 people from our side protect your 300 people." At this time, the battalion commander said helplessly, "So, you are a layman, and you don't know the scale and intensity of modern warfare. Although there are only 300 soldiers here, they are all technical talents. Let's put it this way, these 300 people can be worth 30,000 people. If you have 3,000 people to protect, I think there are too few people." Shen Feng nodded, still somewhat skeptical in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't believe these words, it was really hard for him to imagine. Could such a small number of people really be able to effectively combat the tide of corpses? In Shen Feng's imagination, he still thinks that the big scene is more spectacular. When the battle starts, more than 1,000 artillery vehicles will be lined up, and a single salvo will wipe out the vitality of the zombies. This should be called an artillery battalion. From his point of view, the dozen or so cars seem to be too few. In fact, these people should be called artillery regiment, but there are only 300 people. Calling artillery regiment seems a bit too exaggerated, so they are still called artillery battalion, but the weight of them is almost the same as that of a regiment. The name of the battalion commander is Wang Yusheng. At this time, he looks down on Shen Feng and others who came to protect him, because in his opinion, these people are obviously not regular soldiers, but ordinary people who go to the battlefield with rifles. That's all. It's not professional at all, and it's enough to carry cold weapons on your body. These cold weapons have long been eliminated by the times, and they are still in use today, which is really backward. Afterwards, Wang Yusheng took his head and drove off. Shen Feng hurriedly followed. It used to belong to Yu Rinshu's luxury car, but now it is Shen Feng's car. As for the co-pilot seat, the person sitting has changed, became Chu Qiaoyan. After passing a fork in the road, Wang Yusheng found something was wrong. According to the map, as long as you continue to go straight, you can lead to Yuang Mountain. The fork next to the road is also possible, but it takes a long time to detour. There is a layer of fog ahead. Although it is late autumn now, how can I say it is broad daylight now? In broad daylight, there is fog on the road, which is not normal. Wang Yusheng thought about it for a while, and at this time the intercom rang, and Shen Feng's voice came from the intercom. "Commander, Why did the convoy stop? Have you encountered any difficulties, Wang? Yusheng frowned. He didn't expect a layman to ask him now, as if he wanted to discuss it. He felt that it was impossible for this layman to give him effective advice, so he picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, I haven't met difficulty, just encountered a roadblock, just move away. After finishing speaking, Wang Yusheng directed to the driver, I'll turn on the fog lights, and continue to go straight, although it is strange that there is fog in the plain area during the day. This is the closest road to Yuang Mountain, so even if there is fog, you have to go through it. If there is a delay, you can't reach the destination on time. If you block it, it will be troublesome. Wang Yusheng comforted himself in his heart. It's okay, it's just a little fog in the mountains, it's nothing serious. As long as you pass through, you can quickly reach Yuang Mountain. Afterwards, the convoy continued to move forward. The military vehicles were driving in front, and Shen Feng's civilian truck was driving behind. The group of people all entered the fog. The moment Shen Feng entered the fog, he felt something was wrong. Why is there fog here in broad daylight? Shen Feng looked up, but couldn't see the position of the sun, and then looked around. Except for the lights of the front and rear cars, he couldn't see anything. It seemed that the whole world was surrounded by fog, and the surrounding light was also blurred. It became dark, and Shen Feng knew that it was because the outside sunlight was blocked by the fog, so it was so dark now. After the group entered the white mist, they suddenly couldn't receive the signal from the artillery battalion in the direction of Rongcheng, 50 kilometers away, so the command center quickly contacted Shen Feng to see if they could contact Shen Feng through the satellite phone. But it was also useless, and Shen Feng could not be contacted. This situation is really abnormal. The vehicles of the artillery battalion actually have their own positioning. As long as they are in the global position, they can know the specific position, but at this time they collectively lost the signal. Even Shen Feng, it was too strange to be unable to be contacted. The people in the headquarters hurriedly discussed what happened. General Wei quickly calmed down and said, everyone is quiet, now let's find out where these people are. Where were their positions before their signal disappeared? The contact person quickly replied, the location is near Yu Town, and all of them disappeared here, immediately. Use satellites to observe this place and see what's strange about this place. General Wei continued to command. The liaison personnel hurriedly used satellites to observe Yazin from space, but finally found that there was a cloud of fog that had not dissipated at the location of Yazin, and the area of the fog was still very large. Seen from above, it formed an area with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. And this area is the area where the artillery battalion and 3,000 people from Shen Feng disappeared. Where did the fog come from? Why didn't you report it before? Wei Leixin asked the people below sharply, but these people didn't know how to answer. In the end, a staff officer had the guts to reply, most of my energy is now on observing the zombies. Before that, no zombies gathered near Yazin, so no one paid attention to it at that time. General Wei suppressed his anger, and continued to ask, is there any way to contact the people in the mist now? The contact person could only reply in a low voice, there is no way for the time being. The fog seems to be able to isolate the signal, so we can't get in touch for the time being. General Wei sat helplessly on his seat. He wanted to use artillery to weaken the zombies who came to Rongcheng, but now the artillery has disappeared, and even the 3,000 people from Shen Feng's side have disappeared. It can be said that the Rongcheng side, the strength of the army was further weakened. The staff officer said in a low voice, maybe, there is nothing abnormal in this white mist, but the signal is temporarily lost. After a few hours, they will be able to come out of the mist. After all, we have never heard of anyone dying in the mist. I haven't heard of it all the time, but it doesn't mean there is no danger. General Wei said in a deep voice, it is also possible that all the people who entered the mist are dead, so no one can spread the news. Then, what shall we do next? The staff officer continued to ask. General Wei was silent for a while, and finally said helplessly, let's talk about it in a day. If the artillery battalion successfully emerges from the fog, then there is no need to worry, but if they haven't appeared after a day, then quickly contact the headquarters and ask the headquarters to transfer troops. Come to support. Is it too nervous? Rongcheng still has 5,000 soldiers, and there are 7 lines of defense outside, so it should be able to hold it. The staff officer said quickly, don't underestimate the zombies. General Wei said with a displeased face, when we regained Rongcheng, we did not encounter too many difficulties, But that was also because the zombies did not mutate enough, we just need to push them over. But now, the Corpse King can summon 3 million zombies to act together. Once the defense line cannot stand, then 5 million people in Rongcheng will die because of our mistakes. Among the 5,000 soldiers, most of them are newly recruited people, most of them are middle-aged, and their physical strength is not good enough. In this case, we can only seek help. The staff officer understood and nodded quickly. Understood. If the artillery battalion cannot be contacted tomorrow, then I will immediately find a way to contact the headquarters and ask the headquarters to send troops to support. After much deliberation, Wei Leixin still couldn't figure out who took the lead. You have already seen the white mist, so why go in? In the end, Wei Leixin said to Jin Zijia, who was behind him, you should go and observe the situation near Yu Town. It is best to investigate the situation. If you can't, then come back immediately. If the situation arises, I will send someone to contact you immediately. Jin Zijia frowned and asked, but if I leave, who will protect you? As General Wei's bodyguard, Jin Zijia didn't want to leave his side at all at this time. After all, if something happened during the protection period, then Jin Zijia himself would be punished by the higher authorities. After all, as a bodyguard, his only mission is to protect important people. Other than that, there are no other tasks. General Wei said in a deep voice, I will be fine if I stay in Rongcheng. No one can assassinate me now. Now you have to find out the situation. You are a supernatural person with strong self-protection ability. At present, only you can go. I have done this, and I hope you will consider it carefully. Hearing this, Jin Zijia gritted his teeth, agreed, and said, I understand. I will go to U-Town to explore quickly, and I will definitely get enough information. Afterwards, Jin Zijia immediately left Rongcheng in his car and headed towards the mist in the direction of Yuzina's for the artillery battalion. Wang Yusheng was sitting in the front military vehicle, driving forward. Although the speed was not fast, it was stable. If there was an obstacle ahead, the driver could react quickly to avoid a car accident. In addition, the convoy is now driving in the fog, and it is impossible to see clearly at a distance of 5 meters. If the speed is too fast and there is an obstacle in front of it, I am afraid that it will directly hit it. However, after a group of people drove in the fog for half an hour, Wang Yusheng felt something was wrong. At this time, he could hear nothing but the sound of the car driving. It is only right to hear birds chirping or insects chirping, but at this moment, nothing else can be heard, which seems very strange. At this time, Wang Yusheng felt a little regretful. Why did he have to go straight? This place seemed a bit too weird. Not only was the sight blocked, but also there was no sound, like a place full of dead silence. If he had known that this would be the case in the fog, he wouldn't have come in. It would have been nice if I had taken a wrong path at that time, so I wouldn't have to worry about it, but I arrived at Yuang Mountain half a day late. Now, it's best not to have an accident. Wang Yusheng suddenly thought in his heart. At this moment, a huge tree suddenly appeared in front of the road. The driver saw this scene, wiped the brakes quickly, and honked the horn frantically. The drivers were very careful and focused on driving, so when they heard the whistle from the front, all the cars were slamming on the brakes. How can there be a big tree growing in the middle of the road? Wang Yusheng got out of the car and began to observe the big tree in front of him. At this time, a big tree grew out of thin air in the middle of the road. The trunk can only be hugged by 2 people. Such a big tree, it was completely drilled out of the road, which is incredible. Chapter 138 The Monster in the Mist. After hearing the sound of the horn honking from ahead, Shen Feng got out of the car and rushed forward. He directly used accompany the wind and rushed forward after 10 seconds. At this time, Shen Feng also saw the big tree growing from the middle of the road, and suddenly, Shen Feng felt something was wrong. I think it's better to go back the same way. This place is very strange. Shen Feng said to Wang Yusheng. When Wang Yusheng heard this, his complexion suddenly became ugly, because in his eyes, Shen Feng was just a layman, and now he was directing himself to do things. However, Shen Feng's choice seems to be the best one. In this place surrounded by mist, there is really no way to tell if there is any danger, so it is best to leave. Wang Yusheng nodded, took the walkie-talkie and began to direct. Prepare to return. Let's leave the fog here first. Just as Wang Yusheng finished speaking, there was a loud noise from behind the convoy. Boom. Shen Feng felt something was wrong. The people on his side were at the back of the convoy. It would be bad if there was an accident. So he returned quickly and arrived at the back of the car in an instant. At this time, a huge tree appeared at the back of the car, just blocking the middle of the road. Now, it has become impossible to retreat. Everyone, get out of the car. Everyone forms a circle, and the guns are exposed. Shen Feng shouted loudly, directing everyone to get down. At this time, the front and rear of the convoy have been blocked. If the car wants to drive out, accidents will easily happen. Now, it is better to get out of the car and prepare to fight. It is best if there is no danger, but once there is danger, everyone can't run away. Everyone got out of the car and nervously grabbed the weapons in their hands. These people stood together on both sides of the convoy, carefully guarding against possible dangers. If it was a zombie, it would be fine. After a long time of fighting, the fear of zombies is no longer that serious, but in this place full of fog, no sound can be heard, and there is no possibility of zombies appearing. Wang Yusheng walked to Shen Feng's side, and said with a cold face, "Now we can only move forward. After cutting down the tree in front, we can continue to move forward. I don't think your men have many knives and axes. Let them cut trees." Shen Feng glanced at Wang Yusheng and asked, "Do you know how long it will take to pass through the fog? Do you know what dangers are still inside? If you don't know, just shut up. We may not be able to leave safely now. You better not make a fuss." Wang Yusheng was very dissatisfied. He felt that Shen Feng was too cowardly to do so. He couldn't help saying, "Isn't it just that there are 2 trees? It's just a mutated plant. Don't worry about it. It has no offensive ability." Shen Feng didn't care about these things. He found a satellite phone from his body, and prepared to call the headquarters, preferably to find out the situation nearby, but the phone couldn't be dialed, and a mechanical female voice came from the satellite phone. "Hello, please go to a place with signal and make a call." This was the first time Shen Feng encountered such a situation. He could call the headquarters to report the situation in the field, but now there is no signal. Wang Yusheng couldn't stand it anymore, picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, and shouted, "Command Center, this is the artillery battalion, please answer." However, Wang Yusheng's walkie-talkie could only hear a harsh rustling sound, and there was no reply from the command center. Now, even the communication vehicle has difficulty contacting the Rongcheng command center, and things suddenly became strange. Shen Feng looked up at the top of his head. His heart was full of worry. Could it be that the fog could block the signal? Just when Shen Feng was hesitating and didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard a strange voice. Swish. This sound came from all directions. Although it was slight, Shen Feng could still hear it clearly. It seemed that there were things moving in all directions, and these sounds were the friction sound when moving. Shen Feng immediately drew out the 2 long swords on his body and shouted loudly, "Beware of attacking." In an instant, countless vines emerged from the mist and attacked everyone in the convoy. These vines were as thick as a finger, and there were many leaves on them. No one thought that what attacked them was not animals, but it is vines as plants, and most importantly, these vines can move, as if they have independent consciousness. So, in a panic, the soldiers immediately shot, but it is obviously unrealistic to use guns to interrupt the vines. Bullets are fired continuously, but there are not many interrupted vines. If you hit a vine, you can break it immediately, but if you are unlucky, the bullet will only fly into the fog. But at this time, the vines had already crawled to everyone's side, and then began to entangle crazily. A dozen people were accidentally entangled by the vines, and then the vines quickly retracted into the mist, and these dozens of people were also instantly entangled. Take away. At this time, someone suddenly shot around, because he wanted to interrupt the surrounding vines, but he ignored the existence of his comrades around him, so he accidentally injured 3 or 4 comrades. When Yang Chang saw this scene, he began to curse at the street. "You bastards, put down your guns, cut off these vines with knives, don't shoot, now." The enemy is not zombies and mutant beasts, but tiny vines. For these vines, bullets obviously have no good effect, but cold weapons have a more significant effect. Among the people who were accidentally injured just now, 2 of them were Yang Chang's subordinates. He didn't expect that the first casualty died not at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of his own people. At this time, in the face of the attack of these vines, it is best to use a sword to cut them off. As long as the vines are cut off, the vines entangled around the body will also lose their entanglement power. However, there are too many of these vines. If one is cut off, more than a dozen will crawl out of the mist, and at this time, dozens of people have already been entangled by the vines and caught in the mist. In this regard, everyone was helpless. No one knew how many vines remained in the mist, Nor did they know where the captured people were taken. Chu Qiaoyan was holding a short knife and was cutting off the vines that were trying to catch him, but it was futile because the vines couldn't be cut completely. A person beside Chu Qiaoyan had his feet entangled in vines and was dragged into the mist. Before being captured, he was still shouting, "Help me, save me, Chu." Qiaoyan was quick to wit and quickly shouted, "Shen Feng, use your supernatural power to blow away the fog." After Shen Feng heard this, he also realized that the current situation of the place is unknown because it is hidden in the fog, and it happens that his special ability is wind, so he can use his special ability to dispel the fog, and at least he can see the surroundings clearly. Happening. Shen Feng jumped to the top of the truck and started using the eye of the hurricane. Immediately, the surrounding fog within 5 meters was blown away. Then, Shen Feng ran from the rear of the convoy to the front of the convoy, directly dispersing the convoy. The surrounding fog was dense, and only then could everyone see the surrounding scene clearly. On both sides of the road, there were actually vines. Countless vines crawled on both sides of the road, intertwined, like snakes. As for the person who was dragged away, he was entangled by vines. At this time, his face was purple, obviously in a state of suffocation. People were not rescued in the end. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone hurriedly cut off the vines on the road, which finally relieved the crisis temporarily. If they continue to be attacked by vines, the casualties may continue to increase. Guo Pinming was also thinking at this moment, in this kind of predicament, it is impossible to run. There are these vines in all directions, no matter where it goes, it is very difficult to run, but at both ends of the road are blocked by big trees. Driving is also running its gun. At this time, Guo Pinming saw a barrel of gasoline on the car, and immediately realized that these vines are always plants, and they must have weaknesses, such as flames. Therefore, Guo Pinming immediately commanded his soldiers, tear off the clothes, use gasoline to make torches, and use flames to deal with these vines. Everyone hurriedly obeyed the order, tore off the cotton clothes they had just put on, wrapped cotton and cloth strips on the sticks, and then lit them to make torches. At this time, the torch was really effective, and the vines seemed to feel the temperature of the torch, and did not continue to climb up, but just lingered nearby. Shen Feng hurriedly asked for a count of the number of people, only to find that the number of missing people had reached 53, and as for the artillery battalion, 5 people had also been lost. These people were all taken away by vines, and now the cries of these missing people can no longer be heard, and they are probably dead. In this regard, Shen Feng really wanted to rush to the center of the fog to fight, but considering that after he left, the rest of the people might be in danger, Shen Feng hesitated again. If he rushed out without authorization, everyone in the team would be difficult protected. However, at this moment, Yang Chang found a small road beside the road. It was a dirt road with human footprints on it. Seeing that there was a road here, Yang Chang quickly told Shen Feng, "City Master, there is a small road here." Shen Feng immediately made a decision. "Everyone, bring guns, ammunition and food, and get ready to leave the road." When Wang Yusheng heard this, he immediately objected, saying, "These artillery vehicles cannot be discarded, otherwise, there will be no way to complete the task of weakening the zombies in the future. In addition, there are artillery shells in other vehicles, and these supplies are impossible. Give up." Shen Feng reached out and grabbed Wang Yusheng's collar, and said coldly, "The most important thing now is not these vehicles, but the safety of everyone. Staying here will only cause casualties. If you think these vehicles are important, then you take them with you. Just wait here." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng began to direct his subordinates to carry supplies and prepare to evacuate. Seeing this scene, Wang Yusheng couldn't help accusing Shen Feng, "You bastard, the task assigned to you by the superior is to protect our artillery, and you retreated first. You are dereliction of duty." Shen Feng doesn't want to talk to Wang Yusheng at all. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye can see that life-saving is the most important thing. As for these important artillery vehicles, they can't take care of them anymore. Moreover, now that the command center cannot be contacted, and even the headquarters cannot be contacted, the role these vehicles can play is very small. Shen Feng led the people along the path, surrounded by forests and vines crawling on the ground, but with the torches opening the way, the vines could not get close. At this time, Wang Yusheng gritted his teeth and said, "Let's follow." Shen Feng turned around and saw this scene. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he thought Wang Yusheng was really not afraid of death, and must protect these vehicles, but he didn't expect to come with him now. He just wanted to see the light again, affordable, but also want to build a landmark building. Shen Feng also knew that it might not be possible to complete the task at the moment, and now the entire group is trapped in the mist, surrounded by vines sneaking around. If they are not careful, they will be caught, and they don't know where they will be taken. You can't leave here in a short time. Maybe after you find the real enemy, you can start again. Shen Feng led the people along the path and finally came to a small town. However, the town was completely dead and silent. There were no humans, zombies, or even wild animals. Shen Feng led people to the elementary school above the small town, dismantled all the tables, chairs and benches and threw them outside to light the fire, while the vines quickly surrounded the elementary school, as if they were eyeing everyone. Old Guo, arrange people to guard the walls and gates. I'll go check out the town. Shen Feng ordered Guo Pinming. Guo Pinming nodded quickly and said, City Lord, be careful. Shen Feng then set off using Accompany the Wind. On the road, vines are often seen crawling on the street, and the ground is full of dragging marks. Shen Feng can only see the surrounding area within 5 meters situation. Vision is suppressed. The vines wanted to entangle Shen Feng, but Shen Feng's speed was too fast, and they rushed a long distance in the blink of an eye. In the end, the vines gave up on chasing Shen Feng, and began to entangle around the primary school. If the flame is extinguished, those inside will face the attack of vines. Is there no one alive in the town? Shen Feng walked in the town, but he didn't find any people, not even a zombie. Suddenly, Shen Feng saw a figure shaking on the roof not far away, so he quickly jumped to the roof, walked over, and asked, Hey, do you know what's going on with the vines here? It was also Shen Feng's luck that he happened to see the figure on the roof, otherwise, he might not be able to find anything unusual when he passed by downstairs. However, the person sitting on the roof did not answer Shen Feng's words. Shen Feng was puzzled, and went to the front to look, but found that the person was already dead, and there seemed to be maggots crawling on his face. This scene immediately disgusted Shen Feng. It turned out to be a dead person who thought of this place. Shen Feng wanted to leave right away, but he glanced casually and found a line of writing on the ground. There are huge monsters in the mist. Please don't make a sound. Chapter 139. The plague spreads. The 3 corpse kings in Ye's house set off in 3 directions respectively. Among them, the corpse kings headed for Yi province only had a number of more than 200,000 when they left Ye's house, but after sweeping through several cities, the number will arrive soon. There are more than 700,000 zombies, and so many zombies are all moving downstream along the Yangtze River. In the middle of the Yangtze River, there are actually many cities, and these city groups are the ultimate goal of this zombie king facing the attack of the tide of corpses. The soldiers of Hubei province quickly organized manpower to resist, and finally gathered more than 10,000 people to successfully defeat this wave of corpses. The corpse king disappeared, but 2 days later, he appeared in the A little north. Another 50,000 zombies gathered. People in Hubei thought that they would be more or less safe after defeating the tide of corpses, but they did not expect that the plague would start to spread among the crowd. It was originally an infectious disease on zombies, but now it has infected humans. With few doctors and medicines, people died one after another, and very few people could receive treatment in Luzhou City. The plague also began to spread. When Chang Jianyi found out, more than 1,000 people had been infected. With such a large number, they could only be quarantined, and the medicines were not very sufficient. It can be said that for these people man can only resign himself to fate. How did the plague appear? Chang Jianyi frowned and asked, The tap water is purified, and it must be boiled before drinking, and the zombies outside have never come in. There are no corpses in the city yet. Why will there be a plague? Chang Jianyi was really puzzled at this time, since he had already taken precautions against the plague. Why did the plague still appear in the city? In the end, Professor Chen, who still teaches anatomy, questioned the patients, and it became clear that many patients had eaten the meat of mutant mice, which is why they got the plague. Hearing this answer, Chang Jianyi was extremely annoyed, and said angrily, This group of people will only cause trouble for me. Is rat meat so easy to eat? It's alright now, there's a plague in the city, do you want to drag it out? Let's go into the water together, Professor Chen analyzed. I speculate that this is because the mutated mice can go outside the city through the sewer, and it happens that a lot of zombies died outside the city meat, which led to the appearance of the plague. Chang Jianyi sat behind the desk and meditated, but couldn't think of a suitable idea. At this time, the zombies were still surrounded by the city wall, and there was no tendency to leave at all, and the plague was already spreading in the city. Although many people were quarantined, the protection it is not allowed that there are carriers of germs among them. If the plague continues to spread, then this city of hundreds of thousands of people will be destroyed. What should I do? Chang Jianyi hesitated. He has been trying to contact Shen Feng for the past few days, but since Shen Feng arrived in Rongcheng, she has been unable to contact her, and now she has no way to ask Shen Feng for his opinion. Therefore, Chang Jianyi couldn't get a little advice. What Chang Jianyi is most worried about now is that the plague will spread in the city on a large scale. When the time comes, the people on his side will not die in the hands of zombies, but will die in the hands of the plague. It will be too miserable, but Luzhou lacks. There is no way to make medicines and antibiotics, and there is too much influx of foreign population, and management is also very difficult. It is completely impossible to curb the spread of the plague. Could it be possible that we can only escape with people when necessary? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Chang Jianyi's mind. In Chang Jianyi's view, if the plague continues to spread, more and more people will die in Luzhou, and the panic caused will make the people below even more worried. Maybe Luzhou will be attacked from the inside by the plague. Time can only run away. Feng, I might not be able to defend Luzhou. Chang Jianyi thought helplessly in his heart. Professor Chen saw that Chang Jianyi was silent for a long time, and continued, Deputy City Lord, we must do something now, such as isolating the patients for treatment, or forcing the people below to wear masks and purify the water source. Otherwise, we will have to do something. The spread of the plague is irresistible. Chang Jianyi nodded and said, I see, I will arrange people to do these things, don't worry, Professor. Chen then left. He knew that he had already said what he could say. As for how he did it, it was beyond his control. Chang Jianyi leaned on the office chair, only feeling that the burden on her body was so heavy that she could hardly breathe. Although she promised Professor Chen to do these things, in fact, besides making the people below drink boiled water, she can't do anything, because there are not many antibiotics in Luzhou. Although there are several pharmaceutical factories, the production of antibiotics is not realistic due to the lack of materials. Now, I can only make masks. I hope I can get through it. Chang Jianyi thought silently in her heart. The Corpse King launched 2 attacks on Luzhou, and these 2 attacks were blocked by temporary recruits. Fortunately, there were guns and ammunition supported by the 3 gorges, so it was no problem to defend the city wall. After that, the Corpse King seemed to find that the city wall was not so easy to break through, so he stopped attacking, but surrounded Luzhou and remained silent. The city lord's mansion then issued a notice to recruit manpower for the production of masks. At the same time, it issued a notice prohibiting eating rat meat. This notice has just been issued, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among many people. At that time, some people cursed, these people above are eating rice fields. They don't have enough food. They can't finish killing zombies outside. They want to catch mice and add some protein. We are not allowed to eat the mice. It is really shameless. Many people echoed this kind of speech. That's right, if the daily supply of food is enough, we don't say anything. As a result, there is only 1 bowl of rice every day, no vegetables, and no meat. We are not allowed to catch mice and eat them. According to me, the people above are still too full to eat. They don't know the sufferings of the people, so they should let the people in the city lord's mansion experience our lives. A group of people gathered around the bulletin board and began to curse. They all felt that it was immoral to stop them from catching rats. In this regard, reasonable people knew that eating rats would easily lead to the spread of the plague, but these people didn't care about it and just cursed and vented the resentment in my heart. No matter what the truth is, Lin Yu went home side by side with Fu Ye after get off work, looked at a group of guys who were cursing, with a helpless smile on his face, shook his head and said, this group of people just talk. If they really dare to resist, I'm not complaining here. Looking at these excited people, Fu Ye felt a little uneasy, and then asked, what if the plague spreads? We will also be in danger. Lin Yu put his arms around his girlfriend and said with a smile, don't worry about this. I know the method of producing penicillin by local methods. Even if you are suffering from the plague, I can also produce penicillin. Fu Ye looked at Lin Yu in surprise, and asked, you know this? How did you learn it? Lin Yu said confidently, my family has a book handed down from my great-grandfather's generation, called the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. When I was young, I read books when I had nothing to do, so I learned these simple methods. Useless knowledge, hearing. This, Fuya finally felt relieved. Afterwards, the two of them went home with a day's wages. They said it was wages, but it was actually just a caddy of rice. They couldn't finish a caddy of rice, so they kept half of it. And the rest of the rice they planned to use as travel expenses back to Yazhou. After the two returned home, Lin Yu suddenly took out a warm apple, and said, "Xiaoya, look what it is, did you steal the apple?" Fuya couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw the apple in Lin Yu's hands. She knew Lin Yu's job, which was to guard a mutated apple tree. "Take care of this apple tree," Lin Yu said proudly. "Even if someone is guarding the apple tree, I can still find a way to bring one back." "Okay, hurry up and eat it. You have been eating dry food these days, and you need to add some vitamins. Let's be half each," Fuya said with a smile when eating. There was only a plate of unpeeled apples in front of the two of them, and a bowl of white rice in front of them. This was the dinner for the two of them. Although there are no vegetables and no meat, the two of them still eat very warmly. Both of them are only third-year students in high school. They were preparing hard for the college entrance examination. People can only follow the crowd and come to Yazhou. Although Lin Yu and Fuya have always dreamed of returning to Yazhou, they also know very well that the plague in Yazhou must be more serious than here. Perhaps Yazhou is already a dead city, and they will not be able to go back in the future. Therefore, saving the leftover food every day is already a habit of the two of them, and it is just a futile expectation. As night fell, Lin Yu and Fuya chatted for a while before getting ready to sleep. However, at this moment, the air defense alarm sounded in the city, and Lin Yu realized in an instant that the zombies were probably attacking again. It had obviously stopped attacking for 3 days, but the zombies still didn't give up, and still wanted to rush in to have a good meal. Lin Yu got up from the bed helplessly, and said to Fuya, "As soon as the air defense siren goes off, the people of the city lord's mansion will gather. I'm going out, you stay at home, be careful, no matter who comes, you are not allowed to open the door." Fuya nodded, and said seriously, "I see, you can go at ease, I will take care of myself, and you too, Lin." Yu went out quickly. The salary of the people in the city lord's mansion is very high, because the food they can get every day is enough to feed a family. As for other workers, the food they can get every day is at most enough to fill their stomachs. It is quite difficult to feed a family, that's why many people choose to eat rat meat. If it wasn't for the lack of food, who would eat mutant rats? Of course, there is also a bad thing about the city lord's mansion, that is, at a critical moment, these people will be forcibly recruited, and they have no right to resist. Lin Yu has already been recruited once before, so he is still indifferent to this kind of thing. Relatively familiar. Lin Yu is not a soldier, nor is he an evolutionary, so he doesn't need to fight. He just needs to maintain the law and order below. It is enough to ensure that the people below do not make trouble. As for the battle with zombies, it is done by professionals. Lin Yu quickly rushed to the city lord's mansion to gather, and was assigned to Dongcheng to maintain law and order to ensure that no one wandered on the street. He was assigned a knife in his hand. This knife looked very new. With a knife in his hand, Lin Yu has more or less courage. Chang Jianyi didn't expect the zombies to attack again. She thought it was the same as the previous 2 attacks, but when she rushed to the top of the city wall, she found a large number of mutated zombies gathered in the northwest. Mutated zombies appear here, indicating that the zombies are about to launch a general attack. It seems that the Corpse King is ready to go all out. That's good. They will leave after beating the zombies once and for all. Chang Jianyi thought silently. Just when Chang Jianyi was thinking this way, her cell phone rang suddenly, and she quickly picked it up to answer it. It turned out that it was a report from a soldier on duty at home. "Vice City Master, the young master has woken up, and he said he would come to see you." "You? When?" Chang Jianyi heard the news. She was relieved a lot. After 6 days of high fever, her younger brother finally woke up. Now, he should be a supernatural being, right? Bring him to the northwest city wall, be careful on the way. Chang Jianyi immediately ordered. Suddenly, the zombies below the city wall started to attack, and the overwhelming zombies rushed up. However, the charge of these zombies was purposeful, because these zombies formed a gentle slope under the city wall, and the mutated zombies followed this path. Gentle slope started to charge, and the mutated zombies could step on the bodies of these ordinary zombies all the way to the top of the city wall. Chapter 140 Useless Abilities. At this time, The strong zombies had rushed up the gentle slope and were charging towards the city wall. Chang Jianyi saw this scene and quickly commanded the soldiers, "Hurry up and shoot, can't the zombies rush up?" More than a dozen strong zombies are charging when they step on the zombie's body, and the spray-type zombies follow behind. There are more than 20 zombies in number. Rarely, they were not charging. As for the speed zombies, they began to climb towards the walls on both sides. The nails or bone spurs in their hands could penetrate into the walls, so they climbed smoothly like this. The soldiers quickly fired. Fortunately, even the mutated zombies can be killed with guns. The strong zombies who rushed to the front quickly died on the gentle slope formed by the zombies. The jet zombies followed behind. Using the corpses of the strong zombies as shields, they continued to move forward. At the same time, the speed zombies also came to the top of the wall. Fortunately, the searchlight on the city wall illuminated the speed zombies climbing the city wall, so they quickly reminded them. The soldiers immediately turned their guns and kept shooting at the speed zombies clinging to the city wall. In an instant, the speed zombies died under the guns. The spraying zombies had already arrived at the top of the gentle slope, and when they were 5 meters away from the top of the wall, they began to spray the acid in their stomachs. A dozen soldiers at the top of the wall were accidentally sprayed in the face, and these people immediately, he fell to the ground screaming. His face became pitted, completely like after being burned by sulfuric acid, and the person whose eyes were sprayed by the acid was instantly blind. At this time, seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi quickly shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "Hurry up and shoot, there is no need to save bullets, now. The mutated zombies are about to rush to the head of the city. If you don't shoot now, the zombies are probably coming up." So the soldiers immediately turned on the automatic mode and started shooting more than 20 spray-type zombies on the gentle slope. After passing the body of the strong zombie, it hit the spray zombie behind, and finally the spray zombie couldn't hold it anymore, and they all fell to the ground and rolled down the slope. Before Chang Jianyi had time to be happy, more than a dozen tank-shaped zombies rushed up. These tank-shaped zombies were more than 4 meters high. To the soldiers, they were simply huge monsters, so they concentrated their firepower to attack the big tank-shaped zombies. The body of the tank-type zombie was hit by the bullet immediately, but these zombies had a thick layer of fat as a buffer, so when the bullet hit the tank-type zombie, it did not kill him. Seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi couldn't help but look ugly. The rifle bullets could pierce through some weak steel plates, but now they failed to attack tank zombies. These tanks, the fat on a small zombie can stop bullets. It's a pity that there are no shells, otherwise, these tank-type zombies can definitely be killed. Chang Jianyi said with an ugly face. Josiah Oxio had also rushed to the top of the city wall at this time, saw the tank-shaped zombies advancing step by step along the gentle slope, and quickly shouted, "Attack the heads of these zombies, kill these zombies." So, the soldiers set their targets on the heads of the tank-type zombies, and all shot at the heads of these zombies. More than half of the bullets were shot on the air, but a small part of the bullets also hit the tank-type zombies' head. 5 tank-shaped zombies walking in front were killed on the spot, and their heavy bodies were instantly crushed on the gentle slope formed by the zombies. However, at this moment, a scream came from the dark corpses in the distance. After the sharp sound reached everyone's ears, it made people upset instantly. I had never heard such a sharp sound before. However, Chang Jianyi had some guesses. Could it be the voice of the Corpse King? Chang Jianyi thought in his heart. As if to confirm Chang Jianyi's conjecture, the remaining 7 tank zombies grabbed a few zombies from the gentle slope and blocked them in front of their heads. Suddenly, with the cover of these zombies, the tank zombie's head was very. It is difficult to be hit, and even if it is hit, it may not be able to damage the brain. Damn it, the wounds on these tank-shaped zombies heal a little too fast, right? Josiah Oxio looked at these tank-shaped zombies with a telescope, but found that the bullet holes on these zombies were half the size of a fist. But in the process of their progress, they are healing rapidly. This speed of healing is simply a miracle in the biological world. Chang Jianyi understood that the reason why the tank-type zombies uniformly use ordinary zombies as shields is that they are actually controlled by the Corpse King, and the Corpse King is in the zombie group in the northwest corner, but there are so many zombies outside. The width is only 400 to 500 meters, and it is very scattered, and the sky is very dark, and there is no trace of the Corpse King at all at this time. 2 of Chang Jianyi's personal guards brought Chang Haoji to the top of the city wall. Chang Haoji looked at the crowd who were fighting, and couldn't help turning pale. It was the first time he saw the scene of zombies attacking the city. Countless zombies could be seen rushing out of the darkness, charging directly towards the city wall on their side. Even if they died, these zombies would have to rush under the city wall before dying. "Sister, I'm here." Chang Haoji found Chang Jianyi, who was directing the battle, and shouted loudly at this time. There were loud gunshots on the city wall, and if Chang Haoji's voice was too low, it would not be able to attract Chang Jianyi's attention, and Chang Jianyi also noticed the arrival of his younger brother, so he asked Zhou Xiaoxiao to replace him and only knew how to fight. He took his brother back for a distance. "Xiaoji, have you obtained the ability now?" Chang Jianyi asked anxiously. Chang Haoji nodded seriously, and said, "Now I have obtained a special ability, which is to manipulate the fog." As he said that, Chang Haoji waved his palm, and a cloud of white mist instantly condensed in the air, and the white mist was still expanding. Seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi could only feel a deep headache, and said to himself, how could it be such a supernatural power? This kind of supernatural power is not very useful at all. When Chang Haoji heard this, he immediately became unhappy, and even stood on the wall of the city wall, and jumped down towards the direction of the city. Chang Jianyi didn't expect his brother to do such a move. Even if it was a supernatural power, it would be useless, would not commit suicide by jumping off a building. Therefore, Chang Jianyi didn't have time to stop him, and could only watch helplessly as his younger brother jumped down the 15-meter-high city wall. "Xiaoji." Chang Jianyi called out loudly into the city wall. However, at this moment, she saw an astonishing scene, because at this time Chang Haoji actually stood on top of the white mist, and did not fall down. The whole person seemed to be riding a cloud, and he stood steadily on the white fog. This was the first time Chang Jianyi had seen such a scene. "You can fly." When Chang Jianyi saw this scene, the surprise in her heart was beyond words. At this moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. She never thought that her younger brother could do such a thing, even if it was Shen Feng. Even if he controlled the power of the wind, he couldn't fly, but his younger brother turned out to be a first-order supernatural being, and he was able to fly. This was an exaggeration to the extreme. Chang Haoji said proudly, "Sister, do you know the usefulness of my abilities now?" Chang Jianyi nodded. Seeing her younger brother's ability with her own eyes, she suddenly discovered that the useless ability she thought could bring about a big change. For example, the current dangerous battle situation might be due to her younger brother's ability. Get the chance to reverse it with a supernatural power. Deputy City Lord, the young master's ability can be very useful. Yinli said in a low voice. After flying, it is very useful for detecting the enemy's situation and air attacks, and the young master can also leave the city. Go send the message. Chang Jianyi heard the words air attack, and instantly remembered that there seemed to be a corpse king among the corpses in the distance, but his younger brother could use supernatural powers to fly. Isn't this just his chance? Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi quickly asked Chang Haoji to come over, and asked seriously, "How long can you fly?" Chang Haoji didn't understand why his sister asked such a question, but he still replied, "I think I can fly for more than an hour." Hearing such an answer, Chang Jianyi hesitated for a moment, grabbed his younger brother's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you always want to be a hero? Now there is a dangerous task for you. Do you dare to do it?" Chang Haoji nodded seriously and said, "I dare." Chang Jianyi pointed to a large group of zombies attacking under the city wall, and said seriously, "Your task is to go to the sky above the zombies over there to find a corpse king with a big head. Dead corpse king. You will be Lu Xiao's hero by then." Before that, Chang Haoji still felt confident, but after hearing the content of the mission, his face turned pale immediately. He looked at the groups of zombies in the darkness in the distance, and said hesitantly, "This seems a little dangerous, right?" Chang Haoji was very scared. He was only in the 4th grade this year. He had always thought he was brave before, but now facing the 300,000 zombies outside the city, he immediately hesitated. If he went outside the city and was accidentally killed by zombies, if you catch it, won't you die? Also, at such a young age, why did I do such a dangerous thing? Chang Jianyi saw her younger brother hesitated and did not answer. She gritted her teeth and said, "Little G, haven't you always wanted to be a hero like your brother-in-law? Then you will face danger sooner or later. Heroes are not powerful as you think. It's about being able to face danger bravely. Just like your brother-in-law, Even if he knew that he would face a million zombies when he went to Rongcheng, he still set off. Isn't he afraid? No, he just put be afraid to cover up and show your bravery. Is brother-in-law really afraid? Chang Haoji asked in a low voice. Chang Jianyi nodded, and said seriously, yes, your brother-in-law will also be afraid. However, he will always have the courage to overcome difficulties, but I feel like I don't have the courage. Chang Haoji lowered his head slowly. He was really too scared. When he was hiding from zombies in the school cafeteria, he was particularly worried that he would be caught and eaten by zombies. Now, although he was protected by his sister, he thought of the large number of zombies he was about to face. If he was caught by the zombies, he would definitely not even have enough meat for them. Thinking of these things, Chang Haoji wanted to back down. Why would he take risks? Why do you have to fight yourself? Is it okay to stay at home by yourself? I'm still a primary school student. I should stay in school and study. Chang Haoji thought in his heart, and he had the idea of retreating. He didn't want to go to the sky above the zombies to find the Corpse King, and he didn't want to fight. Fear. Chang Jianyi didn't blame her younger brother when she saw him like this. After all, my younger brother is only a teenager, and it's normal to be afraid when facing 300,000 zombies. But at this moment, only by killing the zombie king can the threat of zombies outside the city be completely resolved. Otherwise, the zombies will break through the city wall one day. Today's zombies have learned to use shields. Given time, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Xiaoji, listen, everyone has courage in their hearts. Maybe you think you don't have it, but that's because you have too much fear. Chang Jianyi said softly, Rindongzi, kill you fear in the heart. The epic of mankind is the epic of courage, and the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Hearing his sister's encouragement, Chang Haoji looked up at his sister's expectant eyes. He pursed his lips, nodded and said, I know, I have the courage, and I will do it. Hearing such an answer, Chang Jianyi felt very relieved. Now his younger brother can finally help him, and he has grown up a lot. After that, Chang Jianyi began to teach his younger brother how to use grenades. Many grenades were prepared on the city wall, but these grenades can only be used when necessary, because one grenade is used and one is missing, and one must wait until it can no longer hold time to use. Chang Haoji learned how to use grenades seriously. After Chang Jianyi's teaching, he began to practice how to use grenades, pulled out the safety start switch, and then threw them out at the group of zombies under the city wall. With a loud noise, all the zombies within 2 meters of the explosion were killed. Boom! Chang Haoji heard a loud explosion under the city, and the fear in his heart was dispelled and dressed up. At this moment, he was thinking, it turns out that fighting is such a simple matter, and it turns out that zombies are so easy to kill, so I must be too. Can be a hero. Have you learned it? Are you ready? Chang Jianyi asked quickly. Unknowingly, Chang Haoji became more confident. Maybe after the actual operation, he understood the steps of killing zombies. Maybe after Chang Jianyi's encouragement, he understood the need to kill fear and find courage. Although he is still a primary school student, he has become different. I'm ready. I'm going to find that big-headed Corpse King. I'll throw a grenade and blow him up. Chang Haoji said seriously with firm eyes. Chang Jianyi saw his younger brother's behavior like this, and smiled on his face, then patted his younger brother on the shoulder, and said seriously, then you are ready to go. Take 10 grenades, and act within an hour. If you can't find them, the Corpse King will be right back. Chapter 141. The line of defense is breached. After Chang Haoji learned how to use the grenade, he set off quickly. He gathered a cloud of white mist just by waving his hands. The white mist was like a cloud, flashing dreamlike colors under the lights above the tower. Ji is carrying a satchel with 10 grenades in it. This is his only weapon. Chang Haoji jumped onto the white mist, and then moved towards the tide of corpses in the distance. Chang Haoji flew higher and higher in the air, and finally stopped at a height of 20 meters. The white mist floated above the tide of corpses in the distance going out. At such a high altitude, even if the zombies saw it, they would not be able to attack it. What's more, all the mutated zombies are constantly attacking the city wall in the northwest, and no zombies care about the white mist floating above their heads. Looking at his younger brother who was gradually going away, Chang Jianyi had expectations in his heart, but he was more worried. If his younger brother became exhausted during the flight, wouldn't it mean that he would fall into the crowd of zombies? If such a situation occurs, even the whole body will not be found. But now if you want to solve Lu Xiao's difficulties, you can only let your younger brother, who can fly, set off. Chang Jianyi also learned about Hubei province through the headquarters. The 700,000 zombies over there were defeated within a day, but there were more than 10,000 soldiers in Hubei province at that time, with artillery shells and fighter jets. It has everything that one expects to find. The advantages of equipment are over there, and the bullets and shells can be used casually. Not to add, compared with it too, the situation in Lu Xiao is really too difficult now. Chang Jianyi can only take a slant, hoping that his younger brother can kill the Corpse King. In this way, the situation of Lu Xiao being surrounded will be changed, and he may even get the Corpse King's brain, which can be used to cultivate your own supernatural beings, and you have enough power to suppress the inside, and force the people below to pay attention to hygiene and fight against the plague. Everything is up to you. Don't let my sister down. Chang Jianyi thought silently in her heart. If possible, she doesn't want her brother to take risks, but in today's troubled times, children must do their best to fight against zombies. Up when the tank-type zombies rushed up the gentle slope and were about to reach the city wall, Chang Jianyi asked someone to throw out the grenade. Since these tank-type zombies are difficult to kill with bullets, they can only use grenades. Everyone threw the grenade. After getting out, the grenade quickly got stuck on the zombie, and then everyone lowered their heads and hid behind the wall. 10 seconds later, there was an explosion under the feet of the tank-type zombies. The feet of two tank-type zombies were relatively close to the grenade, so their feet were blown off on the spot. It is possible to restore the broken feet, so the chubby bodies of these tank-shaped zombies can only roll down the slope, obviously unable to attack again. However, the remaining 5 tank-type zombies are still moving forward. The explosion just now did not cause much damage to them. It is probably because the position where the grenade was thrown was not very accurate. Therefore, even if the grenade exploded and produced fragments, it also did not cause effective damage. Seeing such a situation, Chang Jianyi asked people to throw grenades again. Just now, 2 tank-type zombies had their feet broken, which proves that the recovery ability of tank-type zombies is also limited. It is also impossible for the zombies to return to their original state, otherwise, this would be too perverted. The soldiers threw out grenades one after another, and then hid behind the wall. They used more than 100 grenades, and finally killed the remaining tank zombies. Fortunately, the tank-shaped zombie had both feet broken and rolled down the gentle slope. Unlucky zombies died after being hit in the head or heart by shrapnel. Chang Jianyi asked people to point a huge searchlight on the city wall at the groups of zombies outside the city wall. In order for Chang Haoji to find the Corpse King smoothly, lights are necessary. The tide of corpses is still advancing. After more than 100 grenades exploded on the gentle slope formed by zombies just now, a layer of zombies on the gentle slope was cut off on the spot, and the zombies behind rushed up one after another, lying on the ground again. On the gentle slope, flesh and blood continued to form the gentle slope. Seeing this scene, Josiah Oxio frowned and said, "Why do these zombies make such a futile attack? It is obviously impossible for them to climb up the city wall." Josiah Oxio doesn't understand why the Corpse King keeps sending these zombies to die, because the number of ordinary zombies that make up Zupo is at least 10,000, and the price of paying so many zombies is really expensive just to be able to climb the city wall. It's a little too big at this time. There was another change in the zombie tide, because more than 70 mutated zombies appeared again in the corpse tide, including tank-type zombies, jet-type zombies, and strong-type zombies. The zombies all grabbed ordinary zombies as shields, and then charged. This fearless attitude shocked everyone on the city wall. So many mutated zombies are all charging. Is the Corpse King ready to fight to the death? Chang Jianyi guessed at this time. Chang Jianyi understood that the mutated zombies who attacked along the gentle slope just now were all just the temptation of the Corpse King. The Corpse King used a small number of mutated zombies to test the firepower on the city wall. After understanding the firepower on the city wall, immediately fight hard. There are more than 70 mutant zombies, probably all the mutant zombies left in the corpse tide. Chang Jianyi turned her head to look at a group of war supervisors behind her. She wanted them to come forward to fight together. After all, the Corpse King has already started a general attack. It would be bad if the city wall was breached. However, Chang Jianyi immediately gave up such an idea. If there was no supervising team to suppress them, these soldiers might throw down their guns and run away. Therefore, the supervising team must exist at all times. After that, Chang Jianyi looked at the soldiers on the city wall in the distance. and thought for a while, but he couldn't let these people come to help. If the Corpse King suddenly changed the direction of attack, the soldiers would be gathered by himself on the city wall in the northwest. Other city walls may be breached by the tide of corpses. Joe. Zaya Oxeo, you don't need to save grenades later, just throw out 1,000 grenades. Chang Jianyi said helplessly at the beginning. Chang Jianyi had been bargaining with the headquarters for a long time. The headquarters was only willing to provide 5,000 rifles and 1,000 grenades. Chang Jianyi originally wanted to save some grenades. It can be used, but now it seems that these grenades can only be used to protect the city wall. The grenades were thrown down one by one, and the mutated zombies who were charging along the gentle slope were immediately blown up and down by the grenades. Except for the tank-type zombies who could barely resist a broken shrapnel, the rest of the strong-type zombies and jet-type zombies, as long as you are hit by shrapnel, you will immediately fall down and wait for death. After the sharp shrapnel is given speed by the gunpowder, basically no zombies can hold it within a few meters around. Among the zombies attacking the city wall, there are still many zombies covered with pus, their eyes are cloudy, and their bodies are emitting bursts of stench. These zombies are all suffering from the plague will die. All the zombies that couldn't move were eaten, so the number of zombies surrounding the city wall was decreasing these days. It wasn't that the zombies escaped, but that many weak people were eaten by the strong. Chang Jianyi stood on the top of the wall and frowned and looked down. At this moment, she was full of doubts, and said to herself, why are there only 3 mutant zombies charging? Where did the speed zombies go? It stands to reason that the fastest zombies are the speed zombies, and the Corpse King will not be unaware of this, but except for the first wave of charges, the speed zombies have never appeared. According to the number, the speed zombies are absolutely impossible. So little, it's not good, it's a slap in the face. Chang Jianyi suddenly understood this point, and suddenly his whole body became cold, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just as Chang Jianyi figured out the reason, fierce gunshots came from the location of Zichen, and then the walkie-talkie in Chang Jianyi's hand rang, and the soldiers in Zichen shouted anxiously, Deputy City Master, we have 3 more than a dozen speed zombies have already climbed the city wall, please help. When Chang Jianyi heard the news, he immediately felt bad. More than 30 speed-type zombies had already climbed onto the city wall. Doesn't it mean that the defense line of the city wall will be easily breached? Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi hurriedly said loudly to Josiah Oxeo, you bring people to guard here, I'm going to West City to support. Remember, you must guard the city wall. Joe. Zaya Oxeo also understands what it will be like once the defense line is breached. His family and friends are all inside the city wall. If these people are killed, then he will regret it for the rest of his life, so he can only grit his teeth and say, I understand, Deputy City Lord, you can go at ease, I will definitely guard the city wall here. Chang Jianyi took the 300 supervisors here and set off. Most of these people are evolutionaries. Even if they use cold weapons to face mutant zombies, they are still capable of fighting. Now they also carry rifles on their bodies. Facing 1 or 2,000 zombies can be wiped out directly. When Chang Jianyi came to the city wall, he immediately saw soldiers shooting continuously on the city wall. At this time, at the gate of the West City, more than 10,000 zombies crawled over, forming a gentle slope for charging. Groups of zombies are constantly charging, and soldiers are constantly shooting towards the zombies rushing on the gentle slope. As long as a shuttle of bullets passes by, these ordinary zombies will fall down in a row, just like using a sickle to cut wheat. With one swing of the knife, the wheat fell in pieces. However, Chang Jianyi did not see the existence of mutant zombies here. There were a few short zombie corpses on the ground, but the more than 30 speed zombies mentioned at the time were completely missing, so Chang Jianyi quickly grabbed a squad leader and asked, didn't you say that the speed zombies rushed up? What's going on? The squad leader quickly said, at that time we were all observing the battle on the northwest city wall, but the speed zombies bypassed a searchlight, came to the bottom of the city wall from a dead corner, and climbed up directly. We were fighting with them, but these speed zombies, regardless of us, we rushed directly into the city. As if confirming the squad leader's words, the city was suddenly full of noise, and a large number of people were making noise, which meant that the speed zombies that rushed into the city were killing them. Chang Jianyi looked inside the city, and could only see lights shining everywhere in the city. The location of the West City is now in chaos. Standing on the city wall, you can see many people running on the street, while shouting zombie. Come, the whole city was in chaos. Zhang Xiaoqiang, take people to kill the mutated zombies in the city immediately. Don't let these zombies cause too much chaos. Chang Jianyi made a decisive decision. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Chang Jianyi's words, but asked hesitantly, but if I leave, who will protect you? I don't need protection now, not to mention that I have the ability to fight, so I am not so easy to encounter danger. The people in the city are ordinary people, so they need protection even more. Chang Jianyi said anxiously, if you don't care about the speed zombies that enter the city and continue to kill, then the casualties in the city will definitely increase. If the crowd in the city panics and then rushes to the city wall, it will be bad. It never occurred to her that the speed zombies rushing in were not to open the gap, but to rush into her own hinterland to make a big fuss. Chang Jianyi is not worried about her own safety, because she is also a supernatural being, and she has the ability to protect herself at critical moments, but once there is a problem inside, things will be really troublesome, and the zombies outside the city can barely resist. But if the crowd in the city attacked the defense line on the city wall instead, it would cause serious consequences. Okay, I'll take people to kill the zombies right away. Deputy City Lord, you must take care. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately took the people to set off. At this time, the city is already in chaos, and it can be heard everywhere that there are speed zombies killing, but there was no trace of the speed zombies at all. Chu Yangshan was sitting in the city lord's mansion, panting and correcting the documents. Originally, these documents were handled by Shen Feng, but Shen Feng went out to fight in the city, so Chang Jianyi was responsible for correcting the documents. Now Chang Jianyi was also guarding against zombie attacks outside the city every day, so everything was handed over to Chu Yangshan, an old man in his 60s and 70s. Chu Yangshan feels that his body is getting weaker and weaker, and being out of breath is the best expression. He wants to support his body, at least he has to correct these documents, but he feels his body is getting weaker and weaker. He knows, I am afraid that I will die soon. Mr. Chu, hurry up and follow us to hide. It is said that speed zombies have rushed into the city. You must be safe. A young soldier rushed into Shen Feng's office, facing the correcting staff. Chu Yangshan of the document said now Chu Yangshan is handling everything in Luzhou. The soldiers are very worried, wondering if the old man can hold on. Now that there is danger in the city, they must protect the old man. There are a lot of things in Luzhou that no one has to deal with. When Chu Yangshan heard this, he couldn't help becoming anxious immediately. At the same time, he was coughing constantly. The soldier quickly handed him a cup of tea and said with concern, Mr. Chu, how are you? Chu Yangshan drank a glass of water and finally calmed down, but he did not agree with the soldier's suggestion, but said seriously, now that the people are in danger, how can I leave first? And the one who rushed in, the number of zombies must not be many, but the panic caused is already huge, and we must find a way to stop it. Chapter 142 The Power of Unity. Chu Yangshan is quite old, but he has never experienced a war since he was born, so he feels that he is still very lucky, but he doesn't want to encounter such a big turmoil at this time, although the military has always believed that the world will return to peace in 3 to 10 years, because all the zombies will be killed by then, and other places dare not say, but within the scope of the land of China, the zombies must be killed. Annihilation without leaving. However, Chu Yangshan believes that he has no chance to see the scene of peace in the world, but it is enough for him to live in peace for most of his life, and he feels very lucky. Now, even if you will die, you must do what you can. 10 years is still too long. Chu Yangshan's health is not very good. He feels that he can't wait 10 years later, although he can get the evolution potion at any time, but he doesn't want to take it. Life, old age, sickness and death are definite. Yes, there is no need to act against the sky. Chu Yangshan slowly stood up from behind the desk, and said calmly, since the city lord's mansion is the organization that notifies Luzhou, then when there is danger, you must play your role. The chaos must be stopped, just do it. As he said that, Chu Yangshan had already thought about how to stabilize the situation in the city, so he directly ordered, let the people below go to inform, and let everyone gather near the city lord's mansion. There is a square next to the city lord's mansion. It can accommodate a lot of people, and all the civil servants of the city lord's mansion are dispatched. Maintain order. I believe that Chang Jianyi will not ignore these zombies in the city. The soldiers heard Chu Yangshan's order, so they had no choice but to follow his order. They quickly mobilized the civilian staff of the city lord's mansion to maintain law and order, and at the same time announced that everyone who felt scared should go to the square near the city lord's mansion. Chu Yangshan muttered to himself and said, "I'm already old, I never thought I would do such a dangerous thing." In the end, Chu Yangshan came to the office building of the city lord's mansion, surrounded by 4 or 5 other young people, and the people who were summoned gathered around the city lord's mansion. Many people saw the old man standing under the city lord's mansion. He already has white hair all over his head, while the rest of the people in the city lord's mansion are constantly directing with trumpets, "Don't squeeze, don't squeeze." The people in the city lord's mansion kept shouting, and the people who were still in a panic before saw Chu Yangshan standing with them, and their hearts calmed down a lot. After all, at this moment, even Chu actual managers like Yang Bian stood with them, and they also wanted to understand that since the big shots were standing here, wouldn't the little people like themselves not have to worry about safety issues? The people in the city spread the word, and rushed to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. Panic is easily contagious. If one person is worried about the zombie problem, then the rest of the people will also be worried about the danger of the zombie. To treat this panic, then only unity can do it. Tens of thousands of people rushed to the city lord's mansion. When tens of thousands of people gathered together, the fear dissipated without knowing it. Tens of thousands of people were together, and everyone encouraged and helped each other. After seeing everyone, I finally felt relieved, subconsciously thinking that this place was already safe. The people from the city lord's mansion hurriedly patrolled the crowd gathering place to calm everyone down, and their appearance also comforted the crowd below. After all, the people from the city lord's mansion are also staying here, so this means that this place is very safe. No need to run around. The square was soon full of people, and then there were people standing on the street. Everyone was holding urgent supplies, such as food and vegetables, and some people were holding weapons, such as swords and sticks. In the past, one could only see a mass of people standing in the center of the city, and the center was the city lord's mansion, and Chu Yangshan below the city lord's mansion was the core of the core in a building. An aunt in her 40s was knocking on the door of Fu Ya's room, and said while knocking, "Little girl, we are going to take refuge in the city lord's mansion. You can go with us, it's not safe here." Around this aunt, there are 7 or 8 middle-aged women. They are all from Yazhou, so they were arranged to live together in the house here. Maybe everyone came from Yazhou. So everyone was huddling together to keep warm, and when they ran for their lives, they didn't forget to bring the little girl Fu Ya with them. In the eyes of these people, Fu Ya was just a teenage girl, about the same age as their daughter, so she couldn't help but want to take care of her. Now that she was about to run for her life, of course it was best to act together. However, Fu Ya resolutely rejected the kindness of these people, and she said loudly, "You guys go to take refuge, I'm at home, I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to wait for Lin and you to come back, I'll stay at home alone if there is no danger, I will not go out." Fu Ya said that. The ants in Yazhou couldn't say anything, so they left in 2s and 3s. Now that the big guys have gone to the city lord's mansion, it's best for me to follow. Come on, following the crowd is the best way. Fu Ya leaned behind the door. She had already turned off the light, and she curled up behind the door. If she said she was not afraid, she would be lying. She only remembered what Lin Yu said when she left, "Wait for me to come back, no matter what, don't open the door to anyone who knocks." Fu Ya was very worried. If she left, what would happen if the supplies at home ran out? She thought silently in her heart, "Lin Yu is so smart, he must be right to let me stay in the room, I must listen to her." There were more than 20 speed zombies that rushed into the city. There were originally more than 30 zombies, but unfortunately 5 or 6 were killed on the city wall, so the number is less than 30 now. The speed zombies are flying around the walls of the city, constantly attacking the people who are alone, but if they encounter people with weapons in their hands, these zombies will not attack, but choose to kill those who have no resistance. Under the control of the Corpse King, these zombies still retain a part of their nature, that is, to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Yu stood on the side of the East City, constantly directing people to evacuate. He received the task from above, which was to notify the people below to take refuge in the city lord's mansion. Lin Yu held a short knife in his hand and tied a red cloth, so everyone knew that he was from the city lord's mansion, and they followed his instructions to go to the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. "Everyone, calm down, go to the city lord's mansion in the center of the city together, don't push, and go in an orderly manner." Lin Yu shouted loudly. At the same time, Lin Yu felt a little worried. Fu Ya must have heard someone's notice and will go to the city lord's mansion, right? In a certain location in Dongcheng, Su Xing was also holding a samurai sword and commanding others, while her mother was standing by her side to accompany her. Wu Yilian never figured out why she was in danger when her daughter was already a civil servant. She was very dissatisfied with having to come out to command when she was in the hospital, and now she was worried about Su Xing's safety, so she had no choice but to stay by her side all the time. Su Xing originally hoped that her mother would go to the edge of the city lord's mansion with others to take refuge, but her mother refused to listen to her life and death. Wu Yilian thought that she only had Su Xing as her daughter. People, so no matter how dangerous it is, you must accompany your daughter. Su Xing had no choice but to direct everyone to evacuate with her mother. She was very excited. Now when she is in danger, she is still of some use. The streets near the city lord's mansion were already full of people, and the number of people continued to increase. I don't know who started it, but everyone was singing that unity is strength. Chu Yangshan was very relieved to see this scene, and murmured, "As long as we are united, there will be no unsolvable suffering." The soldier standing beside Chu Yangshan had a wry smile on his face when he heard such words, and said in his heart, "Old man, it's easy for you to say, if so many people step on you, I won't be able to protect you when you grow old." The singing was carried far away. Even the people fighting far away on the city wall had relaxed expressions on their faces when they heard the singing. It seemed that the family members in the city were not in too much danger. As long as the singing did not stop, then they will be out of danger. Hearing the singing from the city, Chang Jianyi finally felt relieved. It seemed that the situation in the city had probably stabilized, and Zhang Xiaoqiang and his team would definitely be able to kill the speed-type zombies making trouble in the city. The only difficulty was 30 zombies outside the city. The speed zombies in the city all aimed at weak humans for surprise attacks. Even the second-order or even third-order speed zombies, their targets have always been weak humans after they are alone, such as the elderly, such as children. After the human beings were placed alone, these zombies were all attacking, and the rule of bullying the weak and fearing the hard was carried forward by these zombies. However, the speed zombies suddenly discovered something wrong at this time. It seemed that there were fewer and fewer people alone, and a group of women with guns started chasing them. They didn't understand why this happened, so they had to dodge around. Finally, a zombie accidentally ran towards the direction of the city lord's mansion, and finally figured out why no human beings were found alone, because in the nearby squares and streets of the city lord's mansion, people stood and sang in a crowd. After seeing this scene, the speed zombies immediately fled at a faster speed. Zombies have always used the advantage of numbers to crush humans, but at this moment, there are hundreds of thousands of humans standing near the city lord's mansion, and singing in unison. This scene was too shocking, it scared away the speed zombies. At that time, Zhang Xiaoqiang is one of Chang Jianyi's earliest confidants. She has followed Chang Jianyi since she was in medical school, so she was also appreciated by Chang Jianyi, and she was rewarded with 10 bottles of evolution potions, allowing her to evolve into second-order evolution. The one who is now the commander of the supervisory team is currently looking for speed zombies to kill in the city. The female soldiers on Zhang Xiaoqiang's side are holding rifles in their hands, and they have also learned to shoot early, so apart from the soldiers on the city wall, they are the strongest force in the city. The shuttle bullet hits the past. As long as the speed zombie runs a little slower, it will be killed immediately. When fleeing for their lives, people's speed is very fast, so at this time, it took half an hour for people to stay near the city lord's mansion, and Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help admiring after learning about this. Mr. Chu is decisive. With so many people gathered together, even if they encounter mutant zombies, they won't be afraid. It's just a pity. Mr. Chu doesn't want to drink the evolution potion at all. His health seems to be failing. Zhang Xiaoqiang is constantly looking for speed-type zombies to kill, and the speed-type zombies can only avoid Zhang Xiaoqiang's attack like a plague god. However, it is useless to hide, because Zhang Xiaoqiang has already launched a carpet search. When you see a speed zombie, report your location immediately, and then concentrate your firepower and shoot directly to kill these gangsters. Just when Zhang Xiaoqiang passed a building, she suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from a small alley. So she immediately pointed the rifle to this side, and said to the surrounding comrades, "There is a situation here. Ready to shoot." "Captain, don't shoot, it's me. I'm one of my own." Such a voice suddenly came from the alley. As he said that, more than a dozen people came out of the dark alley. They were carrying backpacks, and the backpacks were bulging, and they didn't know what was in the backpacks. Why? Are you hiding here? Didn't you get a notice? Didn't you hear that everyone went to the city lord's mansion to take refuge? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, dissatisfied. The leader was a man with scars all over his face. With a smile on his face, he said awkwardly, "Aren't we afraid? That's why we hid here. We didn't expect to be discovered by you. We are also afraid of zombies." Zhang Xiaoqiang was very helpless to these people, and directly reprimanded them. "You guys just don't obey orders. Don't you understand the reason why there are more people and more strength? Now hurry up and go to the city lord's mansion. Don't delay our search for zombies." Yes, we will leave right away. We will go right away." The man with the scar in the head said with a smile, then waved his hand back and said, "Go, brothers, don't disturb these heroines doing business." Afterwards, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to search for the speed-type zombies to kill. She didn't stop because she met more than a dozen big men, and after the speed-type zombies hid, it became more and more difficult to find. Zhang Xiaoqiang knew that she had already killed most of the zombies that rushed into the city. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143: Thunderbolt Kills the Corpse King. After Chang Haoji set off, he didn't think too much. He just stood on top of the cloud and looked down, trying to find the Corpse King with the big head that his sister said, as long as he killed him, he would be the hero of Luzhou. Chang Haoji was very excited about this. "I want to be a hero. I must become a hero like my brother-in-law." Chang Haoji thought silently in his heart. Ever since Chang Haoji saw the scene of Shen Feng killing zombies neatly, he has completely worshipped Shen Feng. Therefore, Chang Haoji dreams of becoming a brother-in-law. Not only is he respected, but also it is powerful and will not be threatened by zombies at all. However, the road of a hero is obviously not that easy. After more than half an hour, he has not found the Corpse King among the zombies. In his opinion, all the zombies are crowded together, and it is impossible to distinguish who is the head. The most important point is that there are so many zombies that are completely invisible. Although there are searchlights in the distance, Chang Haoji still feels powerless when he looks at these zombies. "It took a lot of money, but I still couldn't find the Corpse King at this time." Chang Haoji estimated his physical strength and felt that he was going to be unable to hold on. It is safest to return to Luzhou now, but once he goes back, he may never have the chance to find the Corpse King again, because next time the Corpse King may not appear here. Just when Chang Haoji felt helpless, he suddenly heard a scream, which immediately attracted his attention. It seemed that no zombie would make such a sound, so, as soon as this sound appeared, it immediately attracted his attention. Chang Haoji's attention. After that, Chang Haoji controlled the cloud and moved towards the direction of the sound, and soon saw a huge zombie, which was 5 meters high and fat. Chang Haoji immediately remembered such a huge zombie. "This is probably the tank-shaped zombie that my sister said, but why can't I see the Corpse King?" Chang Haoji was sure that he had come to the place where the voice came from just now, but he looked around, but he still couldn't find the Corpse King. It stands to reason that the Corpse King is here, but Chang Haoji failed to see the Corpse King at this time. Chang Haoji was ready to give up. He controlled the cloud and walked back while talking to himself. "I can't find the Corpse King now, let's look for it next time." However, at this moment, Chang Haoji looked back by chance, and was immediately shocked, because he saw the Corpse King. The 5-meter-high tank-shaped zombie stood on the ground, and it was simply a colossus. Chang Haoji was directly above the tank-shaped zombie before, so he couldn't see the body of this huge zombie at all. Now that he has walked a certain distance, he accidentally turning around. "I saw the situation under the tank-shaped zombie." It turned out that the tank-shaped zombie's huge belly blocked it, and a Corpse King with a big head was standing under the tank-shaped zombie's belly. Therefore, looking down from the position above, there is no trace of the Corpse King at all, because the Corpse King's big head is completely covered by the belly of the tank zombie. Finally, "Found it, let's die." Chang Haoji immediately took out the grenade in the satchel on his body, and as he learned before, after turning on the switch, he threw out all 10 grenades in one go. Bounced off by the belly of a tank-type zombie, he also threw a grenade from a different angle. After waiting for 10 seconds, the grenades began to explode one after another. All 10 grenades had been used, and the explosion sound was extremely violent. Boom! While listening to the explosion of the grenade, Chang Jianyi looked at the scene below expectantly, hoping to see the Corpse King being killed. When the grenade exploded, white smoke was produced. When the smoke dissipated, Chang Jianyi finally saw the scene below clearly, but he did not continue to see the trace of the Corpse King. Instead, he saw the tank lying on the ground type zombie. Both legs of this tank type zombie were blown off. These two legs don't have much fat as a buffer, so when the grenade exploded at close range, the tank type zombie's legs were blown off immediately up at the same time. There was chaos in the zombie tide. The zombies did not continue to move towards the city wall, but scattered in all directions and gradually moved away from the surroundings. Obviously, these zombies lost control, so they walked aimlessly wandering. Chang Jianyi touched his forehead, wiped off the sweat from his forehead, and said to himself, "It seems that my task has been successfully completed." However, at this moment, Chang Jianyi thought of a serious matter. It seemed that his physical strength was not enough to support him back to the city wall. Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi panicked and looked around quickly, trying to find a safe direction of landing, but the zombies scattered all around. So many zombies are moving in groups, there is no safe place at all. The buildings near the city wall have actually been demolished long ago. After all, materials are needed to build the city wall, and these buildings outside the city are the materials for building the city wall today. The house closest to Chang Jianyi is actually a private house 200 meters away. Chang Jianyi has no choice but to keep moving towards the private house, thinking silently, "We must hold on, we must hold on." Chang Jianyi didn't want to fall. If he fell into the pile of zombies, he would definitely be killed by these zombies, and he would be a martyr by then. Chang Jianyi wanted to speed up his speed, but speeding up is not something that can be done so easily. No matter how he controls his abilities, he can't speed up. He is still floating slowly. He is a little desperate. What is under my feet is a somersault cloud. I didn't expect it to be a cotton cloud. Chang Jianyi was gradually exhausted on the way to the private house. When he was 5 meters away from the private house, he finally rolled his eyes and fell down. On the ground were endless zombies. These zombies had been hungry for a long time. In addition to being able to eat the same kind, there is no other food at the same time. Chang Jianyi, who was standing on the city wall, suddenly felt palpitations. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. Why did he feel his heart beating so fast even though he was not in danger here? Suddenly, there was a huge explosion in the distance. After the explosion ended, the zombies stopped attacking the city, but scattered and left towards the distance, and the soldiers on the city wall finally felt relieved. As long as the zombies don't attack the city, it's fine. Chang Jianyi looked at the dark place in the distance, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more real. The zombies stopped attacking, did not return? Could it be that something went wrong? Chang Jianyi was very worried about her younger brother's safety. After much deliberation, since the Corpse King was dead, the danger outside the city would not be too great, so she turned her head and said, "Yin Li, bring 100 people and prepare to follow him. I'm going to go find my brother outside the city." Yin Li stopped immediately after hearing this. "Deputy City Master, you can't go out. The zombies outside the city have not completely dispersed at this time, and the danger is still very high, and the young master may not be in danger. He may just find a place temporarily. Go and hide. I think we better wait until tomorrow to start." Luo Qing also quickly dissuaded him. "Deputy City Lord, the zombies in Luzhou City have not been completely killed yet, and the people in the city are panicking. You can't leave. If you leave, all the people below will be in chaos. You must think twice." What? Chang Jianyi really wanted to rush out of the city to find her younger brother at this time, but she calmed down after being dissuaded by the two. There are too many zombies outside now. If your younger brother really fell accidentally, he might be dead by now. Well, if you're lucky, my brother should have found a place to hide by now. God bless, I hope my brother is safe and sound. Chang Jianyi prayed silently in her heart. What Chang Jianyi is most worried about now is the problems in the city. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang has already cleaned up the speed zombies in the city, what he is most afraid of is that someone will take advantage of the fire to rob. If someone takes the opportunity to make trouble, it will be bad. There are still 4 or 5 hours. During this time, it is best not to have any problems. After the zombies lost the control of the Corpse King, the zombies scattered away one after another. Although some zombies had no eyes and were ready to attack the top of the city wall along the gentle slope, as long as the soldiers fired a few shots casually, the zombies would fall down. It would not be able to threaten the soldiers on the city wall. Without the command ability of the Corpse King, the zombies would not be able to act in a unified manner. Moreover, more than 50 mutated zombies that were still attacking the northwest city wall before had been killed, and the remaining dozen or so mutated zombies had lost control. These mutated zombies are all intelligent, so they will retreat immediately when the situation is not good. Although after these days of fighting, at least 50,000 to 60,000 zombies outside the city have been killed, but there are still more than 200,000 zombies outside the city, so many zombies will not disperse for a while. So Chang Jianyi prepared to set off with people in the daytime of the next day to find the trace of his younger brother. The speed zombies in the city were gradually cleaned up, and it was almost dawn at this time. During this period, Chang Jianyi stayed on the city wall. She wanted to find a place to lie down for a while, but thought that her brother was still there. Not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he couldn't fall asleep immediately, so he simply sat on the city wall, staring at the distance in a daze. Chang Jianyi hadn't contacted Shen Feng for a long time, so she didn't know if Shen Feng was still safe now. At this time, her brother hadn't come back overnight, and her worry became more intense. Finally, at dawn, Chang Jianyi stood up and looked at the scattered zombies outside the city. She knew that these zombies could not pose a threat to her side, so she immediately asked Yin Li to gather 100. The members of Mingdu's team pulled the rope down from the city wall. Chang Jianyi went to the place where the explosion happened, and now she just wanted to find her younger brother. When she encountered zombies on the road, she asked people to use cold weapons to deal with them. In fact, guns are more effective, but they will attract zombies. The sound produced by cold weapons is relatively small and will not pose too much danger. More than 200,000 zombies are moving in all directions. The zombies that have lost their restraint can only wander outside the city like lonely ghosts. What Chang Jianyi is most worried about is that Chang Haojia is unlucky and falls into the crowd of zombies. In such a situation, she might not be able to find her brother at all. Not even a dead body could be found. When Chang Jianyi arrived at the place where the explosion occurred last night, he saw groups of zombies eating a huge corpse surrounded by dark red blood. Chang Jianyi immediately led 100 people to kill it. After looking at the zombies here, it was discovered that these zombies were eating tank-type zombies, and under the body of the tank-type zombies, there was actually half of the corpse. Chang Jianyi hurriedly asked people to remove the corpse of the tank-shaped zombie, only to find that the Corpse King was lying under the body of the tank-shaped zombie, and half of the Corpse King was not damaged at all, so there was only one answer. The reason why the Corpse King died was because he was crushed to death here by tank-type zombies. This can be regarded as a kind of irony. The tank-shaped zombies that the Corpse King sought to protect were actually crushed to death. From this point of view, the Corpse King's death can be regarded as a grieved. Chang Jianyi had someone cut off the Corpse King's head and took it away, and then continued to search around. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many zombies, and they all rushed towards Chang Jianyi. The zombies who lost their command were completely scattered. For those who were prepared again, the zombies could not pose a threat at all. Everyone searched around, but found nothing. Chang Jianyi was very worried about her younger brother's accident, so she increased the search area. In the end, Yin Li found a shoe under a tree, and Chang Jianyi also recognized it. This shoe was the foot of her younger brother when he left the city wall. The shoes she was wearing on the ground, but at this time, the shoes fell on the ground, and there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Chapter 144. Turning Grief into Strength. After Chang Jianyi saw the bloody shoes on the ground, she couldn't help crying. She blamed herself while crying. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you out to do such a dangerous task. Now you don't. How can I live if I leave me?" Since the outbreak of zombies, Chang Jianyi couldn't contact her parents. She knew that maybe her parents could no longer be found, but she still had a relative, and that was her younger brother. After going through hardships, she finally rescued her younger brother. "For many months, my younger brother has gone away from me again." Chang Jianyi couldn't accept such a thing. Why was it that only one night had passed, and his younger brother was about to die? He was clearly told to come back within an hour, but now, only a bloody one was found under the tree shoes. "I'm so stupid. I only thought of zombies on the edge of the city wall, but never thought that there were zombies around the Corpse King, and now I can only look at the blood-stained shoes and cry. Really, I'm so stupid." While Chang Jianyi was crying bitterly while clutching his shoes, a faint voice came from above. "Sister, I'm here." Chang Jianyi heard her younger brother's voice, and quickly looked up, but she couldn't see anything on the tree. The leaves hadn't fallen here yet, so she couldn't see the scene above at all. Chang Jianyi quickly took a few steps back, and finally saw the figure of his younger brother. Now Chang Haoji is not on the tree, but hanging on the street lamp beside the tree, swaying with the wind, and Chang Haoji's small face has also changed. White with cold. It turned out that Chang Haoji wanted to fly to the residential building here to rest for a while, and then tried to leave, but he was exhausted and fell down before reaching the residential building. Fortunately, he was carrying a bag, a satchel. The strap of the street lamp was hooked, so Chang Haoji hung on it. Although Chang Haoji himself was fine and was not bitten to death by zombies, he was frozen outside for most of the night. If he hadn't become a supernatural being, he would have frozen to death. Now seeing that her younger brother was fine, Chang Jianyi threw the shoes aside and said while wiping tears, "Why are you hanging on the street lamp? Is this where you stay? You don't have the qualifications." Chang Haoji said weakly, "Sister, I'm so hungry, I really want to sleep now, I can't get down, come and save me quickly." Chang Jianyi had no choice but to let people climb up the telegraph pole to save his younger brother. At this time, Chang Haoji was finally safe, but he was really tired, and after being frozen outside the city all night, fainted from the cold and hungry. Chang Jianyi hurriedly took his brother back to the city while there are still many zombies wandering outside the city. If these zombies are not dealt with, then the people of Luzhou will encounter great danger when they go out of the city. Chang Jianyi has no energy to deal with this for the time being. After a long period of fighting, the soldiers, "I am very tired and need to rest for a day, and the city has not completely stabilized, and I need to go back to deal with it." After Chang Jianyi returned to the city, she immediately arranged the follow-up work. Although she is very sleepy now, she is the only one who can continue to arrange work in Luzhou today, such as the start of the factory, such as the soldiers taking turns to rest, and such as the rewards in the future. Punishment is something that needs to be dealt with urgently. People in the city crowded the streets near the city lord's mansion, and spent the night like this. Downstairs in the city lord's mansion, Chu Yangshan was already asleep under a blanket. It can be said that last night, fortunately, with Chu Yangshan in charge, the people in the city were stabilized, and Zhang Xiaoqiang was able to clean up the speed zombies smoothly. When Zhang Xiaoqiang led the people to announce that all the speed zombies had been cleaned up, bursts of cheers erupted from the crowd. Chu Yangshan had just fallen asleep and was woken up again. Chu Yangshan didn't agree with this, angry. Anyway, now that the crisis has been lifted, everyone should be happy. However, what happened next was unpleasant, and the mood became heavy. The people of the city lord's mansion began to search from house to house, and found corpses one by one from many small alleys or rooms. After searching again, there were finally 300 corpses covered with white cloths placed on the square. Many of these people are old people and children, because these people are the most vulnerable, so they have become the targets of speed zombies, and no one can be happy when so many people have been killed. Speed-type zombies like sneak attacks the most, relying on extremely fast speed to kill the weakest humans in their eyes, so the casualties in the city can be said to be particularly heavy. Lin Yu didn't sleep all night, and kept order all the time. During this period, he didn't encounter too much danger, but at this time, a person found Lin Yu and said seriously, "Lin Yu, I want to tell you about a misfortune. The news that your wife, Fu Ye, died in the battle last night." Hearing the news, Lin Yu took a few steps back, squatted on the ground with his head in his arms, and murmured, "Impossible, impossible, we were still together last night, impossible, you must be lying." Lin Yu couldn't accept the news. In his opinion, he had bid farewell to Fu Ya last night, but now someone said that Fu Ya was dead. He felt his spiritual pillar collapsed, and he was stunned. The people who came to report the news saw Lin Yu like this, and knew that he was unwilling to accept the reality. Reasonable, the staff who reported the letter comforted Lin Yu for a while, and then took him to the square. At this time, people who learned that they were safe had already returned home in twos and threes. The body is unclaimed and is alone. After a day, the body will be buried. The staff led Lin Yu to a corpse covered with a white cloth, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Sorrow will change, and grief will turn into strength." After saying this, the staff left here. He knew that Lin Yu needed to be alone for a while, so he didn't mention going to work. Lin Yu looked at the white cloth, his lips trembled for a moment, then suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Beside the white cloth, the word Fu Ya was written in chalk. Lin Yu lifted the white cloth and saw Fu Ya's pale face. At this time, her eyes were still open, and her eyes were no longer as vivid as before. Lin Yu couldn't help crying while hugging Fu Ye's body. On the square, there were more than 100 people like him. Many people gathered together and cried. They themselves survived by luck, but their loved ones others are dead and will never come back. Let's have half of this apple. Lin Yu thought of last night, when Fu Ye was still sharing the same apple with him, but he didn't expect that after one night, the two of them would be separated from each other, and now Fu Ye is still in a state of death. Lin Yu hugged Fu Ye and cried for a long time. He would always think of the time at school together, the process of helping each other to Luzhou, and the time spent together these days. He believes that as long as he has enough excellence can always give Fu Ye a better life and be able to survive the apocalypse. However, he did not expect that the world is impermanent, and now Fu Ye has left him forever. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Yu saw a rag in Fu Ye's hand, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. What was this rag for? He tried his best to break apart Fu Ye's fingers, and found that what she held was a piece of cloth. After carefully observing the scars on Fu Ye's body, he found that there were many bruises on her body, and there was a huge scar on her abdomen. The wound is smooth, definitely not caused by zombies. Xiaoya was killed. Lin Yu suddenly had such an idea in his mind. In order to find evidence, Lin Yu returned home quickly, and found that the house was in a mess, as if it had been searched, and the rice jar used to store food was already empty at this time. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu has basically confirmed that Fu Ye died not at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of others. Otherwise, why would the rice vat at home be empty? Do zombies have to finish their food before leaving? Lin Yu asked the ants in the building again, and heard a unified answer. Fu Ye said nothing about leaving the house last night, but if she didn't leave, it would be terrible. It's really a coincidence. Lin Yu checked the door lock at home again, and found that the door lock was violently broken from the outside. Of course, Fu Ye would not open the door to strangers, so villains appeared. They broke the door lock from the outside, and then rushed and they robbed property, and Fu Ye was also killed by these people, and was later mistaken for a zombie by others. I must take revenge. Lin Yu roared to the sky. He swore that as long as he found the murderer, he would definitely tear him into pieces. However, having said that, Lin Yu couldn't find any clues. Although there are surveillance cameras in the building, Luzhou has been saving electricity, so the surveillance cameras are generally not turned on. Only the surveillance cameras on the street are turned on, but yesterday with so many people on the street at night, trying to find the murderer is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Lin Yu didn't want to give up. Fu Ye was the person he loved the most. Now that he was killed by the gangster, it was impossible to swallow this breath. After much deliberation, Lin Yu decided to rely on the city lord's mansion to find the murderer, so he made up his mind and walked to the city lord's mansion. He wanted to prove his ability, and then in exchange for the help of the city lord's mansion, Lin Yu rushed into Shen Feng's office. The person sitting in the office at this time was Chang Jianyi. She still had dark circles on her face, which was the price of staying up late last night. Before the guards guarding the gate had time to stop Lin Yu had already rushed in. "What's the matter with you?" Chang Jianyi said in displeasure. She was already very tired, but there was someone who didn't have eyes and broke into the door at this moment. She really wanted someone to beat up the guy opposite. "Drive away after a meal," Lin Yu said with red eyes. "My wife was killed last night, not by a zombie, but by a group of robbers. I want you to help me avenge her." When Chang Jianyi heard the news, she couldn't help frowning. She didn't expect that there would be people taking advantage of the fire. She thought that there would be mutated zombies rushing into the city last night, and the people below would be terrified, but she didn't expect someone to fish in troubled waters. They actually started killing people. "I will order the people below to investigate. You go down first. The city lord's mansion will not forgive the crime of murder." Chang Jianyi replied, but she actually did not intend to let people investigate these things. Now so many issues crammed together, and so much more to deal with, that it's totally inappropriate to waste too many resources on one person. This attitude was also noticed by Lin Yu, and he continued, "I have a local method here, which can make penicillin. Isn't there a plague in the city? I believe that penicillin can play a considerable role at this time." Penicillin. Chang Jianyi nodded immediately when he heard this. Indeed, some people in the city ate the meat of mutant mice and contracted the plague. However, the people below have no medicines to deal with it. If they can get penicillin, it will definitely be for containing the plague. Has a great effect. So, Chang Jianyi looked at Lin Yu and asked, "Are you sure the native method you said is effective?" Lin Yu nodded without hesitation, and said, "I'm sure this method is effective, but I hope that the evolution potion can be exchanged, and I want to become an evolutionary." Lin Yu knew that if he wanted to find the murderer, he had to rely on the power of the city lord's mansion. Moreover, if he wanted to kill the enemy, he needed to have strong power, and the evolution potion could meet this. Chang Jianyi nodded and replied, "That's no problem, I can give you the evolution potion, but you need to demonstrate it to the people in the laboratory first. If it succeeds, I will give you the evolution potion. As for now, you should go to deal with the zombies." Chang Jianyi can understand Lin Yu's mood. This morning, she thought her brother was dead, so she burst into tears. At that time, all thoughts were lost. Now, Lin Yu's wife is really dead. She believes that Lin Yu's mood must be very uncomfortable. Lin Yu nodded and left. Now, he has no way to bury Fuya outside the city, because after burying it, most of the wild dogs will dig it up and eat him. He chose cremation, and he finally kissed Fuya. He placed Fuya on top of the firewood, poured gasoline and started to burn. He borrowed the firewood and gasoline from the city lord's mansion. Seeing Fuya gradually disappear in the flames, Lin Yu cried again, feeling that he lost his desire to work hard, but now, the only thing that supports him is the idea of revenge. "Xiaoya, I will definitely avenge you, you have to trust me, I will do what I say." Lin Yu knelt on the ground, muttering to himself, tears streaming down his face. In the hazy eyes of tears, Lin Yu seemed to see the girl who had come together from the adversity. Her figure was still so beautiful. But after the tears dried up, Lin Yu could only see the blazing fire. Chapter 145. Trapped in the mist with no way out. More than 3,000 people from Shen Feng's side have been trapped in Yuzhen for a long time. Shen Feng searched in Yuzhen, but only found a corpse. Other than that, he saw nothing. A week passed, except for the only corpse on the roof, no other humans or zombies, not even a small animal. Shen Feng has also confirmed that he must have missed the opportunity to stop the zombies halfway. He even estimated that maybe now Rongcheng is already facing the attack of zombies. 3 million zombies gathered in Rongcheng, and the people in Rongcheng situation, I don't know what's going on. Shen Feng originally planned to leave the fog alone by relying on his speed, but Shen Feng just didn't know the road, and the surroundings were covered in fog. Nowhere, so there is no way to get out of the fog. In the elementary school in Yuzhen, a group of people sat by the fire above the playground to enjoy the fire, discussing the next action. Shen Feng frowned and said, "I've been stuck here for more than a week now, and I don't know anything about the situation outside. Tell me, what should we do now, city master?" At present we have 3 methods. The first is to find the enemy and leave the fog after they are eliminated. Then we can naturally get in touch with the headquarters. Guo Pinming said first, the other way is to rely on speed to leave the fog, and then go find the enemy. Reinforcements, what about the third method? Yang Chang asked. That is to stay here, do nothing, and wait for rescue. Guo Pinming said helplessly, spreading his hands. These 3 methods at this time are actually helpless. If they could leave, everyone would have left long ago. However, they could not find the way or the enemy in the fog. Now they can only stay, and the small town is waiting for changes, but outside the elementary school, there are still many vines coiling around. If it were not for the fear of the flames burning outside the school, these vines might have rushed in long ago. Shen Feng said helplessly, now I don't know where the enemy is. Although I speculate that the enemy is a mutant plant, I can't find it at all. The first method is useless. As for the second method, I also want to leave, but now even with a map, I can't find the way, how to leave. Now, it seems that there is only a third way to use, which is to lie flat, do nothing, and wait for help from outside. Wang Yusheng heard everyone's discussion, and suddenly said, actually, there is a fourth way. What way? Shen Feng asked. Wang Yusheng gritted his teeth and said, the materials we threw on the road can actually be used. As long as I go back, I will take the soldiers under my command to control the sports car, and shoot them all with artillery shells within a range of 4 to 5 kilometers. As long as the enemy is within this range, if you are guilty, you can hurt them. When everyone heard this method, they were very moved. It is indeed very good to use a covering strike. If you directly wash the ground with shells, you don't believe that you can't find the enemy. However, for such a suggestion, Shen Feng shook his head and denied it. No, these shells must be left to deal with the zombies. Otherwise, even if we have solved the crisis here, we will not have enough strength to support Rongcheng after we go out. If the shells run out, if there is nothing left in the end, then there is no chance to protect Rongcheng. Then, tell me, what should we do? Wang Yusheng asked back, since you can't get out if you stay here now, why don't you give it a go? Can you solve the crisis if you lie flat? Shen Feng was silent for a while, and then said, find me a compass. I've been going north, and I can always go out. As for you, just stay here and wait. After I leave, I will go out. Contact the higher-ups and ask them to send a plane to throw incendiary bombs here, so that the fog may be broken. After Shen Feng said this, Wang Yusheng had no way to refute, but he still insisted, then I only wait for you for 3 days. After 3 days, if you don't bring reinforcements, I will command the soldiers. A cover strike is underway. Yes. Shen Feng agreed with a nod. Afterwards, Shen Feng found a compass and walked towards the north. Since the map is useless, then simply don't use the map. It is always right to follow the compass. As long as the axis of the earth does not change, the compass can continue to work. Effect. Before Shen Feng set off, he told Yang Chang, after I leave, you must protect the safety of yourself and the soldiers. I don't need your heroic fighting, I just need you to live. Yang Chang was very moved and said, city owner, don't worry, I will definitely take my brothers to stay in the elementary school, waiting for rescue, and you also take care. Shen Feng set off quickly. If it was in a plain area, Shen Feng could leave the fog within 10 minutes. After all, he could rely on the wind to accelerate his actions, and speed was something Shen Feng was always proud of. But Shen Feng is currently operating in the mountainous area. Needless to say, the road conditions in the mountainous area are simply messy and full of potholes. A few roads have been repaired into concrete roads, but some small roads are still extremely remote. Mr. Lu Sun once said, there is no road in the world, and a road will be formed when there are many people walking. The small roads in the countryside are basically walked out by people. Shen Feng didn't follow these trails, but kept going north. Even if he encountered a small river, he still had to swim across it. Just after Shen Feng advanced 1 kilometer, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from the mist, and Shen Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. Something in the mist was coming towards him. Shua, shua, shua. Shen Feng's premonition was not wrong. After the vines approached Shen Feng, they immediately entwined towards him. Seeing this situation, Shen Feng quickly used the eye of the hurricane, and the strong wind surrounded him. Surrounding itself, it is impossible for the vines to get close to Shen Feng. Once they get close, they will be swept up by the strong wind. At this time, the surrounding fog also temporarily dispersed. Shen Feng took this opportunity to rush out too. During the period, the vines flew all over the sky, and finally fell to the ground weakly. However, Eye of the Hurricane consumes a lot of stamina. After using it for a while, Shen Feng suddenly felt that his stamina dropped very seriously, so he had to stop using it in the end. Otherwise, his stamina would be exhausted in 10 minutes. At this time, the vines fell to the ground and rushed towards Shen Feng again. As long as they were caught by these vines, Shen Feng would also be taken away. Shen Feng had no choice but to use the Wind King barrier. When the vines approached 2 meters around Shen Feng, they could no longer move forward, but these vines surrounded Shen Feng in the barrier, forming a tree. Vine formed a huge ball. Hundreds of vines worked together, dragging the huge ball into the mist. Shen Feng was in the dark, and the surrounding light was blocked by trees and vines. Shen Feng had no choice but to open the barrier and fight out, but after thinking about it, he just couldn't find the enemy's base camp. Might as well be captured, just to know the true face of the enemy. So, Shen Feng could only follow his plan, pretending to be taken away by the vines, and prepared to fight hard. After seeing the enemy, Shen Feng was dragged for a distance of 500 meters in the mist, leaving deep marks on the ground. During this period, Shen Feng had been listening patiently. Finally, he heard a heavy voice and vines. The chi-shi sound made by dragging on the ground is different. This is a dull sound of dong-dong, like the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The dragging never ended, and Shen Feng could only wait patiently. Fortunately, the Wind King barrier did not consume as much stamina as the Eye of the Hurricane, so Shen Feng could still last for a long time. Boom. The heavy voice was getting closer and closer to Shen Feng. When Shen Feng, who was wrapped in vines, heard this voice, he suddenly had a strange feeling, as if a giant was approaching him, and he heard it just now. The sound is actually the sound of footsteps. They're really such a huge monster. Shen Feng was puzzled in his heart suddenly. Shen Feng remembered the corpse he found before, and beside the corpse was written, "There are monsters in the mist." Shen Feng didn't pay much attention to it before, thinking that this person had a mental breakdown before dying, so he was talking nonsense, but now it seems that there are really monsters in the mist. The dragging of the vines suddenly stopped, and at this time a heavy voice also appeared beside Shen Feng. Boom! The ground was trembling. Shen Feng knew that this monster in the mist had already appeared. Thinking of this, Shen Feng grasped the two long swords in his hand, facing the monster at this time. He could only do his best at this time. The vine ball suddenly shook, and Shen Feng almost lost his foothold. At this time, Shen Feng also found that he seemed to have left the ground and was being played by others. This time, Shen Feng seized the opportunity and untied the Wind King barrier. At this time, the long sword successfully split the vine ball into two halves. When the light was restored, Shen Feng quickly looked around, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, because he was standing in the hands of a huge monster, and the monster opposite was about 10 meters tall, and his whole body was covered with bruises. The vines are entwined, and this monster also has limbs, but the limbs are made up of trees. As for the monster's head, it was a huge tree burl, with bumps and holes on it, and the facial features and face could not be seen at all. Go to hell. Shen Feng didn't dare to underestimate the monster in front of him, so he stepped on the monster's arm and kept moving forward, reaching the monster's shoulder in an instant, and then slashed down at the tree tumor with his sword. Dang! The long sword slashed on the tree burl, but it didn't cut through. It just left a not deep and not shallow mark on the tree burl. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng suddenly didn't know what to do. After all, no matter if it was a zombie or a mutant beast, they couldn't block a sword. But at this moment, the longsword in his hand couldn't even break through the monster's skin, which was an exaggeration. Swoosh! At this moment, two vines came through the air, directly entangled Shen Feng's feet, and then grabbed Shen Feng and fell to the ground. Bang! Shen Feng was slammed onto the ground, and suddenly felt that his whole body was about to fall apart, and his back was burning with pain, as if his skin had been peeled off. Only at this time did Shen Feng realize that the monster in front of him was covered with whiskers. These whiskers were actually vines that had entangled Shen Feng before, and many vines grew from it, and this monster, it was through these vines that Shen Feng was caught. Shen Feng cut off the vines wrapped around his feet with a sword, and rushed up again. At this time, the monster was also making a move, and it stretched out its hand to grab it. Shen Feng walked around the huge palm and came to the monster's feet. A sword slashed down. This time, Shen Feng used all his strength, and the long sword smoothly slashed into the monster's leg, but Shen Feng drew out the long sword, only to find that the monster's wound did not bleed, but white wood was exposed instead, which showed that the monster in front of Shen Feng was not an animal at all, but a plant. Damn! This is a trant. Shen Feng was shocked. It stands to reason that trants would only appear in the game, because it is impossible for plants to move off the ground, but at this moment, Shen Feng can only look at at this moment, Shen Feng faced the 10-meter-high tree man, surrounded by vines, and he felt that such a monster was not something he could defeat. The rivers and lakes are dangerous. Retreat if you can't do it. Shen Feng turned around and ran. Since he couldn't beat this guy, he had no choice but to run away. This kind of thing can only be killed by missiles. Shen Feng didn't even have a rifle in his hand. Of course not, he would foolishly swing his long sword and rush forward. After all, his own attacks had absolutely no effect on the enemy. Chapter 146 Crusade Against Monsters. Yang Chang stayed on the roof of the primary school teaching building, looking around all the time. There were always flames burning outside the primary school's enclosure. With these flames, the fog near the primary school also dissipated a lot, and the sight here is also good a lot. In fact, in order to keep the flame burning, all the things that could be burned in the elementary school have been burned, including tables, chairs, benches, and elementary school textbooks. However, Yang Chang can only observe some scenes around him, and he can't see anything farther away. In the surrounding mist, there are vines crawling from time to time, but with the existence of flames, these vines can't get close to the elementary school. Soldiers will often add fuel to the flames, either tables, chairs, benches, or cloth strips stained with gasoline. The curtains and books in the school were all thrown out and burned. After all, it was for survival. These books were burned as well. Anyway, they were elementary school textbooks. For the soldiers, this knowledge is of no use. Those with a lower level are also junior high school students. Who needs elementary school knowledge? When will I be able to go out? Yang Chang muttered softly. At this moment, Yang Chang saw a black figure appearing in the mist. Immediately, Yang Chang realized that Shen Feng had probably returned, so he quickly shouted, "Pay attention, the boss is back." The soldiers guarding the door quickly looked into the mist, wondering in their hearts, didn't they say that the city is going to find reinforcements? Why did you come back so soon? Is it in danger? Everyone was looking at the figure that appeared in the mist, and they were watching carefully. However, the person who came out of the mist was not Shen Feng, but Jin Ziju. He was covered in mud and looked very embarrassed. Although he was wearing a military uniform, but the military uniform was tattered right now, as if he had crawled out of a garbage dump. Everyone immediately became vigilant, pointed their guns at the man opposite, and asked, "What do you do? Where do you come from?" Jin Ziju waved his hand and said weakly, "I'm from outside to contact you. I'm on my own. Do you have anything to eat, Guo?" Pinming came here and asked someone to bring Jin Ziju in, and at the same time asked, "You came from outside? How is it going outside?" Jin Ziju sat down against the wall, and said helplessly, "Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 3 days. As for the outside, it's all messed up. Ever since you guys disappeared, the higher-ups have been asking for help, Rongcheng. This side failed to stop the zombie king in time, and now 3 million zombies have probably arrived in Rongcheng. Maybe they have already started fighting." After Jin Ziju entered the fog, he also lost contact with his superiors. The fog can block the signal, so Jin Ziju doesn't know much about the outside situation, so he can only speculate. Hearing such news, Guo Pinming frowned, and said helplessly, "But we can't get out now. The surroundings are full of fog and vines, and now the city lord has gone outside to ask for help. What should we do?" The people trapped in Yeshan are still waiting for Shen Feng to go outside to ask for help. As long as they get help, there is a high probability that they can get out of trouble, but now Rongcheng is also facing danger, and there is a high probability that they cannot send troops to rescue them. So, waiting for foreign aid is not a good thing. Someone brought Jin Ziju a bucket of instant noodles, and Jin Ziju was not polite about it. He took it and ate it in big mouthfuls. Later, "I saw your car on the road. I think we can use these equipment to fight out." Wang Yusheng also came here. When he saw Jin Ziju, he immediately recognized him. "Isn't this the bodyguard next to General Wei? With him here, he must be able to help," and what he said about going out just fit Wang Yusheng's appetite. "However, we don't even know who the enemy is, and the road is blocked by trees. It may not be realistic to kill them." Guo Pinming said with a frown. Jin Ziju didn't explain. He ate up the instant noodles. Even if there was no soup left, he raised the bowl and drank it one bite at a time. It seemed that he was really hungry. Jin Ziju put down the bowl, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and said, "Don't worry about the enemy. I have already found it. I have been moving in the fog this week. I was looking for you, but I got lost in the middle. I just saw a group of monsters, a group of trunts, and those vines are the beards on the trunts." When Wang Yusheng heard the news, he was immediately excited, and then said, "As long as you find the enemy, tell me the location, and I will blow them up directly." At this time, Wang Yusheng was still very confident. Although the radio could not be used, the radar could still be used, so the firing accuracy could be guaranteed. Moreover, since Jin Ziju had found these enemies, he could defeat them. Jin Ziju touched his stomach and asked, "Is there any food left, Guo?" Pinming beckoned helplessly, and asked someone to bring a few pancakes. These pancakes were made by the people of Luzhou themselves. Jin Ziju gnawed on the big cake and said, "The tree people are not important. These tree people protect a tree, which is about 10 meters thick, and the crown of the tree is I don't know how high it is. Qing, I think this tree is the most important thing, and when the time comes, a wave of covering blows will blow up the tree man and this uncle, and I think the enemy will be completely wiped out." Big tree. Guo Pinming was not surprised when he heard that the enemy was a tree. After all, it is the end of the world. Plants will mutate anyway, but he is not sure whether the big tree was really blown up or not. The crisis is over at this time. Yang Chang also came down from upstairs. When he saw that it wasn't Shen Feng who came back, he didn't say much, but when he heard everyone discussing about going to battle, he immediately said, "No, I won't leave the elementary school. Yes, I only listen to the city lord. If he asks me to stay here, then I will stay here forever. As for fighting or something, I will not agree. When Yang Chang opened his mouth like this, Jin Ziju's mood was immediately ruined. He couldn't help but said in a strange way, "Is this the army of Luzhou? It doesn't matter if the combat effectiveness is not good, but now they still don't obey the command. It is clear that the crisis is resolved. A good way, but some people are greedy for life and afraid of death." Hearing this, Yang Chang became furious at the time, pointed at Jin Ziju's nose and said, "Why don't you obey orders? What qualifications do you have to order us? Aren't you just a bodyguard? Do you think you are great? Do you think you are number one in the world?" Jin Ziju sneered, ate the pie in his hand, clapped his hands, and said with a sneer, "I don't dare to be number one in the world. But beating you is enough." As he said that, electric arcs appeared in Jin Ziju's hands. These arcs pierced the air and made a sizzling sound. When this sound appeared, it immediately reminded people of high-voltage electric batons, and the electric batons were turning on the switch. Sometimes, there will be such an arc obviously. At this time Jin Ziju was going to use his supernatural powers to persuade others. Seeing Jin Ziju threatening him, Yang Chang was not afraid, so he took the rifle and pointed it at Jin Ziju, saying, "Just try and see who is stronger." Yang Chang is also confident. He knows how lethal the bullets in his hands are. It is impossible for flesh and blood to block the bullets. Seeing this scene, Guo Pinming hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him, saying, two, we are all on our own, don't use force, don't use force. Anything can be discussed." Wang Yusheng is of course on Jin Ziju's side, and he also wants to make contributions, but at this moment, he has no choice but to come forward to persuade him to fight. "You two, don't get angry, don't get angry, you have something to say, the situation is so critical now, we should help each other." Yang Chang slowly put down his gun, but he still insisted on his opinion. "I only accept the orders of the city lord. He asked me to lead people to guard here. I will only guard here. If you want to attack, then please do as you please, but only when the city lord returns. I will listen to his suggestion." After saying these words, Yang Chang left, and at the same time ordered these people under him, "No one is allowed to leave the elementary school without his own order." Seeing such a scene, Jin Ziju couldn't help being a little annoyed. He was too angry at Yang Chang's actions. He was obviously trapped in the fog and could only solve the predicament by taking the initiative to attack, but the other party was unwilling to cooperate. He was really selfish to the extreme at this time. Wang Yusheng also came over and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now? The soldiers under me are all technical talents, and they don't carry any equipment on them. If more than 200 of us set off, it may be difficult." Something happened. Jin Ziju heard this question, and of course he knew very well that the specialty of artillery is long-range strikes on targets. If they encounter danger, they may not be able to deal with it. That's why when General Wei dispatched artillery, he would drop by the way. Let Shen Feng start as a protective force, but now Shen Feng's subordinates are unwilling to cooperate, and he himself is no longer here, which is difficult to deal with. However, at this moment, Jin Ziju saw Guo Pinming on the side, and immediately he had an idea. He had specially investigated Guo Pinming. Guo Pinming was a retired soldier. It came in handy. Jin Ziju walked to Guo Pinming's side and said seriously, "Minister Guo, now I have to explain the situation in Rongcheng to you. When I entered the mist, the zombies were still advancing towards Rongcheng. Now, the army of zombies has gathered free. It's more than 1 million, and Rongcheng is in danger now. I heard that you were also a soldier. May I ask, do you still have the heart to sit idly by in the current situation in Rongcheng?" When Guo Pinming heard this, he immediately hesitated. He himself was a tragedy caused by the appearance of zombies. His family members either became zombies or were killed by zombies. Therefore, Guo Pinming hated the existence of zombies, wishing to kill all the zombies, but now, he is Shen Feng's subordinate and can only obey Shen Feng's orders. After much deliberation, Guo Pinming still said helplessly, "Let's wait for the city lord to come back. It will take about 3 days. If the city lord has not come back by then, let's discuss the matter of attack." "This is what we said before we agreed." Jin Ziju winked at Wang Yusheng, and Wang Yusheng immediately understood, so he also came up to persuade him, "Minister Guo, you are a person who understands righteousness. Of course, you should know that Rongcheng is in dire straits. The more than 3,000 people on our side are the last rescuers in Rongcheng. If we continue to delay here, then the other side of Rongcheng, more people may die." Wang Yusheng said earnestly, But isn't there still a lot of soldiers in Rongcheng? And the headquarters has also sent reinforcements, so it's not so dangerous. 3 days is not too much time. Guo Pinming still didn't agree with the suggestion to attack the tree people. Of course he knew that he should go to the rescue Rongcheng, but now he can't leave without Shen Feng's permission. Jin Zijia continued, Minister, I know you are worried. If you violate the intention of Lord Shen Feng, you must be inseparable. But you also have to consider many people in Rongcheng, not to mention that the parents of Lord Shen Feng are also in Rongcheng. If something happened to them, wouldn't they be sorry for Shen Feng? Now, we only need to get rid of the monsters in the mist, and we can go to rescue Rongcheng. Isn't this just protecting the parents of the city lord? Guo Pinming hesitated. Indeed, in front of protecting Rongcheng, other things can be said separately. Protecting Rongcheng is the most important thing. With a population of more than 5 million, it is the rear base of the southwest. If it breaks through, it's all over at this time. Yang Chang, who left, found Chu Qiaoyan who was reading a book in the room. Because Li Xiong was left behind in Liancheng for defense, the commander of the city defense army became Chu Qiaoyan. Now, Yang Chang needs to get Chu Qiaoyan. With Yan's support, Guo Pinming would probably obey as long as the guards and city defense forces united, so Yang Chang wanted to persuade Chu Qiaoyan. Chu Qiaoyan was still reading patiently at first, and finally got some leisure time, and he couldn't leave the elementary school. If he didn't read, what else could he do? So, Chu Qiaoyan took a copy of the internet and read it non-stop. Fortunately, the piracy industry in China is thriving, so Chu Qiaoyan can also find a paper version of pirated copies to relieve her loneliness in the apocalypse. When Chu Qiaoyan heard of Jin Ziju's suggestion, he said at the time, "This arrogant guy dares to ask us to fight together? Isn't he very powerful? Let him fight by himself. I don't care what about this guy." Chu Qiaoyan didn't think about the overall situation at all. She just simply hated Jin Ziju. Shen Feng had just arrived in Rongcheng, and was sacked by Jin Ziju, which made her very upset. So, no matter what Jin Ziju said, she doesn't agree with anything, and now she even ignores Jin and commits suicide. Seeing Chu Qiaoyan's attitude, Yang Chang finally felt relieved. Now that 2,000 people are unwilling to fight, so Guo Pinming can be persuaded. However, just as Yang Chang walked out of the teaching building, he suddenly heard Guo Pinming's words, "I'm going to protect the artillery and fight. After all, this is our mission." Now, in order to understand the danger of saving Rongcheng, we can only do what we can. Hurry up and obey, old Guo. Are you okay? Yang Chang almost suspected that he heard it wrong. Why did Guo Pinming choose to fight with the artillery? Guo Pinming said seriously, the current predicament needs to be resolved, and this opportunity must not be missed. We must take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill those damn trunts so that we can leave here. Although this violates the intention of the city lord, but when things are done, I am willing to accept the punishment of the city lord, even if it kills me. I am willing. Have you been brainwashed? Yang Chang asked in disbelief. Guo Pinming didn't answer, and with a determined face, he mobilized the soldiers to bring supplies and prepare to go. He was not brainwashed, he just believed that what he did must be correct. My whole family was killed by zombies, and I must be responsible for the people in Rongcheng. Now that many people in Rongcheng are facing the threat of zombies, I can't just watch more families be destroyed. Guo Pinming firmly believes that his choice is correct. As long as he kills the monster in the fog, the city lord will forgive him for acting without authorization, because a good leader needs to seize the opportunity at a critical moment. Chapter 147. Shen Feng chose to retreat after finding that he could not break through the tree man's defense. He estimated that if he was attacked by the other party again, he would definitely not be able to stand it. Just now, he was just hit, and his whole body was in severe pain incomparably. From this point of view, it is obvious that he cannot beat the opponent. Shen Feng can only choose to retreat strategically this time. Shen Feng did not continue to rush forward, but chose to retreat, and ran quickly along the road he came from. The tree man immediately controlled the vines and chased after him. Unfortunately, this was a futile approach, because Shen Feng's speed was not at all like this. The vines can catch up, and as long as Shen Feng unfolds the Wind King barrier, it is completely impossible for the Trent to use the vines to bind Shen Feng at this time. Shen Feng felt that the Trent was particularly difficult, so he had to retreat, and he had already taken back the long sword. The attack could not cause substantial damage, so there was no need to continue attacking. It seems that if you want to escape from these white mist, You will definitely be targeted by these tree men. Shen Feng thought in his heart. Shen Feng found a small soil bag, sat on it and began to think. He seemed to be in a predicament at the moment. He wanted to go out to find reinforcements, but it was difficult to get out, and tree people were obviously not that easy to deal with, even if he wanted to kill them. Ants are not a simple matter. Maybe shells can kill these ants, but no one knows how many ants there are. What should we do? Shen Feng said to himself, but he didn't have any idea. Suddenly, Shen Feng discovered that there were many bumps on the ground, and these bumps seemed to extend from a distance, heading for a farther place. These bumps looked like winding earthworms from a distance. Shen Feng was curious why there were so many bulges on the ground, and there seemed to be something underground. Thinking of this, Shen Feng dug up some raised parts of the ground with his hands, and found a huge rhizome underground, with a diameter as big as a bucket, so when he walked underground, he actually arched the soil above it up, with such thick roots. What kind of tree can grow so big? Shen Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect to dig such a huge root. It is impossible for ordinary trees to grow as big as a bucket in a short time. Thick, but at this time, under the soil I dug, there are such thick rhizomes, it's amazing. Shen Feng thought for a while, and walked forward along the direction of the rhizome. Unexpectedly, the bumps in the soil became smaller as he walked. Shen Feng patted his head. Start along the uplift on the ground again. The further you go, the more obvious the uplift on the ground will be. Finally, Shen Feng saw the rhizome that had been exposed to the ground. At this time, the rhizome was already 1 meter thick. Shen Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Walking forward again, Shen Feng found a huge figure in front of him, and stopped immediately. Seeing that the figure had not moved, Shen Feng tiptoed forward, trying not to make a sound. This time, Shen Feng really did not hear the sound of vines moving. When Shen Feng came in front of this huge monster, he finally saw the other person clearly. This is a tree man, not the one Shen Feng saw just now. For Shen Feng's appearance, this tree man has no reaction. No, just stood there quietly, without unnecessary movements at all. Shen Feng gently touched the tree man, and found that there was no warmth on the tree man's body, and it was covered with rough bark. If he hadn't moved, Shen Feng would simply think it was a tree. But, after seeing the power and defense of the tree people, Shen Feng no longer dared to underestimate the trees. However, Shen Feng suddenly had doubts. Since these trees didn't have eyes, how did they find their prey? Moreover, where did the caught prey go? Shen Feng turned on the flashlight on the mobile phone, tested the tree man, and found that the tree man did not respond, which meant that the tree man did not rely on light to prey. Afterwards, Shen Feng picked up a big rock and threw it towards the distance with all his strength. Boom! The heavy stone fell to the ground, and there was a muffled sound. In an instant, dozens of vines moved towards the direction of the sound, winding forward like poisonous snakes. In just a few seconds, the stone was tied up, dragged back, and was caught beside the tree man. At that time, the tree tied the stone to his body with twisted vines. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng understood that these trees rely on sound to find their prey. The reason why he was targeted just now was most likely because his speed was too fast, which caused a lot of wind noise, so he was targeted by the tree's catch. That is to say, as long as I don't make a sound when I walk, I probably won't be caught. Shen Feng probably understood that as long as I don't make a sound when I move, I'm not a prey. Shen Feng thought for a while, and chose to proceed cautiously, starting along the tree roots already growing on the road. After walking for 200 meters, he found a towering tree, and there were 5 or 6 tree people around him. It can be concluded that these trees are protecting this towering tree. There are many traces of fighting on the surrounding ground, and there are many vines on the ground, which should be left over from the fighting. Looking at the trees around them, they also have different degrees of damage on their bodies. The vines on their bodies, dozens of vines were broken, but such a small amount of vines was nothing to the tree who had grown hundreds of vines. It seems that there is a battle here. Is there anyone else who can come here? Shen Feng was a little puzzled. Even a superhuman like himself couldn't beat the tree man. Could it be that ordinary people came here to fight for their lives? Looking at the towering tree here, Shen Feng suddenly had an idea, that is to burn this tree with gasoline. If he is lucky, these trees around him can also be killed. In this way, perhaps it can solve the current problem. Shen Feng approached the towering tree slightly, and began to observe the tree carefully, but he found a strange place. That is, there are many small holes on the tree, from which sprays a lot of white mist. That is to say, A large piece of white mist here is released by this tree. This tree is spraying. Could it be that the middle of the tree is hollow? Shen Feng looked at the towering tree in front of him and couldn't believe it. A tree more than 10 meters thick may grow to be more than 100 meters tall. It is hollow. This is not bamboo. This is a tree. How can it be empty inside? Shen Feng looked at the tree and observed it carefully. In his opinion, this tree is not like the mastermind behind the scenes, but rather like a simple spraying thing. It exists to maintain the white mist in this area. And these tree people are not necessarily protecting this big tree, but simply standing here while Shen Feng was observing carefully. Suddenly a dull voice came from a distance. Boom boom. These voices came one after another, and Shen Feng was puzzled. Where did these voices come from? It sounded like the sound was coming from far away. When Shen Feng was wondering, many shells suddenly dropped from the sky, and there was an explosion immediately after landing. One of the bombs happened to land beside Shen Feng. Shen Feng wanted to survive, so he quickly hid behind a tree. When the shell exploded, boom, a huge sound appeared in Shen Feng's ear. Shen Feng was deaf at that time, so he quickly opened the Wind King barrier to isolate the explosion sound from the outside, and at the same time, he was careful to guard against the shells at this time. Shen Feng couldn't care less about alarming the tree people, so he ran away at a very fast speed, cursing in his heart. Mother Zippy, didn't you agree to attack after 3 days? Why are you doing it now? Could it be targeting me? Cannonballs kept falling in the sky, and Shen Feng kept running away from the back of the big tree, so the cannonballs did not fall by his side. At most they fell by his side, and the shrapnel and airwaves of the cannonballs would be bounded by the Wind King barrier. If it is blocked, even the sound of an explosion cannot be transmitted to the barrier. Shen Feng just wanted to leave this area at this time, and his ears could gradually hear the sound. Before the bomb exploded near Shen Feng, the shrapnel and airwaves did not hurt Shen Feng, but Shen Feng couldn't hear the huge explosion. Hearing the sound, Shen Feng thought he was deaf at the time, but now it seems that he is only temporarily deaf. Fortunately, Shen Feng used the big tree to escape the frontal bombardment of the shells, otherwise Shen Feng would have been torn apart now, which is also a matter of luck. Shen Feng was worried that the tree people would attack him, so he hid far away. Even if he would be exposed, he would not care about it, but he forgot one thing. The tree people act according to the sound, and at this time the shells are like raindrops generally falling. There are explosions everywhere, and even the tree people can't move at this time. A cannonball fell from the sky and directly hit a trent, and then exploded instantly. With a boom, the trent exploded into pieces on the spot. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng felt even more frightened. Even the tree man couldn't hold the shell, so he couldn't hold it even more. Fortunately, he wasn't hit by the shell just now. Shen Feng ran for a distance of 500 meters in an instant. At this time, he was barely far away from the explosion area. He stayed outside the explosion area and waited, not daring to open the Wind King barrier. Shen Feng finally, what I worry about is being hit by shrapnel from an unknown place. At that time, there will not even be a doctor in this place, and being hit will be a dead end. The shells never stopped, and all the trents left near the towering trees were blown to pieces. Even though they looked hard, they were all made of trees in the end. They couldn't hold the shells at all. Under the circumstances, the trent didn't even have the chance to hide. The towering tree was also hit by many shells. 1 or 2 shells could still resist it, but the bombing lasted for 30 minutes. During this period, countless shells fell, and the roots of the towering tree were also bombed. I tried many times, and finally fell down helplessly. Boom, the towering trees fell down like a golden mountain and jade pillars, and hundreds of tons of trees collapsed to the ground, instantly stirring up a lot of dust, and the nearby white mist was also blown away by this huge airwave. The tens of meters of space near the big tree became empty, the white mist was blown away and it was difficult to gather, and everything around became clearly visible. The bombing was over at this time, and Shen Feng finally felt relieved at this time. It seems that his life is not in danger for the time being, but he doesn't know what happened to the trees who were bombed, whether they were all killed up. Wang! You Shen, bastard, when I go back, I will beat you first, almost killing me. If I hadn't been lucky enough not to be hit by the shell, I would already be lying down now. Shen Feng thought silently. Shen Feng slowly opened the Wind King barrier, and then moved towards the inside of the bombing zone. The surrounding white mist was slowly closing. Shen Feng was going to take this opportunity to observe the situation carefully. Under Shen Feng's observation, The towering tree is more than 300 meters high. Such a tall tree can already be called the largest tree in reality, and there are many air holes on the top of this tree. The white mist emerged from these pores, and now there is no white mist being released. Shen Feng walked all the way to the root of the big tree, and the surrounding ground was already a piece of scorched earth. At this time, there were still many flames burning, and all the previous trunks had disappeared. Shen Feng guessed that these guys were probably hit by shells. Later it was broken into pieces. It's a blessing in disguise. These trunks are already dead. Shen Feng said to himself then. Shen Feng saw the root of the big tree, and there was a big black hole. The hole was 1 meter wide, and the bottom couldn't be seen from above. Shen Feng put his ears to the entrance of the cave, and there was a gust of wind coming from the cave, and there were other sounds mixed with the wind. There is space underground? Could it be that the enemies are not only these trunks, but also other enemies hiding underground? Shen Feng frowned and thought. Suddenly, Shen Feng heard a strange sound. Boom. The sound kept ringing, as if someone was beating a drum. The ground was shaking slightly, and even small stones were thrown from the ground. It shook. Boom. The sound of the ground vibrating became more and more intense. When Shen Feng heard these sounds, Shen Feng had a bad feeling. It seemed that this was the sound made by the tree man walking, but these sounds were so strange. Many. Is it possible that there are still many Shuren? Shua. Countless vines emerged from the mist. Shen Feng hurriedly hid in the tree hole, not daring to make any sound. A minute later, more than 10 trunks came out from the mist, all moving forward in the direction of firing shells. It seems that the target of these tree people is not themselves. Shen Feng looked at more than a dozen trunks coming out of the mist, and he was more worried. The number of trunks seemed to be a lot. I thought that there were more than a dozen trunks in the mist, but it was enough. Now it seems that the number of trunks in the mist is completely uncertain. If there is a war, there is no possibility of victory. Chapter 148. The feeling of being crushed. Jin Zijou and Wang Yusheng returned to the road with artillery and held torches. After finding the vehicle delivering supplies, they immediately started to act. Wang Yusheng asked people to turn on the radar and search for surrounding targets. Afterwards, according to Jin Zijou's directions, they found the vehicle. Enemy HQ, as long as those trunks and the trees protected by them are blown up, the crisis here will be resolved. Jin Zijou said confidently. Guo Pinming led the soldiers of Luxiao to defend around. At this time, there were no vines around the road, so there was no danger for the time being, but he was not sure when monsters would appear in the white mist. It was said that it was a huge tree. People don't know if the rifle in their hands can deal with these monsters. Wang Yusheng commanded the artillerymen to load ammunition and aim. More than 30 sports cars directly aimed at the target 2 kilometers away. At this time, Wang Yusheng was very confident, with a smile on his face. Modern warfare is definitely our artillery. Main battlefield. When Wang Yusheng thought of being protected by a group of temporarily recruited soldiers these days, he felt very humiliated in his heart. He was obviously a group of laymen, but he was always not taken with him in battle, just like what happens when artillery loses their equipment. It seems useless. Now at this time, it is just time to refresh the 3 views of these laymen and tell them how powerful artillery is. Before firing the cannon, Wang Yusheng kindly reminded the soldiers in Luxiao, "You'd better plug your ears, and be careful that the sound will be too loud later to scare you." When the soldiers heard such words, they couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Who did they look down on? Who would be afraid of these voices? However, when the subsequent shelling started, the faces of these soldiers turned pale. There were iron stakes on the sports car fixed on the ground, and after a round of salvos, the sound of explosions continued, and the shells pierced the sky to the distance. Boom. The sound of gunfire continued, and a few minutes later there was an explosion in the distance. The soldiers were worried that if they were bombed, would they survive? 30 minutes passed, and the cannon car fired 3,000 shells. The sound of the cannon firing swept across the surrounding area, and the surrounding white mist was dispersed by the airwaves. When Guo Pinming saw this scene, he couldn't help admiring. With so many modern weapons, no matter what kind of monster it is, it can be killed. The city lord is going north, and we fired eastward, so we will definitely not hurt the city lord. Guo Pinming thought in his heart. The bombardment lasted for 30 minutes. According to Wang Yusheng's estimation, 50 centimeters of soil may have been cut off in the bombed area. Under this intensive bombardment, no animals can survive, let alone plants. It's even more impossible, however, at this moment, There was a sudden burst of strong voices in the mist. Boom boom, the ground was shaking, and the soldiers defending on the road carefully looked around, full of fear in their hearts. Could it be that the bombing just now failed to kill these monsters? When everyone was suspicious, vines came out of the mist one by one, and immediately began to entangle the crowd. A dozen people were accidentally entangled by the vines, and then dragged into the mist. Everyone quickly shot at each other, shooting in the middle of the fog, but the number of vines has not decreased. Calm down, pour gasoline around, light the fire, don't use guns, fight with knives. Guo Pinming quickly commanded. The soldiers hurriedly found gasoline barrels from the car, poured gasoline around them and lit them on fire, and finally blocked the vines with a wall of fire, but the vines could no longer move forward. Walking is also impossible. The vines in the mist were constantly circling and twisting, like poisonous snakes waiting for an opportunity. Seeing this scene, Guo Pinming immediately felt that something was wrong. Is this what you call fighting? Why are there so many vines? Not only has the danger not been lifted, but it has grown bigger. We can't even leave now. Wang Yusheng asked Jin Zijia why it became like this case. Did it mean that as long as the big tree protected by the trench was blown up, the crisis would be resolved? Why is it surrounded now instead? Hearing such a question, Jin Zijia was at a loss for words for a while, and stammered, I did see a dozen trunks protecting a big tree at that time, and I also fought with these trunks. As for why the danger has not been lifted, I don't know either. Is it possible that the big tree you mentioned is not our enemy at all? Wang Yusheng asked rhetorically. Jin Zijia shook his head quickly. No, absolutely not. If this big tree is not important, why do these trunks want to protect it? It's obviously not normal. At this time, Guo Pinming saw that the two were still arguing about these things, so he couldn't help interrupting their conversation. You two stop arguing. Now that the enemy is coming, you should think of a way, either fight or retreat. Hurry up, decide. Jin Zijia quickly said to Wang Yusheng, quickly adjust the direction, aim at the monsters around, and continue to fire. Do you think it's a mortar? Is it so easy to adjust? In close combat, artillery vehicles are not very effective at all. Only medium-range and long-range strikes can exert the power of our equipment. Wang Yusheng couldn't help but said at this moment, there are still tens of thousands of shells, and the sports car can continue to fire, but from a combat point of view, it is completely impossible to adjust the direction and continue shooting in a short period of time, and the close-range bombing will hurt your own people at this time. The monsters in the mist gradually revealed their true colors. They were trunks 10 meters high, with a huge tree tumor on their heads. Although they had limbs, they were also completely made of blue-black wood. Each of these trunks has hundreds of beards, and these beards are vines entrenched around them. Shoot! Guo Pinming shouted. The soldiers began to shoot at these huge tree people one after another, and the bullets hit the tree people smoothly. But when these bullets hit the tree people, they were embedded in them immediately, and did not cause effective damage. Moving forward, these tree people seemed to have no pain when it came to shooting bullets. How could this happen? Guo Pinming was stunned when he saw this scene. Even if the zombie was attacked by bullets, it would be pierced instantly, and the arm of the zombie would be easily broken if hit by the bullet. But at this moment, it's so strange that the bullet can't hurt the tree man. Guo Pinming was a little unbelieving. He grabbed a rifle and started shooting. The bullets sprayed out from the barrel and hit the tree man in an instant, but the tree man continued to move forward despite the attack of the bullets. This was shocking at the time. After all, is it possible that these monsters don't feel pain? Wang Yusheng looked at the surrounding fog. At this time, more than 20 tall trunks came out of the fog. He panicked. There are so many monsters, don't break through the defense. These monsters are not afraid of bullets. Isn't it difficult to solve? Guo Pinming had no choice but to order the soldiers below, hurry up and pour gasoline around, hold on, and wait for rescue. When Wang Yusheng heard such an order, he was stunned at the time. He collapsed and leaned against the side of the vehicle, and said helplessly, it is impossible to have rescue, it cannot be done, and no one will come to rescue us. Wang Yusheng knew very well that there were only 2,000 soldiers in Yeshan as reinforcements, but neither Yang Cheng nor Chu Qiaoyan could come to rescue him, so no reinforcements would come here. Seeing Wang Yusheng's performance, Jin Zijia couldn't help but shook his head and said, don't panic, we still have a wall of fire as a barrier, and it's impossible for these monsters to break through. At this time, the crowd was surrounded by more than 20 trunks, and Jin Zijo had already understood that the big tree he thought before was not the ultimate enemy. Moreover, the number of these trunks was definitely not just a dozen, maybe 30, maybe 50, maybe more at this time. Guo Pinming had no choice but to believe in the firewall made of gasoline. Plants were afraid of flames, so most of these trunks could not break through the firewall. However, at this moment, the trunks changed. I saw that the vines on the arms of these trunks were entwined one by one, and the length was extended by more than 10 meters. Sweeping into the ring of fire, more than 20 people did not react, and were hit by the tree man on the spot. These people vomited blood and were swept out of the circle of fire. Afterwards, the vines on the tree man's feet grabbed these people and caught their feet. They were directly wrapped around their legs. These soldiers were caught one by one and became captives. Some died after being attacked, and some were still alive, but their bodies were inevitably broken. Be careful, everyone, don't get hit by these vines. Guo Pinming shouted hastily at this time. More than 20 tree people are waving the vines in their hands to sweep across, just like the tree people are waving brooms to clean up, and the people in the middle of the fire circle are the garbage to be cleaned. As long as someone is swept out of the circle, then immediately will be caught by the vines. The soldiers hurriedly avoided the sweep of the tree men. These people basically hide under the trucks. It was impossible for heavy trucks to be swept out by the vines, so it was safest to hide under the trucks. It's a pity that the space under the truck is also very limited. Only a few hundred soldiers successfully hide under the truck and were not swept out of the circle. None of the soldiers who were swept out of the circle could escape, and all of them were caught by vines. There are many people tied to the tree man, just like the scales on a fish, one on top of the other, all tied to its body. Guo Pinming looked at the soldiers on the tree man, and his heart ached. These soldiers were all brave fighters, but now they were taken away one by one. Some died, some were still alive. Call for help, Minister, save me, Minister, I don't want to die. A soldier who was tied up by vines called for help. At this time, he had no choice but to call for help. Guo Pinming recognized him. This person's name was Zhou Hai, who had been fighting with him, but now he was captured by the tree man. Seeing this scene, he rushed forward immediately, trying to save him. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Guo Pinming yelled loudly, and then rushed out on his own initiative, heading straight for the tree man who bound Zhou Hai. Fool, don't go. Jin Zijo shouted loudly, you can't beat him. Guo Pinming didn't care about the dissuasion of others. He knew that he brought out the soldiers. He thought it was a surefire battle. As a result, the current crisis was caused. The soldiers were taken away one by one. He must be responsible for this situation. Because this is the result of his mistaken decision-making, Guo Pinming grabbed the side wall of the truck with his hands, and the side wall above the truck began to melt. In an instant, his body was covered with steel, and the steel armor formed on his body, and his hands also appeared. A shiny steel knife. At this time, Guo Pinming used the steel on the truck to manufacture armor and weapons, making himself defensive and lethal in the process of close combat. Guo Pinming took the initiative to rush out of the fire circle, cutting off the vines one by one with the steel knife in his hand. No vines could get close to Guo Pinming, and even though he was wearing armor, he moved very quickly, without feeling dragged at all. Be careful. Jin Zijo reminded loudly. At this moment, the arm of a tree swept over, driving countless vines. Guo Pinming jumped up, avoiding the vines and the tree's arm. Afterwards, Guo Pinming's steel knife aimed at the tree man's head and chopped it off. Hearing a clang, the steel knife broke on the spot, and there was only a shallow mark on the tree tumor. How could this be? Guo Pinming didn't expect that the tree man would be so hard that even the steel knife had already been broken. What should we do? At this moment, dozens of vines entangled Guo Pinming's body. Guo Pinming quickly controlled the armor to cover his whole body, even his face was covered. At this time, he was completely a medieval knight, his whole body was covered with armor, and no place was exposed outer. If one had to use one word to describe what Guo Pinming looks like today, it would be Iron Turtle. The vines covered all the armor, but they couldn't hurt Guo Pinming. Guo Pinming, who was hiding in the armor, was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Once he untied the armor on his body, the only consequence would be to be killed. Vines crushed to death. The tree man reached out and grabbed Guo Pinming in the vine, lifted it up high, and then smashed it hard to the ground. Boom! The armor hit the ground hard, and a lot of dust was stirred up immediately, and the inside of the armor. Guo Pinming vomited blood. Boom! The tree man raised his armor and continued to smash it on the ground more than a dozen times. The armor can be guaranteed not to be hurt by sharp weapons, but Guo Pinming couldn't bear such a heavy impact at all. He, just the second-order supernatural being, was hit so many times at this time, and suddenly fell into coma. Seeing such a scene, Jin Zizhu couldn't help shaking his head slightly, and said in a low voice, "What a reckless man. It seems that now I can only escape alone." Layers of electric arcs appeared on Jin Zizhu's body, making a crackling sound. He aimed at the gap between the trees and charged quickly. He knew very well that if he stayed here, he would definitely be taken away. Why not? Let these soldiers attract firepower for themselves. As long as they can escape, they will find a chance to fight back sooner or later. When Jin Zizhu rushed out of the circle of fire, countless vines entangled him, but when they encountered the arc on Jin Zizhu's body, they were spread out instantly. This is Jin Zizhu's unique trick. No matter what it is, as long as you get close to him, it will be bounced away by the arc on his body, so he has relied on this trick many times before to escape. The barrier formed by dozens of electric arcs on Jin Zizhu's body is enough to protect him from harm, because no matter what it is, as long as it gets close to him, it will be bounced away. Chapter 149, Entering the Underground World. Jin Zizhu thought he could escape smoothly, because it was impossible for vines to get close to him, so as long as he found the right opportunity to leave, there would be no problem. In an instant, Jin Zizhu moved quickly, directly passing through the encirclement of more than 20 trints around him. For him, it was very easy to escape from the gap between these trints. However, just when Jin Zizhu was complacent, a big hand in the mist suddenly patted Jin Zizhu. Jin Zizhu raised his hands, and the electric arc on his body was constantly beating. He didn't expect that there was still danger in the mist. After escaping from the encirclement, more than 20 tree men did not stop him, but there was still danger lurking in the mist. Boom! Jin Zizhu resisted the big palm falling from the sky. He thought he could withstand the blow, but he didn't expect that the huge palm fell directly, and the power above couldn't stop it at all. Trees themselves have excellent insulating properties, and the arc on Jin Zizhu's body cannot play a paralyzing effect at all. As for the force of rebound, it is far from enough to bounce off the tree man's palm. PFFT. Jin Zizhu spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground weakly. He couldn't resist the blow. Swish! Many vines appeared in the mist, and Jin Zizhu had no strength to resist. He was too weak to fight back from the slap just now. Overturned, fell to the ground, and was grabbed by the vines. Jin Zizhu didn't understand why there were so many trints in the mist. He had only seen a dozen trints before, but now, there seemed to be more trints in the mist than he had imagined. With this regret, Jin Zizhu fell into coma. At this time, a row of trints appeared again in the mist. It turned out that in addition to the 20 trints who were attacking just now, there were more than 30 trints waiting behind. There are already more than 50 trints here. Many people saw Jin Zizhu fall in the circle of fire, and they were even more frightened. They didn't expect that there were tree people in the mist, so it was impossible to escape. Who will save us? Wang Yusheng looked up to the sky and sighed. He was completely hopeless. Even third-level supernatural beings couldn't escape, and people like himself had no chance. Shen Feng returned to the elementary school in Yuzhen in a state of embarrassment, with a lot of dirt on his body and messy hair. Seeing this scene, Yang Cheng and Chu Chaoyin wondered whether Shen Feng had encountered an unusually thrilling battle outside city. "Lord, how are you? Are you injured?" Yang Cheng asked quickly. Shen Feng didn't answer Yang Cheng's question. Instead, he looked at the people in the elementary school and asked, "Where are Wang Yusheng's group? Where did they go?" Chu Chaoyin replied, "I heard that this group of people found the enemy's lair, so they went to attack. I heard that they are planning to launch a cover strike. It really is them." Shen Feng became even more angry, and asked, "Where's Guo Pinming? Why isn't he here?" Yang Cheng quickly said, "You said Guo Pinming, he was bewitched by Jin Zizhu and Wang Yusheng, and he said he wanted to protect the artillery, so they set off together. This guy, it's really hateful. Didn't you agree to let them wait for 3 days? They don't listen to the command? What a bunch of bastards." Shen Feng couldn't help but cursed out. If Guo Pinming didn't move, those artillerymen would definitely. Those who didn't dare to go out had no protection, so they basically couldn't play a role, but Guo Pinming set off anyway, so those artillerymen also left without any scruples. However, Shen Feng then remembered that many trints had rushed to the road, so Jin Zizhu and his gang must have no good fruit to eat. "It's what you deserve. It's just for you to attract firepower, I'll take the people and leave now. Shen Feng cursed in a low voice. Chu Qiaoyan suddenly asked, by the way, you are in such a mess, what happened? Shen Feng said angrily, what else could it be? Wasn't it just being bombed by Wang Yusheng and his gang? You will be killed in the bombing zone. When Yang Cheng and Chu Qiaoyan heard this, they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect that Shen Feng's embarrassment was not caused by fighting the enemy, but by being bombed by his own people. Chu Qiaoyan immediately said, since this is the case, we will seek revenge on those people immediately. We must find a way to explain that these guys are working so hard to beat the friendly army, but it is useless to beat the enemy. Shen Feng said angrily, what kind of revenge? Take advantage of this time, all follow me. Those 3 people are attracted to the side of the road, so now the other party has no time to catch us. Let's run away now. Don't I forgot that Rong Cheng is still in danger? Let's hurry to Rong Cheng to help. Shen Feng didn't care about the infamy of abandoning his allies. In the final analysis, the other party bombed him first, and there was nothing inappropriate for him to leave now. Yang Cheng hesitated for a moment and asked, what about Guo Pinming? He still has 1,000 soldiers there, should we ignore it? Of course, Shen Feng couldn't just say abandonment, so he chose an answer with high EQ, we don't have the strength to rescue them now, and Rong Cheng is very dangerous, we need to rescue them, and we can only protect more people now. For more people's lives, a few people can only choose to rescue them later. Yang Cheng and Chu Qiaoyan hurriedly gathered their men, and they took whatever materials they could bring, and ignored those who couldn't. 2,000 people followed Shen Feng and set off, preparing to walk away from the mist. During this period, Shen Feng told the people below, try not to make noise when walking, the ants rely on sound to determine their position, so as long as we don't make a sound, theoretically no ants will find us. When Shen Feng came back, he had roughly figured out the terrain. There are many woods near Yuzhen, and there are small paths between the woods. Danger posed by people. 2,000 people walking on the road, no matter how careful they are, they will inevitably make noise. However, the 3 people are currently besieging the artillery near the road, so Shen Feng and others did not encounter the 3 people when they were advancing. During this period, there was no attack from vines. In this regard, everyone has already felt the hope of leaving the fog. As long as there is no danger on the road, they will be able to get out sooner or later. Shen Feng led the people to go northward for 2 kilometers. They were about to reach the edge of the fog, and they had already seen the way out. Suddenly, at this moment, Shen Feng heard a voice, Duang Dong. This is an extremely rhythmic sound, and with the sound, the ground is also shaking slightly. Hearing this voice, Shen Feng hurriedly said in a low voice, pass it on, don't move, don't make a sound. This order was passed down one after another, and everyone stood still at once, and no one dared to move, because none of them wanted to be caught by the vines, and there was no news about the person who was captured before, probably dead, and no one dared to move. Hope to die, so they all played 1, 2, 3 wooden figures, standing in place blankly, except for the movement of the eyes. The body was completely frozen. The footsteps of the 3 people are gradually approaching, and everyone still dare not move. Although the threat is in front of them, as long as they make a sound, they will be taken away, so even if the 3 people are constantly approaching, everyone still dare not move. He didn't dare to move, for fear of making the slightest sound. At this time, the tree man gradually revealed his true colors. It walked over step by step, and the ground trembled every time it took a step. Many people couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. It's a monster. If he was slapped, he would probably be slapped to death on the spot like a fly. Right, the tree man didn't notice these people on the road, but walked into the woods, seemingly aimlessly. There were hundreds of vines on the tree man's body, and as the tree man walked, these vines were also dragged. They moved forward together, and soon, the tree man passed by everyone and entered the woods. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the tree people really only respond to sounds. In this way, as long as they don't make a sound, the tree people will eventually leave. However, at this moment, a strange voice came, PFFT. The sound was long and incessant, accompanied by bursts of stench. Several people nearby looked towards the direction of the sound, only to find that Cao Fuli was standing there with a flushed face. He never thought that farting would be like this, embarrassing and dangerous to yourself. Now being followed by dozens of people nearby, Cao Fuli is also shy. What the hell? If I knew, I wouldn't drink cold water when I set off. Cao Fuli said angrily. Suddenly, the Trent who entered the woods moved, and the Trent stopped instantly, and then swish, 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 a lot of vines crawled over, and went straight to Cao Fuli, who was in the crowd. Shen Feng shouted, "All run together, run as much as you can." At this time, the white mist around everyone has become thinner, which means that everyone has come to the edge of the white mist. As long as they run a certain distance, they will definitely be able to leave. Shen Feng doesn't care about these. Even if it is a loss, there are hundreds of people, and it is enough for others to escape together. Moreover, there is only one tree man here, and it can only catch dozens of people. When Shen Feng yelled like this, everyone didn't dare to delay any longer, and they all sprinted forward. They dared to bet that the current speed is definitely faster than when they were in school. It was just to deal with things, but now it is in order to escape for their lives. Everyone exploded with potential. Cao Fuli is an evolutionary, and his speed is much faster than others, so he rushed out the moment he heard Shen Feng's order, far ahead of others, and other unlucky people were accidentally caught by vines after being dragged to the woods. For these scenes with multiple characters, the tree people often stand still and control the vines to catch people. Shen Feng is very aware of his speed, and the vines cannot catch up with him, so after Shen Feng holds two long swords and breaks them, he will rush to cut off the vines for those who are caught by the vines, which makes many people go smoothly. To escape, Yang Chang led the people out of the mist first, and 100 meters away was the sunny outside world. "Hurry up, everyone gather behind me," Yang Chang shouted loudly, and after the soldiers escaped from the mist, they also lay down panting. Many of them even threw away their rifles for the convenience of escape. This strategy is obviously effective, because the weight on the body is reduced, and you can run faster. When Chu Chaoyan saw Shen Feng cutting off, he also imitated him, cutting off the vines that entangled his companions one by one, and did not run out with these people, but at this time there were footsteps again. Another tree people also came over, but Chu Chaoyan didn't pay attention, and was accidentally entangled in vines, dragging her towards the woods. "Shen Feng, save me quickly!" Chu Chaoyan shouted. Seeing Chu Chaoyan being taken away, Shen Feng had no choice but to rush up and cut off the vines that entangled her, put the satellite phone into her arms, and said, "Wait for me after you get out, and go to Rongchang if necessary. Rescue, I'll be back." Chu Chaoyan didn't dare to neglect. She put on the satellite phone and ran out, while Shen Feng was entangled in vines at this time, and was forcibly caught beside the tree man. A dozen vines tied Shen Feng tightly. Shen Feng held the long sword tightly in his hand, but he couldn't use his strength, so he could only be tied to the tree man. At this time, more than 30 people had been tied to the tree man. Some died of suffocation, and some were still struggling, but the more they struggled, the tighter they were tied. Shen Feng gave up struggling, but the vines no longer restrained him forcefully. At this moment, Shen Feng understood, so he quickly said, "The captured people should not resist, just stay there obediently, waiting for the opportunity to fight back." Everyone heard Shen Feng's words, and quickly stopped moving. At this time, the vines no longer tightened, and everyone was temporarily safe, but no one knew where they would be taken in the end. But what comforted them was that the city lord also being caught. From this point of view, maybe the city lord has the opportunity to lead everyone to resist together. The strength of the vine's restraint is related to the struggle. The more intense the struggle, the tighter the vine will shrink. The vine will not stop shrinking until the prey is strangled to death. It took only a moment, and more than 2,000 people ran away. The tree man controlled the vines to follow them outside the mist, and was about to catch the people outside the mist, but these vines just stretched out, and when they were exposed to the sun, they withered and fell to the ground. On the ground, there is absolutely no way to catch people. Seeing this scene, Yang Chang finally let out a sigh of relief. It seems that they really escaped from birth. These trunks cannot meet the sunlight, otherwise they will wither, so they can only move around in the white mist. Chu Chaoyan looked at the satellite phone in his hand, and now he looked worried, and said to Yang Chang, "Just now Shen Feng asked us to wait for him outside. Should we follow suit?" "Of course, just do it, otherwise you don't know if Guo Pinming doesn't obey orders, and now he doesn't know whether he's alive or dead." Yang Chang said as a matter of course. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan saw Cao Fuli who was sitting on the side, so she walked over and slapped her across the face, cursing, "It's you who lost the chain at a critical moment. If the city lord can't come out, you will have something to eat." Cao Fuli didn't dare to answer, so he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. He knew that the tree man was disturbed because he drank cold water. If he had drank hot water, He would not have this trouble. Two tree men grabbed more than 60 people and walked towards the mist. Shen Feng counted the number of people and found that 42 of the captured people were still alive, and the others were dead. Therefore, Shen Feng ordered these people, "Listen to my command later, I will definitely take you with me when I run away." The others quickly replied that if they wanted to survive right now, they could only obey the orders of the city lord. After walking for an hour, the two trinks brought Shen Feng and others to the bottom of a hill. There was a big dark hole under the hill. The trinks took the captives and went down. They walked for more than 10 minutes. Brought to the underground world, here, there are many fruits that emit white light. These fruits are very small, a little as big as a finger, but they bring light to the underground world. After a long passage, everyone was brought to in the huge space. This place is very empty, and there are fluorescent fruits growing around it, like a little bit of starlight illuminating the underground world. No one could have imagined that there is such a world underground, empty and mysterious, and no one knows what kind of danger lies in the underground space. Chapter 150. The Plant Predator. Shen Feng was taken underground by the tree man, only to discover that the underground is the base of the enemy, and the emptiness of the underground world is far beyond Shen Feng's imagination. Because Shen Feng can't see the edge of the underground world at all, Shen Feng guessed, this underground world is at least a few kilometers in diameter, and the surrounding walls are all occupied by tree roots. In the underground world, hundreds of trinks are constantly walking around. These trinks are like tireless machines. Works all the time. Shen Feng was caught by vines and thrown into a translucent cage. This cage is made of plants, the whole body is light green, the surrounding is sticky, and there is a strange smell, which makes Shen Feng feel uncomfortable. He thinks the cage in which he was held seemed a bit too simple, but it was just right for him to escape. The rest of the living people were also thrown into the cage one by one. No one resisted, because as long as they did not resist, the tree people would not attack. Although everyone has suffered some injuries, they still have the ability to act, so everyone is preparing a counterattack. As long as they don't struggle, the trink will assume that the prey is dead, and it will be much easier to deal with. At this moment, Shen Feng suddenly discovered that there seemed to be many cages around him, so he couldn't help but push open the lids on the cages, and looked around. Suddenly, Shen Feng felt creepy, and the upper part of this underground space hung down. There are many branches, the tails of these branches are cages one by one, and inside many cages are prey one by one. There is a lot of liquid in many light green cages. These people were soaked in the cages. The skin and flesh of many people have disappeared. Only the bones and clothes in the cages can be seen, which means that these people have been killed. The flesh and blood on his body had also been dissolved by the liquid, and a bag bulged from the branch connected to the cage. This bag kept moving up the branch, like a human being swallowing food. Looking around, there are humans in the cage, and there are also mutated cats and dogs. Mutant cats and dogs as big as lions and tigers are locked in the cage and dissolved. Some of them can still see their heads, and some have only skeletons left. There are also animals like cockroaches and mice. Even the sparrows flying in the sky are caught. No matter what kind of animal, whether it is alive or dead, they are all caught here by the tree people. The guys in the cage are all dead. Shen Feng suddenly remembered a plant, that is the pitcher plant. It seems that the pitcher plant also preys in this way, and what the pitcher plant can digest is only flies and mosquitoes. Now, people like myself have become flies. The existence of mosquitoes is simply not too funny. Nepenthes, which are used as ornamental crops, actually capture humans as food at this time, which is simply exaggerated in the underground space. There are tens of thousands of these cages, perhaps there are even more where Shen Feng can't see, and these cages are the food for these tree people today. Some cages became shriveled, and the animals in them seem to have been digested cleanly. At this time, the cages suddenly fell to the ground, exposing the remaining animal bones in the cages. I didn't expect that one day I would become food for plants. It's unimaginable. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shen Feng was shocked beyond words. Although he found the enemy's lair, at this moment, he was its hero's food. Suddenly, Shen Feng felt itchy on his feet, so he quickly looked down, only to find that there was already a layer of transparent liquid at the bottom of the cage he was in. Immediately flowing down the hole, Shen Feng finally avoided the fate of being digested. At this time, the soldiers who came in with Shen Feng also lifted the lids above their heads and kept gesticulating with their hands, which clearly meant that digestive juices were also flowing out from their sides. Shen Feng saw that these people did not carry any weapons on their bodies, Presumably they had thrown them away when they were caught before. No matter whether it was guns or swords, none of them carried them with them. So Shen Feng handed over the Yishan sword, indicating to these people to pierce the cage out of the hole. Everyone nodded quickly, and passed along swords to each other, piercing the bottom of the cage out of the hole, so that the digestive juice can flow out and avoid being soaked by the digestive juice. The tree people stopped and walked around, but didn't find any abnormalities. After that, more than 50 tree people left the space again, and the remaining 50 tree people continued to walk in the space. Some people were still calling. In the past, it was just a slapping people to death like slapping mosquitoes, and then continued to patrol, killing people or animals that were not dead. Shen Feng thought for a while, and it was not an option to stay in the cage, so he carefully got out of the cage. The tree man seemed to have noticed something unusual, and walked towards Shen Feng's side. Shen Feng suddenly became nervous. If he was photographed swatted to death like a fly, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? Shen Feng suddenly took out his mobile phone, opened the music software, played a majestic song, and then threw it into the distance. In the empty underground world, modern music is constantly reverberating. A dozen trees nearby, everyone's attention was attracted, and they all walked in the direction of the mobile phone. Taking this opportunity, Shen Feng climbed up the branches of the cage. The other 41 survivors all looked at Shen Feng with weird eyes. They didn't expect that the city lord, who has always been unrestrained and strong, would like to listen to this kind of song. This kind of song is completely beyond their understanding, but Shen Feng just ignored it. These people, he grasped the branch with one hand and gestured continuously with the other, signaling the survivors to stay where they were and wait for his return afterwards. Shen Feng carefully climbed along the branches. I have to say that these branches are still very strong. After all, the cages are either filled with people or mutated animals on the ground. The height of the cage is about 10 meters from the ground. At such a high place, only tree people can hang everyone together. Shen Feng has been climbing up to a height of about 30 meters before reaching the top. Looking down from here, you can see most of the underground world, and you can also see the trance walking around below. At this time, Shen Feng's mobile phone had been crushed by the tree man, and when there was no more sound coming from the ground, the tree man continued to patrol around. At this time, at the top of Shen Feng, there are densely packed pipes. Shen Feng put his ear on it, and then heard the sound of water flowing from the pipes. Regarding this, Shen Feng guessed that what flows in these pipes is digestion liquid. After being digested, the energy contained in the body of the animal is dissolved, whether it is carbohydrates or protein. Even fat is all dissolved, except for the bones that cannot be digested. Other body parts are basically digested. Where is the liquid in these pipes sent? Shen Feng began to guess in his heart. It stands to reason that these tree people also need energy to move, and energy will not be generated out of thin air. The light in the white mist is very poor. Therefore, the tree people are not likely to produce energy through photosynthesis. That is to say, the tree people must have other ways to obtain energy. After much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't figure out where the energy for the tree man's actions came from, so he had no choice but to advance along the pipeline. Finally, Shen Feng came to the center of the ground. When he looked up, he found that there was a bright light, and here is a pipe leading to the top. Shen Feng thought for a while, and crawled up this pipe. He wanted to know where it was above. Shen Feng climbed up 200 meters and came to the surface. At this time, he was surprised to find that there were bomb craters all around, and there was a big tree more than 10 meters thick fell on the ground, and the surrounding area was left after the explosion. The smell of gunpowder smoke. Shen Feng realized at this time that he went around and returned to the previous bombing area. That is to say, the hollow trunk of the big tree that produces fog leads to the underground world, and the underground world is responsible for generating fog, which is then transported to the towering tree above. Even though Shen Feng can escape at this time, if the 41 guys in the underground world are smart, they will also crawl out, and then everyone will escape quietly together. However, a very bold idea appeared in Shen Feng's mind. Since I have figured out the enemy's headquarters, why don't I turn this place upside down? Moreover, if this place is not dealt with in time, it may continue to expand in the future, and it will definitely threaten more people. Shen Feng thought of this, searched nearby, and made a vine tens of meters long. These vines are exceptionally strong. Shen Feng returned to the underground world, rescued 41 survivors with tree vines, and sent them all the way out of the tree hole. Shen Feng whispered, "Divide your troops into 2 groups, 10 people leave separately." Miwu went to find Chu Qiaoyan and Yang Chang, and asked them to be ready to respond outside at any time. The other 31 people went to the vicinity of the road to find shells. Just find dozens of shells. Then you send the shells to the tree hole. Come, I will blow up all the caves below to avoid future troubles. None of these survivors expected that they would be able to come out alive after being caught by the tree man. Right now, they could no longer worship Shen Feng. At this time, they all obeyed Shen Feng's order. After grouping, they all moved in the predetermined direction. Something is wrong. Immediately fall to the ground without moving. As long as the tree man does not step on it, there will be no casualties at this time. Shen Feng had nothing to do, and went down the tree hole again to explore the way. At this time, he was curious, where did the pipes at the top lead to? So much digestive juice, at least there is a place to go? Thinking of this, Shen Feng moved forward along the pipeline again. The further he went, the more puzzled Shen Feng became. As if the pipeline was going down at this time, Shen Feng saw red light appearing in the underground world, so he hurriedly approached carefully. At this time, he suddenly found that many trunks were also approaching this way, and the heads of these trunks were all shriveled, that is, said that these tumors will also shrink. Shen Feng leaned over the pipe above and watched, and found that at the end of the pipe was a huge ball, which was emitting red light at this time, and this huge ball was the end of the pipe. Could it be that so much digestive juice is all absorbed by this ball? Shen Feng thought in his heart. Shen Feng is a little unbelievable. There are at least tens of thousands of cages in the underground world. So much digestive juice has been absorbed by a big ball, which is a bit too exaggerated, not to mention that the ball is only 1 meter long diameter. Even if it is installed, it cannot hold so much digestive juice. However, at this moment, a trunk approached the ball, and a thorn suddenly grew out of the ball, which instantly pierced into the tree man's head, that is, the tree tumor. Shen Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. Surprised, he knew how hard the tree burl was, but the spikes pierced into it casually. Isn't it too sharp? Next, the ball injected some liquid into the tree tumor, and the tree man's head suddenly became full. Then, the tree man left here, as if he had obtained energy supplements, and the rest of the tree men also one by one approaching the ball. The ball injected liquid into every trunk. Shen Feng understood. It turns out that the energy of the tree people comes from this way. Their heads are the energy for action, and this ball is equivalent to a gas station. The entire underground space is like a hole. The tree people are responsible for catching animals. The animal provides energy to the plant, the energy is transferred to the trunk, and the trunk continues to catch the animal. At this moment, the shock in Shen Feng's heart is hard to add. He thought it was a plant without thought, but now it has turned into a giant, not only capturing animals, but also plundering the energy of animals, and using these energies to strengthen itself. Apart from being ignorant, these plants are simply perfectly functioning machines. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise from the entrance of the cave in the underground world. Shen Feng came to the entrance of the cave along the pipe above his head, and then saw the appearance of more than 30 trunks, all of whom were tied with many trees. There are many people, and these people are the artillerymen and the expeditionary force led by Guo Pinming. Zhou Hai has been cursing since he entered the underground world, from Jin Zijia to Wang Yushen, and then to these emotionless tree people. In the end, he was put in a cage, and the tree people clasped their hands together and beat Zhou Hai to death. Inside the cage, Shen Feng closed his eyes a little unbearably. Shen Feng also saw Guo Pinming, who was already in a coma. His body was covered with steel armor. He was thrown into the cage motionless at this time. Even Jin Zijia had been caught. Jin Zijia was also in a coma at this time. He was slapped by the tree man, and dozens of bones in his body were broken at this time, and you can still do it now, or fortunately, he is a third-level supernatural user, and his physical fitness is better than ordinary people. Shen Feng didn't meet many Ents here. That's because most of the Ents were attracted to the road. Therefore, the casualties along the road can only be described as tragic, and no one survived the attack of the Ents. After fleeing, everyone was arrested, and those who survived could only lower their eyebrows and pretend to be dead on the tree man. You can't pretend to be dead. As long as you struggle casually, the vines will bind even tighter. In order to avoid being strangled to death, all the living people hold their breath and concentrate, and dare not make any big movements at all. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.